everyone, my name is Shambhavi. Hope you all are doing well. So today we are going to start a new topic, and that is SQL for data science. It means the structured query language for data science, right? We'll be seeing out this topic in a very much detail. We'll be seeing about, first of all, that what's the history about SQL, then what's the use, how we just use that, and what are the advantages, disadvantages. These are all of the things that will be covered in this particular video, right? So without wasting time, let's get started here. So let's start with the history about SQL. Let's learn a little bit that who developed it, like SQL, and in which year it was developed and all those things, right? So here goes the history about SQL. So in the 1970s, SQL was developed by Raymond F.A. Boyce and Donald D. Chamberlain. So these red colors, which are just marked out here, so these two are the persons which developed SQL in late 1970s. Okay, and it was developed actually at IBM, and its previous name, actually some people call it right now as well, that it is, the name is SQL actually. Many people just call it as SQL as well right now. Okay, fine. So it was designed for manipulating and retrieving data stored in the original relational database management system of the IBM. That is the other thing. Just do not go into that definition for now, because when we'll be seeing out that what actually this means, that SQL means, then we'll be moving on towards the definition as well. Right, so this was the first commercial implementation of SQL, was introduced in June 1979 by Relational Software for VAX computers, right? Now, whatever I've just written out here from this, there are two things which you can just note down or just have a remember of. That first of all, it was developed by these two persons at IBM, and second, that it was commercially implemented in June 1979. Right, so this was a little bit history about SQL. Now let's move towards the definition, that what actually structured query language means, right? So SQL, that is a structured query language. It is a programming language used for querying and managing data in relational databases. Right, now what do we have actually? The companies like the MNCs, like let's say take the example from Amazon or Facebook, whatever we just take. So there are a lot of databases, right? We have a lot of data into that company. So SQL is a type of programming language. Okay, we cannot just say that it is any other language. It's a type of programming language only, which is actually used for managing that data into the relational databases. This is what the use of SQL, and this is the definition, right? SQL is the most widely implemented database language supported by the popular relational database systems like MySQL, SQL Server, and Oracle. So these two examples which I have given you right here, that is MySQL, SQL Server, and Oracle. So these are the three database systems, most used database systems in which SQL is widely implemented. Right, so hope you just got the idea that what we just meant from SQL. So like if anyone comes to you and asks out the definition for SQL, so you can just go ahead and tell that SQL is the most widely implemented database language supported by the popular relational database systems. Okay. Great. After this, everything is okay. We just understand that what is SQL, that is structured query language, how like when it was developed and all those things. After this, the very important and the main thing that comes to understand is the applications. That if you are studying out a particular thing, then what is the application? Why you are actually learning out that thing, where you can just apply that out. What are the fields where you can just pick it up? Right, so let's learn that thing, that basically what are the applications of SQL. So the very first application is data integration scripts. So the main application of SQL is to basically write out the data scripts. Okay, write out the data scripts, which is basically written by the data administrators or the developers, right? The main application of the SQL is to write out the data scripts which are written by the data administrators or the developers, right? So that is the very first one, which is data integration script. Second one is to retrieve out the information, as I told you in the previous topic as well, that basically whatever the like data we are having, from that data we just try out to retrieve out some information, retrieve out some important information. So that can be done mostly by putting out some functions, applying out some elements, and all those things you need to do out for retrieving out some subsets from a particular information, right? So this is what is called as retrieve information. So let's read that out. So another popular application of this language is to retrieve the subsets of information within a database for analytics applications and transaction processing. So why we just retrieve out that data or just collect out the subset of the information? So as for the analytics application and transaction process. Now, what is this analytics? Analytics is basically plotting out the data into another forms and some gathering out some information from that data, and this is what actually comes in the analytics. Okay. So the most commonly used SQL elements are select, insert, update, add, delete, create, truncate, and all those. These are some of the most commonly used elements in which we are actually having into the SQL programming language. Right. So second one was about the retrieve information. Now third one is basically the other important applications of the SQL. So it is basically used for the modification of the database. Okay. We all know that what is a database. Database is a collection of a data, right? So into the tabular form. So SQL is basically it is purposely used for the modification of that database table which you are having. Okay. So in addition, the users can add a row, you can delete out a row, you can update a row, you can create a row, whatever you just wish out, you can just do all those things with the help of the SQL, that is a structured query language. Right, so hope you just got the idea about some other important applications of the SQL as well. So these are the three important applications that I mentioned to you. First one was a data integration script. Second was to retrieve the information. And third was basically other important applications. Right? Now, whenever we just talk about any of the language, either it is a programming language or any type of language, we have two things commonly in that. The first one is the advantages of that particular language, and second one is the disadvantage. If anything is having advantage to it, it will surely have some disadvantages as well, right? So first of all, we're moving towards the advantages of SQL. That's what are the advantages, that why we should use it, and then we'll be seeing about the disadvantages. Fine, right here. So basically, let's start with the advantages first of all. So my very first advantage says that large amount of data is retrieved quickly and efficiently. Okay, in the last topic I just told you that there are many functions and many elements onto the SQL with which you can just perform out many operations, right? So with the help of the structured query language, what happens that let's say you are having a large amount of data, like let's say you are having a large amount of data. So with the help of the structured query language, you can just retrieve that data, that large amount of data very quickly and even in a very efficient way, right? So this is the very first advantage. That's why people prefer to use SQL language. Okay. Second is the operations like insertion, relation, manipulation of data is also done in almost no time. So when we are just going to learn out the SQL language, in that you'll be seeing out that as soon as I wrote out the command, that soon I just get out the answer whatever we are having onto that particular thing. So this is that. Let's say you just want to delete out, put out any operation or do out any something like that. So in that you are having many functions which you can actually apply, and it takes almost no time to give you the final output of that particular thing. Okay. Let's take a very quick example here. Let's say I'm having a table, a data that is having 10 columns into it. Okay, now let's say I just want to delete out the very first column. So I just wrote out the command for deleting out the very first column, and as soon as I hit enter, so my first row would be deleted, my first column would be deleted, and when I just try to print out my new data, so in that case I would only and only be getting that 9 particular columns. Right, so this is basically, it does not take too much of time in doing out these operations like insertion, relation and manipulation. Right. Okay, now let's move toward the third advantage. Now the very important thing is that for retrieving out the data. Okay, let's say many of you have heard about the web scraping. Web scraping is basically collecting out some data and using out that data, and it is actually done with the help of the Python programming language. Right, so for that you just need to write out a very large number of codes, let's say 20, 30, 40, whatsoever data you just want to retrieve out. You just need to do the web scraping and write out a very long code. But let's see if you just want to get out any data. So in this SQL, that is a structured query language, you do not need to write the number of lines of code. Only 2-3 basically some basic keywords will actually try to get out some data from that, whatever you just data want out from there. Okay, so it's not the case that you are writing out 20-30 lines for getting out one like some columns or some rows from a data. It's not that case. In SQL, what happens that you're having some basic keyword that is select, insert, into, update and etc. basically we are having. So that are actually used for data retrieval of the large number of lines of code. Okay, so this is the another advantage for using out the SQL. Number fourth, we are having that due to the documentation and long establishment over years, it provides a uniform platform worldwide to all its users. Yes, you can just get out the documentation, gets out everything onto the internet, because this is a very old language, you can just say out. Okay, and the very fifth one is that easy to learn and understand. Answers to complex queries can be received in seconds. Fine. So this is a very easy language to learn actually, because here you do not need to write out lots and lots of code. Simply put out the function and you just get out the output. So this is why it is said that SQL is very easy and easy to learn and understand. And basically whatever are your complex queries, whatever are the questions, that answers of that particular questions, you will be just getting them in particular seconds, because it is having many elements and many functions onto it, which basically helps us to do the particular things. Right, so these are the 5 advantages which I had listed about SQL, that what are the advantages of using the structured query language. Now let's move towards the disadvantages of the structured query language. The very first one is that SQL has a difficult interface that makes few users uncomfortable while dealing with the database. Yes, this is a very, you can say, a little bit of drawback in the structured query language, that the interface on which you write out the commands, that's a little bit different from the other interfaces. So you may face some uncomfortable, some unease, some problem while dealing with the databases onto that particular platform. Okay, this is a one disadvantage. Second is that some versions are costly and hence programmers cannot access it. Yes, some versions are actually a little bit of costly, so normal programmers, we basically cannot access that out, right? And the third one is due to hidden business rules, complete control is not given to the database. Fine. So basically, onto the companies, you have different rules, right? Onto that, you have the rules, you cannot share this data with this and that data. So basically, you cannot give out the complete control to the database. So this is one of the either drawback for the structured query language, right? So these were the 3 drawbacks for, or you can say that disadvantages for the structured query language. Now, we had seen that what's the history and what's the SQL, what's the definition, what are the applications where you can apply, what is the advantage, what is the disadvantage. But why we should learn out this SQL? What's the use of learning this out? Is there any particular use, or we are just learning it for adding one new knowledge to it? No, it's not the case. There is a role of SQL in data science. Let me just brief that out, that what's the use. Okay, so here we are just going to discuss about the role of the SQL in data science. We'll be seeing that why and how SQL is used using the data science. Why we just need to master out this particular programming language. So basically, why does a data scientist needs SQL? What's the use of needing, what's the use of using that SQL of a data scientist? So basically, in order to handle the structured data that is stored in the relational basis. So this is the use of SQL in the data scientist, that let's say you are a data scientist, and why you will be using SQL, so that you can handle out the structured data and store that into a particular relational base. And after that, you can just apply out some queries to these databases, and this is why you should learn SQL for moving into the field of data science. Let me read out the sentence, that a data scientist needs SQL in order to handle structured data. This structured data is stored in relational databases. Therefore, in order to query these databases, a data scientist must have a sound knowledge of SQL. So in order that basically you are able to use out these relational databases and all those things, so in order to use that out, you should have a good knowledge of SQL, because whatever the data you are having, whatever the structured data you are having, that is always stored in a relational database, and that relational database can only be accessed with the help of the SQL, that is the structured query language. Right. Now, basically, most of you have heard about the tool, heard about a platform which is called as Hadoop. Right. So basically, Hadoop is these are the platforms which deal with very big data. Big data, you had even heard about the big data as a buzzword nowadays, right? So Hadoop is one of the platforms which deals with the big data. So it provides an extension for querying out the SQL commands, which basically with the help of the data, you can just manipulate the data and perform some commands. So for that particular thing, this Hadoop is a platform which provides an extension for querying the SQL commands. Right, this is the another thing. Moving next, basically, in order to experiment with data through the creation of test environment, data scientists make use of SQL as a standard tool. Okay, let's say you had made out some data. Okay, let's say you just want to experiment out with some data, okay, and you just had made out any test environment for the you had just created out a test environment and you just want to experiment that with the data. So this is the case that where data scientists make the use of the SQL as their standard tool. Okay, they just prefer out doing the things with the SQL, that is the structured query language. Fine. After that, basically, in order to carry out data analytics with the data that is stored in relational databases like Oracle, Microsoft SQL, MySQL, we need SQL. So data analytics, I had already told you that what you meant by data analytics, that is to analyze the data, to store the data, and to clean out the data, to perform some EDA, and just coming to some output. This is what is called as data analytics, right? So in order to do out the data analytics with the data which you have stored in the relational databases, so like Oracle or Microsoft, in these type of databases, you are having any data and you just want to work with that data, you just want to perform some data analytics onto that data. So these can be accessed only and only with the need or with the help of the SQL, that is the structured query language. Okay. And the last one is that SQL is also essential for carrying out data wrangling or preparation. Therefore, when dealing with various big data tools, you will make use of SQL. That already I have explained in the above points, right? So this is the way, this is the need, this is the role of SQL actually in data science, and this is why you should learn the data science, because the learning of the learning of the SQL is not too much hard. It's a super easy language that will be get to know in a little bit of time, but you should even have the knowledge of that if you are learning a particular topic. Let's say you're learning SQL, so what's the use of that learning SQL? It's not the case that only learning and learning and learning. Where you'll be implementing out, what are the use cases, that all you should have the knowledge of, and these are all the things which I have mentioned in this particular slide, right? Now let's move toward the very last topic, and here I'll be telling you an overview of all the concepts that we'll be covering from the next videos. So we'll be covering about some SQL commands. These are of the 5 types, that is DDL, DML, DCL, DQL and TCL. Okay, and under these all the 5 we are having some subcategories: create, drop, alter, truncate, insert, update, delete, grant, revoke, select, commit, rollback, save. When these are some of the commands which we are having in SQL. So we'll be dealing with all of these here. After that, we'll be dealing about the key elements of a database: relational keys, select queries, joins, data modeling, fact and dimensional type tables, and star schema, snowflake schema, and the DDL, DML. All are these things which will be dealing up in the upcoming videos for the SQL. Right, so basically I hope that you had got a fair and a very clear overview regarding all the important information about the structured query language, that what's the history, when was it developed, after that what's the definition, after that what are the applications, what are the advantages, what are disadvantages, why we basically use SQL in the field of data science, and what are the concepts that we are going to cover in the further videos. So what did SQL for data science? Now today basically we'll be learning about the different SQL command types which we are having here, right? So SQL, the full form for this is basically the structured query language. So all of these things we had already seen in the previous video, even in a very detail, that what were the applications, what was the history for SQL, what is actually SQL, how we just use it, what is the role, advantages, disadvantages, all these things which we have already discussed, right? Now from today it's the turn for starting out the different SQL command types. Okay, today I'll be telling you first of all that how many command types do we actually have here, and after that we'll be seeing them in a little detail, that what are the functions, what are the full form for all these commands and all those things, right? So let's get started. So I would start with SQL command types. So basically we have in total 5 different SQL command types. The very first one is the DDL, second we have here DQL, third we have DML, DCL and then TCL. Yeah, actually all of these seems like a little bit of like similar to each other, right? Like DDL, DQL, DML, DCL and TCL. It's a little bit difficult to remember that what function actually what does, but when we just learn about the definition for all of these things, then it's not that much difficult to learn that what are these commands doing and what are the commands which come under this particular type, right? So let's take a quick summary that what we are going to discuss. So DDL, the commands which come under DDL are create, drop, alter, truncate, comment and rename. These are the 6 commands which come under the DDL. What about the DQL? So DQL we are having select. Only one command we are having under DQL, that is basically the select command. After that we are having actually DML. So in DML either we are having 5 commands, which is insert, update, delete, lock and merge. DCL we are having grant and revoke, and TCL we are having commit, rollback, save point, and then we are having set transaction. Right, so these are some commands, some common commands which are into these different types. Right, now I would just not waste too much of time here. Let's quickly move on and jump on to the first command, which is actually DDL. Let's see that what actually DDL means. Right, so the full form for DDL is actually data definition language, which is written here. Data definition language, the full form for DDL. Never forget these things, because these are the full forms only which will let you know that okay, what are these particular things used for. Okay, so here we have data definition language. Now what is it actually used for? So it is actually used to define out the database structure or the schema. DDL is also used to specify additional properties of the data. Now wherever we just want to specify some additional properties to our data, right? So in that case we always use out this DDL. DDL means data definition. Now data definition means defining the data, means to specify and to add some particular properties onto the data. Right, data definition is that particular thing. So remember from here that DDL, the full form is data definition language, and what it does, it is basically used to specify out some additional properties of the data. Right, now in the previous chart we had seen about some commands which we were having in the DDL. So these were the commands, right? Create, drop, alter, truncate, comment and rename. So from all of these commands we are having 4 commands which are actually mostly used out. So the commands which are actually used out, okay, just one second right here, just let me take out a color so that I could just let you know more completely. So we have here create. Right, so what is this create actually used for? So this create is actually used for creating out the objects in data frame, database actually. From its name only we will be able to understand create means to create something, right? To make out something. So in that case it is used to make out some objects in the database. After that alter means to like to change something like that, right? So basically alters the structure of a database. Right, it basically alter the structure of a database which you are having. What about drop? Drop is also used for deleting out some objects from a database. That is also, we can just say from the name as well, that it is used for deleting out some objects from a database. And after that we are having here rename. So rename is basically used for renaming some object, renaming an object, right? So basically here there are total these 4 commands: create, alter, drop and rename, that are basically used and most frequently used actually, what I could say, right? We are having 2 as well, 2 more, but we will not be discussing them right here. We will be discussing them within the particular whenever we just figure out some questions for that, okay? Right here. So data definition language, it is used to define the database structure or schema, and DDL also used to specify some additional properties of the data. Hope you just got this particular thing. Next we are having here as DQL. Okay, now DQL, the full form for this DQL is basically data query language. See, this Q is basically query. Hold on. Listen to me very carefully. Wherever you find DDL, DQL and DML, so the between characters which you are having D, Q and M, these are only changing. D and L actually remains the same. D is for data and L is for the language. This Q stands here for query. Fine. Okay, now let's see that what it actually does. So it is used for performing the queries onto the data. That is absolutely simple, right? So as it is a like full form for this is like data query language. So it is basically used for performing out the queries on the data within the schema objects. That is okay. The purpose for the DQL commands is to get some schema relation based on the query passed to it. Okay. Fine. So basically these are used for performing the queries on to the data. This is a very main task which is actually performed by the DQL statement. DQL means the data query language statements. Example I had already told you, that was one only, which was select here. Right, and what was it used for? It was used to retrieve the data from the database. Now let's say you want some particular rows from the data, so you can just simply use out the select function and you can just put out your condition whatever you are having. So it will display you that much number of rows or that much number of columns which you have listed out as as a condition, right? So it is basically used to retrieve out the data from a database according to your condition which you are actually giving out. Right, hope it has got the idea that what is this DQL used for. It is used for performing the queries onto the data, and the example for the DQL is basically the select, right here. Fine, now let's move toward the third one, that where we are having DML. Now DML is basically a data manipulation language. M is basically for the manipulation, right? Now what are these used for? These are, as the manipulation words only suggest, that manipulation means to manipulate something, to manage something, right? So these statements are actually used for managing out the data, right? These are statements are used for, I would just write them, managing data, right? Now here comes a little bit thing to understand, that there are two types of DMLs actually. First one is a procedural and second one is a declarative. Now let's see that what are these procedural and declarative. Okay, so procedural DMLs require a user to specify what data are needed and how to get those data. Okay, procedure means that whenever you are just applying out this procedural DMLs, in that case you need to specify out that okay, what data are needed and how to get out those data. Right, so I would just write a require a user to specify. Here we just need out a user to specify that what data are needed and how to get those data. Okay, now what about the declarative DMLs? These are as well called as non-procedural DML. So these require a user to specify what data are needed without specifying to get those data. Right, now hold on, listen to me very much carefully here. Procedural is basically require a user to specify what data are needed and how to get those data. Right, in declarative, it is required the user to specify what data is needed. That is okay, but you do not need to specify that from where to get those data. How to get those data. This is not needed in the declarative DMLs. In the procedural, it is required that you need to specify, a user need to specify what data are needed and how to get those data. But in declarative, it is not at all needed. That it is basically not needed that what data it is required that a user need to specify what data is needed, but you do not need to specify that how to get those data. Right, hope you are just listening to me very much carefully so that you are actually able to listen out what I am just trying to tell you here from these definitions. Okay, I am even highlighting the important part of this definition which is written out here. Fine. So these are basically easier to learn, and all those things are actually the thing which you can just read out on your own. But yeah, this was a very important thing which I have told you. Right. Now these are the commands which we have in the basically DML. Right. First one is a select. Select, insert, update, and then delete. So yeah, that again from the name only we can just see out that what are these commands used for. So select is basically used for retrieving out the data from the database. Insert is for inserting data into a table. Update is basically existing data within a table. It is basically used to update out a data which is basically already into your table. Right. And delete, it is basically used to delete the records from a table. Space for the records, or basically whatever you just want, it is basically used to delete out that particular thing from that table. Right, so these are the 4 commands which come under the DML. Fine, now let's move towards the DCL, that's what DCL is. So here we go, that DCL stands for Data Control Language. Okay, it is a syntax similar to the computer programming language used to control access to data stored in the database. So basically data control language, it is from the name only we can say that what is it actually used for. It is used to control access to the data which is stored in a database. Control means, so here data control language is used to control the access to data stored in a database. Right. Conditions 2 we are having grant and revoke. So it grant basically allows a specified user to perform some specified task, and revoke basically cancel the previously granted permission. Right, so grant is used for it basically allows a specified user to perform some specified task, and revoke basically cancels the previously granted or the denied permissions. Right, this is about the DCL. And at last we are having here which is TCL. TCL basically stands from the Transaction Control Language. So basically here what are the commands used for? So the commands which are used here, they are used to manage out the transactions in the database. Okay, it is basically used to manage the changes which are made by the data manipulation statement. Data manipulation statements we had already seen, which was select, insert, delete and update, right? We had right now seen all of these all of these four. So whatever the changes you had made by the DML statements, it is used to manage all those changes. Okay, so I would just highlight this part as well, manage the changes made by the DML statements. Fine. And yeah, that is okay. And what about the commands which we are having? Commands we are having which are three. Let me just take out a different color here. So yeah. So the three commands are commit, rollback and the save point. So commit basically is used permanently to save any transaction into the database. Okay. Rollback, this basically restore the database to the last committed state. And save point command is basically used to temporarily save a transaction so that you can roll back to point whenever necessary. Right. These are the three TCL commands which we are having here. Now, understand it in one more way, that commit is used to permanently save any transaction into a database, right? Rollback, this command, what does it actually do? It restores the database to last committed state. Whatever is the last committed state, it restores the database. Okay, this command, rollback. And save point, temporarily save the transaction. Okay. Now let me just write out something here so that you are even able to classify all of these five in a very easier way. Fine. I would just take here D, D, L. So here this D and this D. The first and the last character remains same for all the fours which we are having: DDL, DQL, we are having DML, and then we are having DCL. All the four remains, all the first and the last characters remain same for all these four. D is for the data and L is for the language. Now between alphabets in all of the four which we are having, these actually change. So here this D, the between D which we are having, that is used for the definition, right? So its full form is definition. The Q which we are having, this is actually the query, right? The M which we are having is basically the manipulation. So I would just write that manipulation here. And the C which we are having here, so the C is basically the control. So the C is basically the control. Now from the name only, they are telling that what they actually do. Let me just tell you that thing as well here only. Fine. Definition means to define out the data, right? So define out the data, this definition is actually used. Data definition language is basically used to describe your data. What about the DQL? So that full form is data query language. So query means to query out the things, to manipulate and to apply out the things onto with the help of the queries. Right? So query we are having only one function which was select. So select is one of the functions which is allowed to make the queries, means allowed to give out the conditions. Right, DML was for the data manipulation language. Manipulation language means to manage something. Manage means that you can just update or do some changes into your data. Like to basically insert something, to delete something. All these things can be applied in the manipulation. And what about the DCL? DCL was for the control one. So here we were having that you can just allow some specified user to perform some specific task. That was from the grant. And basically revoke was to cancel the previously granted. And what about the DDL? So DDL was basically used for defining the database, as I told you. So basically here we were having create, alter, drop and rename. These four commands we were having in the DDL. In the DQL we were having the select, DML for select, insert, update and delete, DCL for grant and revoke, and at last we were having TCL. So TCL was basically, it is used to manage out the transaction in the database, and these are as well used to manage the changes made by the DML statements, right? What are the commands which we are having? Which is commit, rollback, save point. These were the three commands. Right, so hope you had got a very clear and a very fair idea that what are these commands, what are the definitions, how are these commands used, how we can use out this command, and which command to use for doing what. Right, so all of these commands only, if you just remember out the full form for these commands, then they only let you know that what is it actually used for and where to use out these particular all the five of the commands. Right, hope it is good that what is a database. You'll be understanding that what we actually meant from a database. After that, we'll be seeing about the RDBMS, right? That is a Relational Database Management System. And then moving towards one process for the SQL, that what's the process for the SQL, right? These are three things that we'll be discussing in today's video. Fine, so let's get started without wasting out any of the time here. Let me just take out some colors so that we can put out some writings as well in the between us. Okay, fine. So the very first thing that I'm going to discuss is that what is actually a database, right? So let's discuss out. So database is a systematic collection of data. Fine, this is a very simple definition for a database, that it is a systematic collection of data, right? Now, what they actually support, so they support the electronic storage and the manipulation of the data. Database makes data management easy. Now, what are the databases actually used for it? First of all, what is it? It is a systematic collection of the data that we had already understood out right here, right? They support out the electronic storage and the manipulation of the data. Now, why we just use out the databases? So databases actually make out the data management easy for us, right? So this is the only reason that why we actually prefer out using the databases. Let me just take out another color and highlight this particular thing, because here it is the use that why we just use out, right? So databases make management easy. So this is the only reason that why we just choose out dealing with the database. Right, hope it has got the idea. The very first thing that what is actually a database, second that what they actually support, and third thing that what are they actually used for, why we just use that in our programs, in a use for the SQL, right? Fine, now we are having some example here. Let's see how this example for the database. Okay, let's say an online telephone directory uses a database to store data of people, phone numbers and other contact details, right? Later, if I just talk about any online telephone directory, okay, what they do, they use a database. Now, what they just use out the database? So they use out a database to store the data of people, to store out the phone numbers, to store out the other contact detail. Let's say I just go and buy out something from some phone number, or some I just want to buy out a new SIM, right? So in that case, basically we are having many details which we just need to give out to that person who is selling us the same thing, right? So we just need to have out the phone number, we need to give out other contact details as well, right? These are all the things which we need to give out. So in which are they all storing out these things? So these things are actually stored in a database only. And why we just use out this database? Because I've already given the answer for this particular question, because they make the data management easy, right? Now, second thing, your electricity service provider. The provider who is providing you the electricity service, so that uses a database to manage the billing, manage the client related issues, handle the fault data, etc. All are these things which your electricity service provider actually deals with it, and where the electricity service provider saves out all of these data. So yeah, that is actually saved into a database. So your electricity service provider uses a database to manage billing, client-related issues, handle fault data, etc. Whatever the things you are having out here, these all are stored in the database, right? These two examples. Now let's consider also Facebook. We all have heard about the Facebook, and even many of you must be using out the Facebook as well. So basically, it needs to store, manipulate, and present data related to the members, their friends, member activities, messages, advertisement, lot more. We can provide a countless number of examples for using databases. So what is this Facebook actually doing out? This is as well using out the database. Now, what it is storing into that basis? It is basically, it is used to, it's need to store the manipulate, present data related to the, what it is doing, it is related, saving data related to the members, to their friends, member activities, messages, advertisements, many more things, all of these things, right? So this is what this Facebook is actually doing and storing. So where it is actually storing out? That is storing in a database only, right? Because that database provides us to make out the data management in a very easy way. That is the reason that they all use out the databases only to store out any of the data which you are having. Right, hope you just got the idea that what is a database, why we just use it, and what are some live examples for database, the companies or the places where the databases are used. So onto the online telephone directory, onto the electricity service provider, in Facebook, and at many more places, wherever you just look out, here and there you will be finding that wherever the data storage work is done, actually in that case databases are actually used out. Fine. Now let's come to the RDBMS. Let's see that what do we actually mean by RDBMS? That is the Relational Database Management System. Let me take out a different color here so that we can highlight the particular things, right? So this is the full form for RDBMS, and that is Relational Database Management System. Okay, now RDBMS is the basis for SQL and for all modern database systems such as MS SQL servers, IBM DB2, Oracle, MySQL and Microsoft Access, right? So RDBMS is basically the basis for the SQL, okay, and it is for all of the modern database system which I have mentioned here, which is MySQL servers, IBM DB2, Oracle, MySQL and Microsoft Access, okay. So data in the RDBMS is stored in database objects called tables. Okay, the data which we actually store in the RDBMS, that is stored in a database object. Okay, and that is actually called as a tables. Okay, we just call that database name as a tables. And what is table? A table is a collection of related data entries, and it consists of the columns and rows. That we all know, right? That what is a table? A table is a collection of columns and rows, right? The data which is stored in the RDBMS is stored in the database objects called as tables, right? This is the thing regarding the RDBMS, and let me just come down here once again. Fine, I was just telling you about that what is this actually the basis as well. So right here. So RDBMS is the basis for SQL and for all modern database system. So what are the modern database system that I cover? That is MySQL Server, IBM DB2, Oracle, MySQL and Microsoft Access, right? These are the some other bases for the SQL which actually use out the RDBMS, right? Hope you just got this idea very carefully what I was just trying to tell you right here. Fine. Let me go above once again. So let's revise how the database is systematic collection of data. What they do support, actually they support out the electronic storage and manipulation, right? And databases make data management easy. We had seen 3 examples: online telephone directory, electricity service provider and the Facebook. Then we move towards the RDBMS. The RDBMS, that what is this RDBMS? So in that case, we just find out that the full form for RDBMS is Relational Database Management System. It is the basis for SQL and for all the modern database systems such as MS SQL Server, IBM DB2, Oracle, MySQL and the Microsoft Access. And the data in the RDBMS is stored in database objects called tables. And what is table? A table is a collection of related rows and columns. This rows and columns. Okay, right, now let's see and move towards the process of SQL, as I was just trying to go ahead with this particular thing, right? Let me just take out some color once again so that we could just highlight out some important points onto the table. Fine. So the process is, first of all, with the SQL query which you are having, you would just apply that particular query. Okay, after that query goes on to the query language processor. It goes out. Now into the query language processor there are 2 things. First one is the parser and second one is basically the optimizer. Okay, we have 2 things here, parser and the optimizer. So after that query language processor, the SQL query goes onto the DBMS engine. Into the DBMS engine we are having here 2 things. First one is the file manager and second one is the transaction manager, and after at last it goes on to the physical database. Right, this is the procedure for the SQL. As soon as you have wrote out the query, so that query first of all goes on to the query language processor. Okay, the query language processor actually consists of parser and the optimizer. We'll be seeing out the definitions that what does parser and optimizer actually mean. Right here we'll be seeing out, just hold on for a while. Okay, and after that, after the query language processor, that particular query has been gone into the DBMS engine. So onto the DBMS engine, you are having 2 things, that is the file manager and the transaction manager. And at last, the SQL query goes into the physical database. Right, now let's see about the parsing and the optimization. Okay, so the parsing stage involves separating the pieces of a SQL statement into a data structure that other routines can process, right? So parsing stage, actually this is a stage where the SQL statement which you have written out, that has been separated into different pieces. Okay, and that pieces are of a data structure that basically other routines can as well process. Right, now the database parses a statement when instructed by the application, which means that only the application and not the database itself can reduce the number of parses. So database, basically the database parses a statement when instructed by the application. So whatever the application is there, so it basically parses out the database statement whenever it is instructed by the application, which basically means that only the application and not the database can reduce the number of parsers. Just make sure here that remember out this line, which means that only the application and not the database itself can reduce the number of parsers. So whenever it comes that what can reduce the number of parsers, so always the answer would be the application, not the database. Okay, so this was about the basically the parsing stage. Now let's see about the optimization, because optimization was the second thing which we were having, right? Basically, during the optimization, the Oracle database must perform a hard pass at least one for every unique DML statement and performs the optimization during this pass. Fine. So in optimization, basically the Oracle database must be, it will surely perform a hard pass at least once in every unique DML statement. DML statements are my data manipulation statements, which we had already seen yesterday, right? And basically it performs the optimization during this pass. Let me show you about the DML statement once here. So DML statements, we were having select, insert, update and delete, right? These four we were having. So as soon as the four statement is find out, what it does, it basically performs a hard pass for at least one time at that particular place where it just get to see out some DML statement. The database does not optimize DDL. Okay, then now just have a look here that the DDL statements are already optimized, not the DDL statements. Okay, so the only exception is when the DDL includes a DML component such as subquery that requires optimization. So what is the exception? The exception is when basically a DDL includes a DML component such as a subquery that requires a optimization. So this is the case where we just put out the optimization. Right, so hope you just got the idea that when we just do out the optimization, how we just do that particular thing, what we just meant by parsing and all those things. Hope you are just very much clear. And even we had seen about the RDBMS and what is a database as well, right? Hope you just got all of these things in this particular video. We are going to learn about the different DML commands which we are actually having out here, right? So those DML commands we are just going to follow out in this particular video. So we are just going to see how the commands and now the syntaxes of those particular commands which we actually have out, right? So we'll be taking out a sample data and just working on going through that data for basically for learning about all of these commands, right? So I will just go on to this DML once and give you a quick revision. That's what we had already discussed about DML. So that was actually for the data manipulation language, right? And these were some commands which we were having in DML. Select, insert, update and delete. These were the four commands which we were having out here in this DML. So we'll be going through all of these four in this particular video, right? So let me just go ahead once to that where we're just writing out the things, right? So basically, I'll be just going very first with the select statement. Here this is the data which are actually, and this is some random data. It's not any particular data because I just wanted to first of all work upon the data, a very small data from which you can just learn about the syntaxes of the SQL queries which are actually there. And after that, if you are just going to get out a good hands-on, so you just go ahead for the huge data and work on that particular thing. Right, so this is the one which will be working out. So the columns which you are having is name, class, math, science, English, computer on the total. So from the name as well, we can just understand that this is a data for some students. So let's give it a name only as students. The name for this particular table is students, okay? And basically we're having 5 rows and these 5 rows are having all of the values into it, right? Let's get started with the very first statement, and that statement is my select statement. Fine, so I would just put out a different color here so that I could just go on with the writing. Fine. So this is one of the statements which is used to fetch out the data records from the database table and present in the form of a result. Okay, that's right. So it is basically used for fetching out the data from any of the tables. Now what's the command, what's the syntax that we actually use out? So first of all, you just write out the select, that is the functional statement which you are going through. Right, select. Now after this is select statement, what you just put out the different column names. So I would just write here column underscore name. Okay, column name 1, then column name 2, whatever the different columns you just want to choose about, you can just go about with that particular thing. And that totally depends on you that what are the total column number names which you just want to take. So select column name, right? After that, basically we use from, and after from we just write out the table underscore name. So this will basically help us to give out the table name, like right at this particular place we just need to give out the table name which we are actually having out. Okay, and I will just put out another, okay, just let me write out here from table name. I would write here where, and where condition, whatever the conditions you just want to put out, you can just put out that n number of conditions. So this is the way how we just use out this particular select statement for writing out the different SQL commands. So we write select column name 1 from table name where condition is this particular. Right, so columns name basically specify what are the column names you just want to fetch out the data for. And from table name is basically your table name in which like what are the columns you just want to fetch data for that columns are actually put on. So that is your table name, right? And condition, if you just want to apply out some condition like that, so you can just apply out some condition as well. Okay, right, so this is the idea. Now basically let's see an example here that how we can just do out the particular things. So I'll be just putting on an example. Let's go above and see out that. Fine, so from this students table, I'll be retrieving out the name, maths and science. Okay, let's say these are the 3 columns which will be retrieving out. So how we just do that? I would be just writing here select. What are the columns name that I just want to go ahead? What is that column name? So I'm having name, maths and science right here. So select, and I would just put on here as select name separated by a comma. What was that next? Let's select next is class as well. Okay, name, class, and let's say that is maths also. Okay, name, class and maths. So these are the 3 columns which I just want to fetch out. Okay, these will be separated by different commas only. Okay, select is done. Now from, in this from, basically I could just put on the condition from, and what is my table name? There my table name is students. So I would just put on that student, and after that the semicolon. So this is basically how we just put out the select statement. This is how we just retrieve out the data. We using the select statement which we are having out here, right? So we just write out select. After that we just write out the column names for which you want to fetch out the data, and after in the from we just write out that table name. From that table you just want to fetch out the particular data, right? Hope you just got the idea. Now here one more thing comes, that here you had just put on the condition that let's say name, class, maths, you just want these 3 columns. Now there can be a one case as well, that where you just want to fetch out all the columns which you are actually having here, right? This can also be a particular case. So in that case what you will do, you will just write select name, class, maths, and let's say you're having English, science, computer, all the columns will be writing out. No, this is not the correct way for doing out that particular thing. The case where you just want to select and retrieve out all the columns from a particular table, so there you just write this, put out this asterisk sign. So select asterisk from, and what is my table name? So that is students. Select asterisk from students. So this asterisk is only used in that particular case, where you just want to retrieve out all the data, like all the columns which you are having into that particular table name. So select asterisk from students, right? Hope you are just very much clear with this particular select statement that I told you. So this is the particular syntax which we actually use out, right? Moving towards the second one. Now next we are having here the statement which is the insert statement, right? Insert, INSERT, fine. Now insert statement, this is basically one of the SQL commands which is used to insert some data, which is used to insert some rows onto the database table. Okay, whatever database table you are having, it is basically used for inserting out some rows onto that particular database table, right? So this is the idea. So let's write out the syntax for this insert statement as well. So for that, first of all, we just write here as insert. After that, we write insert. This is to insert into. Okay, insert into. After that, we just put out the table name, whatever table name you are having, table underscore name. Okay. After that, into the bracket, you put out the columns, like name of the columns for which you just want to put out the data. You just want to put out the extra rows onto that particular column. So that column names you just put out inside this bracket. Okay, and after that into the next line you just write out values, and inside the values you write out that value which you want to put out into the particular columns which you have given out here. Fine. As soon as you get out an example, it will be much clear to you that what I'm just trying to speak from here. Right. So let's quickly see out an example from here. So into that example, I'll be just putting out some and taking like, okay, inserting out some rows, right? So let's see how it goes. So right here. Okay, so it's the use of my insert function. I'll be writing insert. Here goes the T. Insert into. What's my table name? My table name is students, right? That we had already taken. So I would just write that students here. Let's go above and see. Let's say I just want to add out an extra row into the name, and I want to add on an extra row into the computer. Name and computer I want to add on, right? So I would just put out a bracket here, and yes, inside that I'll be writing out that column names in which I just want to put out. So for me that is name, put it comma, and then even I am having here as computer, name and then computer. Okay. So insert into students name comma computer. And what about my values? So here into the new line I'm writing values, and into the bracket I'll be giving out the particular values needed. So name would be in the characters. So A, B, C, D, E. After that we have F, right? So I'll just put on that. And let's in computer the marks which are stored are let's say 42, right? And put out the semicolon afterwards. So this is basically how we just insert out some values into a particular column name according to your choice, right? So this is done. So this is how the insert statement actually works. Fine. Now let's move towards the third statement, that is the update. So update like this. Okay, just one second. Fine. So update is basically the statement which is used to modify the value with, like, let's say you are having some existing values. So it is basically used for modifying out that particular existing value. What's the syntax that you use? So you just use right here that update. What's the table name you just want to put out? So table, update table underscore name, like table name just put out. After that you just use out the set here, set, and after that you just want to put out the column. Okay. A column name in which you just want to make out the changes or to update out the changes is equal to, and you just put out the value. Column value. Okay, again you just put out the column and again value. This procedure goes on till the particular time that this condition actually satisfied, till that particular point where you just want to apply out some update out some values. Okay, after that again a comma. Okay, not comma there. So here now here as well comes out one where just you can give out any of the condition according to your choice. Okay, where condition and then semicolon. This is how you just do out. So let me just give you an example for that particular thing. So I will just write out an example. So I will just do the update. Update table name is basically the students for us, right? Update the students. After that it goes about the set. Now let's say that where we just want to do it. Okay, so I just want to do it for the, let's say, maths. Okay, in maths I just want to do it for 90. Fine. So I would just write out, so maths 90. Fine. So okay, update the student set, and here I would just write down first of all that thing which I just want to replace out. Okay, so I would just write on here my column name, that is maths, is equal to, and I would just write out the number that was okay which I want to update. Okay, update the student set maths is equal to instead of 90, what marks do I just want to put out? Let's say I just want to put out 100 here. Okay, so update the students set maths is equal to 100, and what's the condition? Where maths is equal to 90. So wherever you just find out the marks for the maths as 90, so just replace that with the marks that is 100. So when this program will be executed, so instead here 90 is present, right? So instead of that 100 would actually come, because into the maths column only one value is 90, right? So in that particular place this 90 would actually come out, right? This is how we just used to update out. Make sure that above you write the value which you want to like updated value which you want to put out, and the downside you just write out the exact value in place of which you want the update value, right? Please do not make out the error using do not confuse in the different syntaxes which are here. Fine. At last we are having the delete. At last we're having the delete, right? So what is that delete used for? Just let me come down here. Fine, so what is the delete? So this is basically used for if you just want to delete out any statement. So there you can just put out this particular one. So the syntax for this particular is delete, and here goes the from, delete from, and here is your table name, that on which table you just want to delete out, and you can just give it out a condition where this particular condition. Okay, so let's see an example for this. So I would just write here example, and I would just use out again, that is delete from, our table name is students, right? Delete from students, where, now I could give out my required condition. Let's go above and see out that condition. So let's say I just want to delete out for the from the students where my okay, let's say where the name is A. Okay, yes, where the name is A, and yes, where the name is A and the class is 9. Okay, where the name is A and the class is 9. There I just want to put out this particular delete statement. So I would just write where name is equal to, I would just write here A, comma, okay, where name is equal to A, and okay, and here goes the and we were having class, right? And class is equal to 9. So it will basically delete out this particular row from your table, whichever like condition you have given out here. So right, this is how you just use out the delete statement from the delete in this like condition using the DML commands and in the SQL, right? So these are some commands, some used commands which we are actually having here. Hope you got out first of all the very syntax, that how we just put out the syntax for different these commands, that is the select, insert, update and the delete, right? Because this is the most important part in the SQL, that you just get out the syntax, you just know how to put out the syntax. Otherwise otherwise putting out the column name, the table name, these things are very super easy because that are absolutely same thing, right? Hope you just got the idea regarding all of these DDL commands which we have here, right? So let's get started. Okay, let me just go on to that particular page where we had discussed about the same, and let's see that what were the DTL commands that we had seen out. Right, so that were create, alter, drop and rename. These were the 4 which we had discussed out, right? So let's write out the same things and let's see that how it actually, like what are the commands and how to use them out. So here is the page. Okay, onto this particular page I will be just writing out right here. So I will just start writing out first of all the names of the commands that we are going to discuss it in this particular video. So let me just start with that particular thing. First one is the create one. Okay, first I'm just going to take out this create command. Okay, after that I'm just going to discuss about the command which is alter. Fine, and the next I'm just going to discuss about the command which is drop. Okay, so here we have create, alter and drop. These are the 3 commands that I'm just going to discuss in this particular video. Okay, so just let me quickly take out a color here and let's start writing out the things. So when we just talk about the create command, okay, this one, another thing that I'll be taking out the same students data set which we had taken yesterday, right? The same one which we'll be taking right here. Okay, today as well I'm just putting all of the commands and the things onto this particular one only. Right, so let's see for the create one first of all, that first what is it that used for? So it is basically used to create out the objects in the database, right? I will just write that thing as well, used to create objects in the database. Okay, this is how actually it works. Used to create out the objects into the database. Now let's see on that what's the particular syntax that actually we have here for the create one. So let's go on with the syntax. So for create one, so first of all you'll be writing out that same command create, that create one that we actually have out here. Fine. After that you will be putting out the table name. Okay, create table. Okay, first of all you'll be putting out that table, right, create table. Fine. And after that you'll be putting out that table name onto which you just want to create out something. So I would just write create table name, right? Okay, after that bracket starts and into the next one you'll be writing out the column name. Okay, the column name which you want to put out, and what is the data type for that particular column. Okay, after the column name you write out the data type for that particular one, that it is the integer or basically it is float or it is character, what is it actually. Right, after that putting out that, you'll be like for the next thing, you like next and next, what are the columns, your number of columns you just want to put out, you'll be putting out all of those here, right here. Okay, so here goes the column number n underscore, and here goes the name, and then as well goes the data type for that particular one, right? And putting out a comma, and at last closing out this bracket here and putting the semicolon, no, that is semi-comma, right? Okay, so this is how you just use out this create one. This is how you just use out this particular command, that is create, for creating out some object onto a particular database, right? Let me just give you an example here. Okay, so let me just now come at this particular place, and okay, let's say this is the table which we had taken out, right? So in this I was having name, class, math, science, English, computer, and total. Let's say I just want to create out one new or like column here, and let's say that is okay, let's say that is basically marks. Okay, let's say marks, right? So let me just go on to this particular place, and let me move above a little bit right here. So let's start out writing. So I would just write out here the create like command first of all. Okay, after that I would write out the table here. So there goes the table, and after that I'll be putting out the name for that particular table. So for us, the name for that table is the students, right? So just put on that particular thing, putting on the bracket. Now let's say I just wanted out a column that is ID. Okay, I just put on that column name, and here goes out the integer. Fine. Now here I'm just creating out a new table onto my own actually. Okay, I'm just creating out a new table onto my own. So this is basically how we just create out a new table onto our own. So create table, and then let's say my new, okay, just give me 1 second. Let me erase out this previous name here and give it out a new name. So let's say that is students is done. Let's say that is teacher. Okay, let's say this is my name for this. So I just want to first of all put out the IDs, and that would be in the integer format. After that, let's say I'll be putting out the, let's say, name, and that would be type of char. Okay, so I would just write that var char, and into the bracket I'll be putting out the size. So that is 50. Okay, again putting out a comma. Let's say I'll be writing out here as okay, ID is done, name is done. Let's say we just put out a phone number. Okay, that will again be the integer only. Fine, and I will just close out the bracket onto the next line and put out the semicolon here. Fine, this is how we just create out the table in the, like, using out this DDL command, that is the create command. This is how we just create out a table into this particular database. Right, hope you just got the idea regarding creation of the one. Next, basically moving towards the second one, and that is basically the alter function. Right, so in this alter one, first of all I'll be using out the function which is add. Okay, so basically that is basically used for adding out some column name and a data type, like data type for particular column name into the table. Fine. So the syntax is basically you're writing the alter function here, sorry, alter command which we have, alter. After that you'll be writing out here as table, and then here goes out the table underscore name, right? This is how it will first put out. After that I'll be using out the add function, so I just wrote out that add, and after that it will be putting out the column name, and then goes the data type, and here goes the data type, right? This is how you just write out this alter function, and alter command, and add as a function which actually comes out here, right? Let's take out an example for here. So the one which I had made out above, into that only I'll be just trying to add out a new one more command here. Okay, this is what I'll be just using out, like making out here. So for that I could just write here alter. After that comes out the table, and what is my table name that I would be using here? So my table name which I'll be putting out here is teacher, right? The same table name which I had put on. So teacher, that is done. Okay, after that come to the new line, I'll be using out here add function which we have here, and what is my column? So first of all I'll be writing here as column, add column, and the example, sorry, the name for that column is, let's say subject. Okay, this is the subject, and you'll be putting out here var var and just let me come down first of all. And basically we're putting out the size. Let's that size is 50. Fine. So this is how you just use out this alter add function. Okay, alter add function. So to make out this particular adding out some things into this. Fine. The second, okay, just one second. Let me take out the cursor. Fine. The first one was add, which we actually have out here. Let me just give it as A only. Fine. Coming to the next line, we'll be writing out here as B. So let me just one second. Let me come down right here, and second function which we have under this particular command only, that is modify. That this modify basically is used for making out some changes into the existing one which is actually already existing. We can just give it a modification. Okay. Okay. So okay, it is basically used. Let's say I just use out the integer. Okay, let's say I just use out the var and given out a particular range. Now I just want to change that to any other data type. So in that case, we just use out this particular modify function. So I would just write here alter. After that comes the table, and again here goes the table name, table underscore name. In the next line, here comes about the modify function. So here is the modify. And modify, what's the field's name? So I would just write here inside that field name. And after that goes out the data type. Okay, data. Okay, just one second. So here goes the data type and then the bracket like this, right? And it goes up to the till the point whichever you just want to put out, and after that semicolon. So this is basically the syntax which we just put out for using out the modify one. Now if I just took out an example for this particular thing, so how I can just use? I can just use that alter command which we actually have. I could just write out here this table, and inside that I could put on the table name. So that table name is actually we have teacher, right? So I would just put on that. After that I could just use out this modify function which we actually are having here. After that inside okay, now here I could just write out the name of the that particular data type which I just want. So okay, just let me, okay, let's say we take phone number. Okay, let's say I would just take that what was the above one which we had made out, what was the name? So yeah, that was phone number. So okay, just one second, let me come down right here. So phone, and here goes out the number. So phone number, I would just take that, and I just want to convert that into another data type, that is big int. Fine. This is how you just alter out the table with the help of the modify function. Right, hope you just got that particular thing. Now the third and the last command is basically the describe. So describe, C-R-I-B-E. Right, so describe. So now this is basically used to describe our table name. The syntax for write this is super easy. I would just write that syntax here, and let me just come down first of all, so to get out some space for writing out. Fine. So basically you just use out the describe command which we actually have here, describe, and after that you just put out the table name whatever you are having, and that's it. So this describe is basically used to give you some information regarding your table actually which you had made out. This is basically for to view out the table. Okay, when you just want to see out the table, so I would just write that this command, so that basically do not forget that afterwards. So this command is used to, it is basically used to view the table. It is used to view the table, right? This is why, because like this is how this particular command is used out. This command is used to view the table. So whenever you just want to see out the table, in that case you can just use out the describe one. So I would just write here describe, and after that I could just put down here the table name which I have. So let's say that is teacher, and after that put out the semicolon, right? So this is what the use of describe function is right here. So hope you are now just got out the three one which is create, order and drop. Now it's very important you to remember out the syntax for all of these things, because writing out the queries is not a tough task. But remembering that where to put the commas, where to put the brackets, what to add, and what function to use, which command to use for that function, it's a difficult task, right? So just remember out all of these things. The first one was the create. Then we had seen alter. In the alter, we had seen sub functions, two functions that were add and the modify. And at last, then we had seen out the describe command that is basically used to view out the whole table. Right, so hope you just got out these things very much carefully, that how we just use out this commands and what's the syntax and what's the example for this particular commands for this particular DDL one, and that were, just let me show you, we had seen about the create, alter and the drop. These were the three which we had seen out. Right now in this particular video we are going to see rest of the three commands which we have in the DDL, that is basically drop, comment and rename. Right, so let me just come down here and let's start using out the commands. So number 4. Okay, but before that, just let me give you an idea that what was the table name that we had made, what were the columns in that particular table that we had made out. So with the help of the create function, we had just made out the objects into a database. So name for that particular database, like for that particular column which we had, table which we had given out, that was teacher, right? And the columns which we had given were ID, name and the phone number. After that, doing the alter, so after doing some alter into that, we had added one more column, that was subject, and we had modified out the name of the basic. We had, okay, just 1 second, let me take out the cursor into the hand. And with the help of modify, we had just modified one of the columns which was phone number. So into that we had firstly taken out the integer data, but after we just converted that to big int. And then we had used a describe function that was used to view out the table whatever we had just made out, right? So this was all which we had done in the previous video. So in this particular, I would be first of all, okay, let me just first of all list out all of the three ones which we are going to discuss out right in this particular video. So number 4, we are just going to discuss about the function which is drop. Function is called as command as well, right? Number 5, we will be discussing about the comment, right? And in number 6, we will be discussing about the rename, right? So these are the commands that we'll be discussing out right here. So let me take out the color and here let's start. So let's discuss about first of all the drop function which we actually are having right here, fine? So what I would just do, I would just first of all write out the syntax for that. So drop function, why is it used for? So it is used for dropping out a table. Let's say you have made out a table and you just want to drop out that particular table. Let's say above I had made that particular table which was named as the teacher. Right now I just want to drop out, means delete out and remove out that particular table. So how to just do that? So for doing out that particular thing, we have the syntax, that is drop, and after that we have table underscore name. This is how we actually do out the same thing, right? Syntax and then the drop table underscore name. Right now, let me just first of all let you know that what is it used for. As I mentioned, that used to drop a table. So this one is basically used for dropping out a table, right? So what I would just do, I would just use out that command here which is drop, and after that I could just put out the table, and after that I will be putting out my table name which I am having, which is teacher. So drop table, and here we go with the name, that is teacher, fine, right? So this was the function which was actually done here. After that what I'll be doing is here that I'm just moving towards the 5th one. So that is the command which we have, and that is comment actually. Okay, now what is that comment used for? So let's say you just want to add out the comments to a data dictionary. Okay, this is basically used for adding out the comments to the data dictionary. So this is basically the command. Basically we do not have any particular syntax for this particular command. Okay, but what is it used for? So it is basically used for add comments to the data, and data dictionary. So here goes the data dictionary, right? So this is basically for what the comment function is actually used out. And then we have basically the last function, and that function is actually what? That function is actually the rename function, right? So I would just put that particular here. So right here, so using out this, now what is this rename function actually used out for? So okay, so rename function is basically used for renaming out some table and giving it a new table name. So let's say you are having some name of your table, and you just want to give out a new name to your particular table which you are having out. So this rename is the one which will actually help you do. So let me just remove this out and write in a clear handwriting. So here goes the rename, right? It is basically used to it is used to rename out a table. I would just write here the use for this, that is rename a table, right? This is the use of this particular one. So what is the syntax that we are actually having? So the syntax that we are actually having is, I would just write that particular thing, rename, and I would just write a rename table. Let me just come down first of all, just 1 second. Rename table, and here goes the table underscore name, what a table name you are having. 2, and here would come your new table name which you just want to give out. New, just 1 second, new. So new and table underscore name, table underscore name, right? So this is how you just do. Let me give you an example for the same thing. I would just use here, let's say rename. Okay, let's say the table which I'm having, which is a name as teacher, I just want to rename it with some another name. Okay, so rename, and after that my table, I would just write that table itself here. And what is the table name that I'm having? So table name, my real table name is teacher. So first of all, you'll be writing out your real name, table name which you're having. Now after that, I'll be using out this 2. And now here I'll be using out the command which is new, and after that I'll be giving out my new table name which I just want to put out. I just want to put out, let's say, info underscore teacher. This like the teacher table which I was having, I just want to convert that teacher into info underscore teacher, right? So this is basically how I could just rename out this particular table that is teacher and give it a new name, that is info underscore teacher. So let me now just go above and show you that what are the commands that we had discussed right here. So commands which we had discussed are drop, comment and rename. So drop one is basically used for dropping out a particular table name, right? So if you just want to drop out a particular table name, so in that case, this drop is a function which is actually used out. After that, we had discussed about the comment. So comment is basically the one which is used to add to comments or data directory. And after that, we had discussed about the rename. So in the case, let's say you are just having out a table name and just want to rename that table name with any other name. So in that case, this rename is used. Now let's take a quick example for all of the functions which we have discussed out. So let me just take out a new color from here. Okay, so let's say I just want to create out a table, and the name for that table is let's say employee. Okay, so I would just write here create, and here goes the table, and my table name is, let's say, employee. So I would just write that employee. Put out the bracket, put out the columns that I want to give. I just want to give out the ID, and that would be into the integer format. After that, I just want to give the emp underscore name. So that would be in my character format, and size would be 50, right? Let's say after that, I just want to give out the salary. So salary would be into the float format. So I would just write that float. And this is all. These are the all ones which I just want to give out. So this is how I could just create out a table according to my choice, whatever I just want to make out. Right? After that, let's say I just want to use out my alter function. So what is that alter function used for? So that is made for making out some changes. Right? That is basically used to add out any column name or to basically modify any particular column name. That is used for this particular thing. Right? So I would just use that particular. So I would just use out my alter table, and my table name which I had made out is employee, right? So I would just write that particular table name here, that is employee. And after that, basically what I would just do after that, I'd be just using out here. Okay, into down one, I'd first of all use out the add, and I would just add one column to that particular one, right? So add. And after that, basically, I would just put out a column name. Let's say my column, okay, first of all, I'll just write here as column. And the name which I want to add out is, let's say, employee salary is done. And, okay, after that, I could just add on, okay, but just 1 second. Let me see what are the things which we are having. Just 1 second. Okay, ID is done, employee name is done, salary is done. I could just add here the transportation, let's say, transportation from which that particular employee comes, bike or car, scooter, whatever that, like that person is preferring out, right? So that would be in the character only. So char, let's say I put out 50, right? That is absolutely done here. That is completed, right? I just ordered out a column name. Now let's say I just want to modify a data type into the existing one. Okay, I just want to give a modification onto the data type. So I would just use here again alter table. What is my table name that we are having? So the for me, that is actually the employee, right? After that, I'll be just using here, okay, not the alter. After that, I'll be using out here modify. So let me write that modify. And basically, what's the like one which I just want to modify? So let's say that the same only. Okay, I would just want to modify, let's say ID. Okay, and I just want to convert that to big int, right? So I just write that particular thing and put out the semicolon at the last, right? Okay, just one more thing. Everywhere the semicolon is put at the last, right? Make sure to put out that particular. Do not forget to do that. Right, so I have modified out my table. Now let's say I just want to print out my whole table. I just want to see how my table is actually looking. So in that case, we just use out a describe, and after that I'll be putting out my table name which I want to view. Okay, so I will just write this describe, and here goes the employee. Employee is my like that table name which I want to see out. Right, so I just put on this describe table. Fine. Now let's say I just want to drop out my table which I had made out. Right, the table which I had made right here. I just want to drop that out. So I would just write here drop, and what is my table name which I want to put out? So okay, just one second. I'll just write in the starting. I would just write here drop table, and my table name which is employee. So this will basically help me to drop out my table which I had already made. Comment you already know, that's not the anything. And let's rename our table. So here I could just use here rename. What is my table? Okay, first of all I'll be putting out the table. What is my table name which I want to rename? That is employee. And what's the new name which I want to give out? So rename table employee 2. And data, let's say data I just want to give out the new table name 2, and after 2 I'll be just using out here as new, and then here comes the new name of my table which is data. I just want to put out. Right, so here all of the commands I have discussed once again after taking out an example. So now hope you are very much clear regarding all of these commands which I have told you for the DDL. Now today we are going to discuss regarding out the DML commands. Remember that we had already discussed about the DML commands in the previous video, right? We had discussed that what's the full form for we are just going to discuss about the DCL commands. So we had already discussed regarding the like the full form for the DCL, that is data control language, right? We had already seen that thing. After that, a data control language is syntax similar to a computer programming language which is used to control access to data is stored in a database, right? What about the grant and the revoke? So grant basically allow the specified user to perform a specific task, and what about the revoke? So it cancels out the previously granted or the denied permissions, right? This was about the DCL which we had already discussed in the previous video, right? Now in this today's video we are going to discuss regarding the syntax of this particular thing, and we'll be seeing that what are the syntaxes for putting out the things and what are the commands that we just use out here, right? So let's get started. Okay, so first of all we'll be moving with the, okay, here are several different commands which I'll be introducing you to. Okay, so first of all I'll be writing out the heading for that, and then we'll be writing out the command. So the first command that we are going to see out is allow a user to create session. Okay, this is what we are going to discuss today. Allow a user to create out the session. Fine. So I would just click on this draw, and here I would be just taking out a new color so that we could just write out here the required things whichever we are right here. So what's the command for this particular? Okay, when we just use out this thing, so whenever we just use to create out create out a user in SQL, okay, basically in that case we just for granting out the permission, for granting out the session, we just do out this particular thing, right? So in that case the command that follows out is grant create session 2, and after that comes here the user name whichever you just want to put out. So I would just be putting that thing down in a new line. So here is that username. Fine. So grant create session to username. Right, I just told you in the DCL when it showed you this particular, I just told you that there are two particular functions which are used, right? First one is the grant, and second one is basically the revoke, right? So in the same only we are just doing out this particular thing. So grant create session to username, right? This is the idea regarding this particular first command which we actually have out here. Okay, now what about the next command? So next command basically which we'll be writing out here is that, let me now just again take out the color which we had taken for the heading. And yes, here goes my second one. That second one is basically for allow a user to create table. Okay, now allowing out a user to create out a table, this is the second command which we are gonna see right here. So basically into this particular command, what happens that we need to, okay, what first of all it does, so it actually allows a user to create out the tables into a database. Okay, whenever you just want to create out the tables into a database, this is the particular you can see this is a particular command which is actually followed and used out. Okay, so right here I'll be just writing out that it is basically the second one is grant create table to, and here goes out the username. So grant create table to username. Let me just come above, right? Now just have a look between the differences. Both of these, the first one was basically allow a user to create out the session. So in that here we had written out the session, right? When we were just writing out a command to allow a user to create out a table. So in that here I just wrote the table. Other than that, both of the commands are actually and absolutely same to each other, right? Fine. So these are the two ones which we had followed out. After that, let's move to the third one. And yes, here the third one goes out. So for the third one, what we are going to discuss here, so third one basically is provide user with space on provide user with the space on table space to store table. Now this is another thing which comes under this grant and the revoke functions, that it provides the command for providing the user with space on table space to store table. Now what is that actually used for, and what is the use of this? So basically what it does, it allows a user to create out the table. Okay, that is not enough to basically storing the data into that particular table. Okay, basically it's not even enough that we had only stored the data into the table. Other than that, we also must provide the user with the privileges so that it is basically available in the table space for the table and the data to be used out, right? Only making out the table is not the case which should be followed out, right? We should provide it with some of the privileges so that it is basically we are able to use that it is basically available on the table space for using out the table and the data, right? So this particular command does out the same thing which I mentioned, that it basically allows us to use out this particular table space which actually has the table and data stored into it, right? So here, okay, so here I'll be writing out the command for doing out this particular thing. First of all, let me take out the eraser, erase this out and come back to the color right here. So this particular one is alter user username, and here goes the quota QUOT, okay, quota unlimited on system. Okay, so whatever the username you had given above, right, in the above one we had already seen that you need to give out some username. This is basically the username which you need to give out. So whatever this particular username you had given out, you would just write it alter user, and into that this particular between place username would come, and here goes the quota unlimited on system. Okay, that is system, like this. Okay, right here. So this is basically what is done when we need to provide the user with the space on the table space to store the table. And what is the use that I have already mentioned, that what's the use for doing out this particular thing. Right now, after this basically we have the another command, that is, let's come down and let's see that what is the other ones which we are having. Let me take out the color. So yes, okay, and let me come down. Now what we are having number 4, and that is grant all privilege to a user. So I would just write that grant all privilege privilege to a user. Okay, granting all the privilege to our user. Now, in this case, basically what we do, so in this case, basically we have SYSDBA. Okay, SYSDBA, we have it here. What is that? That is actually a set of privileges which has all the permissions stored into it. So if we just want to provide out all the privileges to any user, we can simply grant them the SYSDBA permission to them. So the command is as well the same only. Let me just put on the color here so that we can proceed on with the writing. So my command comes here, and here first of all comes out the grant function. So grant. After that we have SYSDBA, the same one which I mentioned, to capital 2, and here comes the username which you had already put on. Right? So grant SYSDBA to username. Fine, this is the idea regarding this particular thing. After that, what do we have next? So next basically we have the another command which is command number 5. Let me just come down to this place. So that is basically grant permission to create any table. Okay, that is grant permission to create any table. It is basically the granting permission to create out any of the tables. Okay, so into that case basically it can be a case that sometimes user is basically restricted from creating some tables with some names and that are reserved for the system table. These are all the things which actually comes in between it. So this is the command which I'm just going to write. It will basically help you to grant out the permission for everything. Okay, so here comes the grant, and here goes the grant create any. Here comes the any. Then we have table 2, and after that we will be putting out the respective username whichever we are having. Right? So this basically command is used for like writing out the grant create any table to the username. It is basically used for granting out the permission to create any table. So whenever we have just created out a table, after this we have one permission to drop out that table as well, right? So if we have a case in which we can make out a table, so there should be a case in which we can drop out, right? So now next we are just going to discuss about grant permission to drop any okay, that is table, and it is not a grant, it is grant actually. Okay, just make sure to write that thing correctly. Fine. So grant permission to drop any particular table. So as we had made out that we had used the create, so instead of this create, we'll be using out the drop. Other than that, everything would absolutely remain same. So that is grant drop any table to, and here we have user name. Okay, and the last command which we actually have out here is regarding that revoke function which we have. So what does that revoke do? It basically helps us to get out the permissions, right? Number 7 is basically for revoke. So that is the command is basically for to take back the permissions, right? So whenever we just wanted to take back out the permissions, so in that case what we use? In that case we simply use out the revoke function. This we had already seen previously, right? So I would just write the command for that. So the command for that is revoke create table. So here comes the table from, and here at last comes out the username. So here basically revoke create table from the username. So when I just go on to the DCL, so here we had seen about the, just one second, this is DCL, right? So in DCL we had already seen regarding revoke function that it is used to cancel out the previously granted or the denied permissions. So in the same way to take back the permission, the word is absolutely same. So in that case I could just use out this particular command which is revoke create table from username. Right, so hope you just got the idea regarding all of this command, DCL commands which we have discussed, right? In the previous video we had discussed regarding the DCL, right? We had seen that what are the DCL commands and basically how to deal out with the DCL command, right? And even we had seen out the syntaxes, the commands, the functions. These were the things which we have discussed into the previous video, right? So now today in this particular video we are going to take out this TCL command. That's basically the transaction control language, right? So in this, basically there are total three topics which come. The first one is commit, rollback and the save point. Right, so these are the three basic functions which just come out under that TCL commands, right? So we'll be seeing all the three right here in today's video. Okay, so we'll be seeing that what are they used for, how to use out the syntax for these particular three of the commands, right? But just one thing, let me move this side, and yeah. Okay, so today's topic of discussion is TCL commands, right? So TCL commands, fine. So we had seen that there were total three TCL commands: the commit, the rollback and the save point, right? So first of all, we'll be dealing out with the commit one. So let me just put on the heading for the first one, and the first one is actually commit, right? So we'll be seeing that first of all, what's the use of this commit function, how, like why is it used, and after that we'll be proceeding with the other things in this particular topic, right? So I would just take out a color, let's say it is this one right here. Okay, so the main use of the first of all, the main use of the commit command is basically it is used to make out the transaction permanent. So I would just write that make the transaction permanent, right? This is the use of the commit function whenever we just use out the commit function. So this is the main use that if you are preferring to use out the commit function, so we basically use it for making out the transactions as permanent, right? So basically, if there is any need for the transaction to be done into the databases, then that transaction can be like that permanent transaction can be done through the commit command. Okay, fine. So okay, why I just wrote permission, that is permanent. Just let me correct out the things. That is just one second, let me take out the same, that is permanent, right? So as I mentioned that it is used to make out a transactions permanent. So whenever it is a case that there basically you just want to make out any of the transaction to be done in the database, and that transaction permanent can be like made out with the help of the commit command, right? Now let's check out that what's the syntax for this commit function. So the syntax comes here as you need to write out that update. Okay, that is like this, update. Okay, upd. Okay, just one second. Right here, fine. Let me just calm down first of all. Okay, so here's the update student. Update student set student student underscore name is equal to, let's say some name is there, let's say that is A, applying out that where condition, where is student underscore name is equal to, let's say something B. So in that case, do out here the commit. This is the basically how we use out this TCL command. It's not that case that this commit command is used, so you'll be using this commit command into the that statement only where we just need to put out. No, it's not the case. So you just wrote out your statement whichever you just want to make out permanent. Let's say here I just took an example. This is a quick example, okay, which I just took it off for a statement. So let's say I just wanted to make out this statement as permanent, right? This transaction as permanent. The whatever the transaction I have done out here, I just wanted to make out this as permanent. So in that case, I could just first of all update out, like write out whatever the transaction I just want to make, that I have written in these above two lines, and at last you could just simply write here commit. Okay, this commit function will actually help you to make this thing as permanent, as we had seen that it is used for making out a transaction as permanent, right? So it will be making this above transaction which is written as permanent, right? So hope you just got the idea regarding this permanent thing. And basically what you can just do here is that if you just want to make out any of the particular transaction as permanent, so the best way for making that out is using the commit function, right? Okay, that is done. Now I would just move on to the second topic for today, and that is basically my rollback. So second goes, and here comes the rollback command. Okay, let me just come down for the rollback command, and let me just check out the color again as well, which we had taken previously, so that I could proceed with the right. Fine. First of all, what's the use of this rollback command, which is actually here? What's the use? Why we just use this out? So basically this command is used whenever the database can be restored to the last committed state. Let's say you just want to restore the database according to the last committed state, right? So in that case, this rollback is a command that we actually use out. Okay, one more use is there, that it is actually also used with the save point command for jumping to a save point in a transaction. Okay, that is the secondary thing that we'll be discussing with the save point topic. But the main work for the rollback command is actually it helps the database to be restored in the last committed state. Okay, and when we just combine with the save point, so basically it is as well used with the save point command for jumping to a save point in a transaction. Okay, so hope it has got the idea regarding this rollback as well, that what is this used for, right? Fine. Now let's see out the example for this rollback. So what I would just do here is that I would be putting out the different things right here. So what's the syntax? So syntax is basically example. You would just write out the set of statement which you just want to write out above, and after that simply you would write the rollback. Okay. Let's say I will be taking that same same statement which I have taken above, that is update student set student underscore name. Let's say these are some columns which I'm having onto this data, which is student. Okay, update student set. Okay, just one second, let me take out the eraser from here because it's like not properly, like we are not able to properly read this out whatever I've written, right? So update student set, and here goes the student underscore name which is equal to, let's say A is the name, right? Where student underscore name, where is student underscore name, and that name is actually B, right? Put out the semicolon, and at last you would be writing out here as rollback. This is basically how you just use out the rollback. Whatever the TCL commands we are having in that, okay, just one more thing, that whatever the commands which we have dealt till now, in all of those commands, we had used out that particular command name in the starting, and after that basically we had done out the further things whatever we just wanted to do out, right? But in the TCL commands it's not the case. First of all, you would be writing that particular command, you will be writing that particular function which you want to perform out. After performing of that function, you would be using out your TCL, like required TCL command, right? So basically, so this rollback command is actually used out whenever the user realizes that he or she has updated the wrong information after the student names, and you just want to undo the update, right? Undo the update whatever you have written out. So in that case, user can use out the rollback command and then basically undo the update, right? So this is the idea regarding this particular thing. Let's say you were just writing out any information and you just thought out that, okay, I just wrote this information wrong. Now I just want to like print out the previous information which was present. You just do not want to print out the new information, right? In that case, simply you could just use out that rollback command which we have out here, right? So hope you just got to know regarding that what is the first of all use of this rollback, right? And after that basically we have the third one, that is the save point. So I would just write that save point command. Okay, and I would just come down and take out a color from here. Now into the save point. Now what it is the use for? So the main use for save point command is basically to save a transaction temporarily. Okay, it is basically used for saving out a transaction temporarily. Okay, now let's say in this way the user can roll back to the point whenever it is needed. Right now let's say you just put out anything, you just stored out anything, so that thing is stored and saved. That transaction is actually saved temporarily, not permanently. So whenever you just want, you just can go back to the previous data whatever you have entered. That is basically that rollback actually, right? So this is the idea regarding out the save point. For example, basically there is no such like thing into this. You could just simply write out your required statement, and after that simply just write out the save point, and like this. Okay, that save point is actually in a small, it's not in capital. Make sure to remember out that thing. Okay, so that is like save point. After that you could just write the save point and run that particular thing. So as I mentioned that the main use of the save point command is basically to save out a transaction temporarily. In this way the users can actually roll back to the point wherever it is needed to that, right? Okay, so hope it is got out the particular thing regarding the save point, right? Now we had seen three functions. We had seen the commit, we had seen the rollback, and we have seen now the save point. Now basically what's the difference between all of these three functions which we had seen out, right? What's the difference between them? So when we talk about the differences between the three, so let's take rollback, commit, and then the save point. Okay, so let me just come down here, and even let me take out some color for writing. And okay, so the first one is basically the roll back. Fine. Second one is my commit, and third one is basically my save point. These three are the ones which we are like gonna see are the difference for. So in rollback, basically what is the case? In rollback, the databases can be restored to the last commit state, right? We had seen this thing in a very detail right here, that whenever we just deal out with the rollback commands, in that case databases can be restored to the last committed state, right? What about the commit function? So it saves out the modifications which are made by the DML commands, and it permanently saves the transaction. Okay, so commit function is actually used in the case when like let's say with the help of some DML command we had made out some modification. Okay, so that it saves out that modification and it permanently saves out that particular transaction, right? This is the use of the commit function. What about the save point? So save point, it basically saves out the transaction temporarily, right? So rollback, basically it can be it is basically used databases can be restored in the last committed state. Commit function command basically used to save out the modification made by the DML commands, and save point is basically it saves the transactions temporarily, right? What about the syntax for these three? The syntax for rollback was rollback to save point underscore name, right? What about the commit? Commit was commit only, and save point was as well save point underscore name. Okay, let me write out those things because it's the important and that I haven't mentioned above. So let me just write out that thing here actually. Roll back into the bracket, roll back to, here comes the save point underscore name. Okay, roll back to the save point underscore name. For the commit, it is actually same, that is commit, everything would be in capitals, and for the save point we are having here, I'll be writing save point would be capital. I'm sorry, above I mentioned that it would be small, but no, it would be in capital only. Okay, make sure to put out that particular thing. So here goes the save point, and into the bracket you have the save point, underscore name, like this. Okay, so this is basically for the save point, and at last you are left out with one more thing. So yeah, example you can actually do it on your own, so there is no such thing that you cannot put out the examples, but yeah, these were the syntaxes, the proper and the correct syntaxes which I have told you and which were not mentioned above from me into the like above discussions which I told you. So I just summarized out the things right here so that it is easier for you to understand out the things and go ahead with those particular things. Right, so now I hope that you are very much clear with the TCL commands as well. Regarding the DQL commands, that is the data query language commands, right? So this is one of the topics which we have already discussed previously, but yeah, we had only discussed regarding that what is DQL commands, what is it used for, and what are the sub commands which come under this, right? We haven't seen out the syntaxes, we haven't seen out the examples, and all those things we haven't done that thing till now, right? So today we are going to see regarding all of the commands which we have in the DQL commands, right? So basically, if you remember when we had studied about the DQL commands, in that case, we just studied that DQL command only consists of one single command, one single function into that, and that is actually the select command, right? SELECT. Select command is one of the only commands which comes under the DQL commands. But what's the more thing here? The more next thing that comes here is that the select command, which is actually in the DQL commands, it has many subqueries into it. Subqueries, or you can just call it clauses actually. Okay, it has many sub clauses into it with the help of which the select commands are actually used. So we'll be seeing out the select command as well as all the clauses for the select command which we actually have out, right? Let me just go on to the DQL file. Right, here it was. Let's give a quick revision regarding the data query language. So it is statements are used for performing the queries onto the data within the objects. So the purpose of the DQL command is to get some schema relation based on the query passed to it, right? And this was basically the query which was select one. And it is absolutely used for retrieving out some data from the database. That is absolutely the true thing, right? Okay, let's get started with the select command. So I would just write that particular command here itself, select. Okay, fine, that is absolutely done here. Now what do we have? First of all, I'll be writing out the syntax for the select command that we actually have. Okay, so the syntax for my select command is I would just write here first of all select, and here comes the column. Okay, just one second. That is column list. Okay, here comes the from, and after that, like after the from, I'm just writing out it downside because there is no space above. So here comes the table name. So the first arrow column in which I just put on this arrow, inside that I just wrote out the column list, right? So this column list is basically whatever the columns you just want to select from a particular table. That column names you need to enter here into the first one. Okay, and from table name is basically the name of your table which you are actually having, right? So I would be just writing both of these things here as well, so that you will just get out the proper thing regarding this. So let's say here I have that table name. Table name is the name of the table. Let me come down. Table name is the name of the table from which from which the information is retrieved. Okay, from which the information is retrieved. RETRIEVED. Right, so table name is the name of the table from which the information is retrieved. Right, this is the thing. That is absolutely okay actually. After this, we were having the column list, that as well I mentioned. So column list, and what is this column list? So it includes, column list includes one or more columns from which data is retrieved. From which data is retrieved. So retrieved like this. Okay, so this is the column list. I just told you regarding both of the things. That first of all, what is the table name? After that, what is the column list? With these two parameters we were actually having onto our like select a statement which we had written out. Right, now okay, just let me come down here and quickly just let me define out some columns and a quick database here. So here we go with this particular thing, and after this I could just make several lines inside this. Let's say we have one column. Okay, let's say we have one column. After that, so here comes our second column. After that again, now here comes my third and the fourth column, like this, right? This is absolutely okay. We had just made out some of the columns which we wanted in our database, and yes, okay. Now I would be just writing out the names for these columns which we had made out, that what are the names that are actually here. So writing out that, let's say first one is the admission number. Admission number. Okay. Second one is basically, let's say, name. Third one, let's say I have here as gender. Fourth is, let's say I have age. Okay, so let's say these are the four. Okay, let that be age, and let's make out one more column as well here, like this. And that would actually belong to the place, right? So here comes the age, and this is the place. Fine, let's say these are the 5 columns which I have onto my data, which I had, right, database which I have taken out. So let's say admission number is 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, and here goes the 107. Let's say these are the number of rows which I am having onto my data. So let's say some names are there. For them the gender is there, for them the age, for them the place. I'm just not gonna fill out the whole data here. Like I just gave you an idea for that particular thing, right? So this table name, the table name which I'll be giving right here to this table is, I'll be writing the name, and that is actually the student table. Student table. Fine. This is the name that I wanted to give out to this particular table. Fine. Now let's say I just want to select out some particular columns from this data which I am having. Fine, I'm having the columns which are admission number, name, gender, age, and place. Let's say I just want to select admission number and name. So for that, how basically will I be writing out my select statement? So select, write out the column list whichever you just want to do. So for me it is admission number, comma, and we have name as well, right? And here comes the from, and after from I'll be writing out that particular table name in which these two columns belong. So that table name for here for me I am having as a student, and putting out the semicolon at the last. This is basically the statement that we will be going through whenever we just want to select out any particular columns from our data set. That you are absolutely clear with, because this is one of the things which we had already discussed in some of the previous videos, because this is one of the commands which is similar, but here we are just going to discuss out some different keywords and the clauses for the select statement. Okay, right? And if you just want to view out the whole database, so in that case we just simply write select asterisk from student. So select, let me write that as well, it will not take more than 1 minute. So select, put out that asterisk sign which is the multiplication sign actually. Select asterisk, here comes from, and after from you'll be writing your table name. So that is the student for me, and putting in the semicolon. Right, this is how we just do out the things. Fine, the select statement is absolutely okay, that is absolutely clear. We had done out the things regarding this. Now the very first topic which comes here, the very first keyword which we will be discussing here under this select statement, that is distinct. That is distinct keyword. Okay, that is distinct keyword. Now the very first question arises that why is this distinct keyword used? Like, what's the use of this particular thing? Still we are having many commands onto the SQL, so why we should use out this keyword with the select command, right? So it is, as I mentioned, that it is used along with the select command. Now what is it used for? It is absolutely used for eliminating out the duplicate rows into the table. Okay, so let's say you are having one row and that similar row is present 3 to 4 times onto your table. So what is that? That is actually the redundant data that you are having. right? So this is the use of the distinct keyword only, that it basically helps you to eliminate and remove out the duplicate tables, duplicate rows, whichever you are having into your table. Right, so in the one on the sense, we can just say that this helps to eliminate out the redundant data. Okay, so hope you just got that idea. Now how we just use this with the help of the select statement. So absolutely the command is simpler. So I would just write here select, and here comes the distinct keyword which we are having, select distinct. Let's say I'll be using this according to the place. Okay, let's say I just want to remove all of those rows which have similar places. Okay, let's say this is my case. So in that case, let me come down, select distinct. I would be writing place. Okay, select distinct place. Here comes the from, that what is the table name from which we need to do out, right? To select distinct place from, and after that we have the table name which is actually student. So I just put on that particular place here. Select distinct place from student. Right, this is the idea regarding this particular distinct statement. So what it will do, whatever the places you are having out here, so in that place it will search out the distinct rows, and it will show you all of those rows here as an output for you. Okay, so hope you just got the idea regarding, first of all, that how we just use out this distinct keyword. First of all, you'll be using out the distinct keyword, and after that you can just write out select asterisk from a student. So that will basically give the whole data regarding the students of the different places and all those things. It will just give you as an output to you, right? Hope you are very much okay with that. After the distinct keyword, we have the second, which is all keyword. So second topic comes here, that is all, and here goes the all keyword like this, right? Now what it is actually used out, so it is the all keyword actually retains out the duplicate rows. It means that it will display every row of the table without considering the duplicate entries. Okay, it basically retains out the duplicate rows. It means that it will display every row of the table without considering the duplicate entries. Okay, in that case, if your let's say if your particular any of the column is having some duplicate key places, as well, let's say I just took out this column which is place. Okay, and your data is having some duplicate places as well, so it will display all of the rows whichever you are having onto your data. Okay, it will not eliminate anyone. It will as you are giving the as the things are mentioned onto your data, it will similarly copy all those things and mention to you as an output. Fine, so let me just show you that how we just write out. So here comes the select, as these are all the keywords which come under the select command only. So it's compulsory to always first of all use out the select command, then choose your keyword accordingly, right? Select all. Let's say place is the column which I want to go ahead from, and after that we have the student. Select all place from student, and here goes the semicolon, right? So what this particular command will do, this particular command will actually give you all the data which you have onto this particular column which is place. Either it is duplicate or it is distinct, it will give you each and everything. Let's say Chennai is present 3 times onto your data, so it will display that particular place, that is Chennai, 3 times onto your as an output for you. So it will not eliminate anything as you have used out the all keyword, right? So hope you just got the idea regarding this all keyword and regarding this distinct keyword. Other than that, you have got the idea regarding the select command. Other than these two keywords, we have many more keywords and many more clauses onto the select command that we'll be discussing in the further. We're discussing about the different DQL commands, right? We had seen about the DQL command, that was a select one, and under that select, we were having different keywords and different clauses which we were actually going through, right? So we had discussed 2 of them. First one was the distinct and second one was the all. This distinct was actually used for removing out the duplicate ones from your data set and from a database and give you the same. And all keyword was one of the keywords which will display out all of the entries which you have onto your particular column. These were the 2 which we had already seen. Right, now let's get further to this particular thing. So into the all keyword only, we had some more things. Here one thing comes, that is the where clause, WHERE, where clause. Let me just put on a different color and proceed on with the writing of the thing. So here comes. This where clause actually I am talking about. What is this actually used for? What's the use of this particular thing? So it is used for giving out some certain conditions. Let's say you have a condition that you want to choose a place which is, let's say, Pune. Okay, you want to just choose out a particular place which is, let's say, Pune. So in that case, you will be using out this where clause for giving out your respective condition, whatever you are having. Right, let me just go above to the columns which we had made out. Fine. Let's say you want to give out a condition that you want all the data of all the other persons, all the names, all the students whose gender is, let's say, female. So in that particular case, you will be using out the where clause. So this where is one of the clauses which helps you to put on certain conditions according to your requirement, whichever you just want from this particular data. Whatever the data you just want out from this data set whichever you are having. So this where clause actually helps you to give out some certain conditions, right? So let me just write out some examples here as well. First of all, let me put you tell out the syntax. So first of all, select statement will be used because this is the sub part of the select statement. So that command I had put on. Into the bracket, I'll be putting on my required column name, whichever I am having right here. Okay, whatever the column names you just have, you could put all of them right here. Okay, the n number of columns are actually allowed. After that, we have the from. So into the from, I would be writing here as table name, that whatever the table name, from whatever table name these columns actually belong to, write out that particular table name right here. And after that, we'll be putting out the where clause, where, and here comes out your respective condition which you wanted to give out. Respective condition, right? So this is the whole syntax which we follow for for using out the where clause with the help of the select statement, right? So okay, just 1 second right here. So hope you just got this idea. First of all, after this, now let's quickly get out an example for this thing, then we'll be moving forward with the other things. So the example is, I could just write out here. First of all, my select statement, select command which we have. After that comes my column name. So column names I'll be taking, let's say that is, okay, first 3. Okay, so okay, let's say admission number, name, and let's take age here. So select admission number, then we have name, then we have age as well. Now let me just come down at this particular place. Select admission number, name, age. Then we have here from. Okay, from. Here comes the one that is student, that is my table name. What's my condition which I want to put out? So using here my clause, where clause. So used that particular where clause here. After that, let's say my condition is that age should be greater than or equal to, let's say, 18. Okay, this is my condition which I want to put out, that the age should be greater than or equal to 18. So that respective and that particular condition actually I had put on here. So what I will be getting as an output, I will be getting all the rows in which the age of the students is greater than or equal to 18. Right, I'll be getting the data for all of those rows. Right, so those rows will contain actually the admission number, the name, and the age. Only these 3 things that data would be consisting out. So select, after that comes out my columns which I want to give out. So admission number, name, and age. Then use the from, that is basically used for putting out the table name. From table name, the table name is student, where age is greater than equal to 18. Right, all of these things actually I have mentioned out. Now, yeah, that is absolutely okay. We just put on all of these things, right? Moving towards the third one. Now, we have the clause which is between and not between. Fine, between and not between. Now, these are some other 2 keywords which we have. What are they used for? So the between keyword actually defines out a range of the values that the record must fall into make out the condition true. Okay, so I understand it in a way that it is a type of keyword which define out a particular range of values. Okay, and the record defines a range of values. The record must fall into to make out the condition as true. Fine. So the range may include the upper value and a lower value between which the criteria must fall into. Okay, let's say I would just go for the age column only. Let's say I just enter out the range that I want all the details of those persons. Let's say I just want the admission number, I want the name, and I want the place of all those persons which lie in a range that is between 18 till 20, right? So that in this particular condition, this particular case which I have mentioned, between is the keyword which we will be using to do out this particular thing, right? Now just let me come down at this particular place and write out a statement for this. So here comes the select. After that I have admission number, select admission number. Then we have here the name. After that, let's say I just want the age as well. Okay, here's the age, and let's say let's say I just want the, let's say, gender as well. Okay, these are the 4 columns data which I want. After that, I'll be writing out this from will basically give my condition, sorry, my table name. So that is a student for me. That comes here. Where now this between is not used separately. It is always used with the where clause. Okay, where let's say I want to go with the age parameter, where age, here comes the between, where age between 18 and 20. Let's say this is the idea. So select admission number, like get me the data for the admission number, for the name, and for the age and the gender from the student table, where the age where the age column is between 18 and 20, right? So it will give me all of the data of the for the name, admission number, age and gender, which is between 18 and 20. Fine, this is regarding the between statement. What about the not between? So not between is totally the reverse of between. So it will, let's say, whatever the things you have mentioned here, let's say you wrote 18 and 20. So it will not give you the data for the ages which is between 18 and 20, and rest above before 18 and after 20 it will give you all the rows as a data for you. Let's say you want that 18 and 19. These are the 2 ages that you will be not getting as an output. Let's say you want that you do not want the data for the 18 and for the age of the students which is 18 and 19. Other than that, you want the data for all of the rest ages. So in that case, you could simply apply the condition not between 18 and 19. So it will not give you the data for the 18 and 19. It will simply give you the data which would be before less than 18 or greater than 19. 18 and 19 would be removed from that particular data whichever you wanted out, right? So this is the idea for the not between. Let me write out the statement here. So here comes the select. Select, we have admission number, select admission number. Let's say we have name. Let's say after that we have age. Okay, let's say these are the 3 things. So I will be just writing here select admission number, name, age. From student comes the where clause which we have from student, where age, not between. Instead of between, we would simply write here where age not between 18 and 19. Just one second, let me just check out one thing above. Okay, one thing to mention in the between one, let me just use out the eraser here. This and would be in capital, okay? Or if you're just making it small, it can just show you some type of errors or something like that. So make sure to put out this operator, that is and, in the in the capitals. So this not between will actually restrict out the data, will not give you the data for the ages which is 18 and 19, and leaving out this 18 and 19 ages, it will give you rest of all the ages data whichever you are wanting. You wanted out the admission number, you wanted the name, and you wanted the age. So admission number, name and age will be given for all of those students which are not having their age between 18 and 19. Except the ages 18 and 19, all the data would be provided to you, which will be consisting out the admission number, name and the age, right? So hope you are very much clear that how we just use out this, one second, let me take out the cursor here. Yeah, hope you are very much clear that first of all how we just use out this where clause. After that, what's the use of between and the not between. Still, there are some more keywords and clauses to discuss, so that we'll be seeing in the further videos. Is regarding the like between and the not between keywords, right? We had seen that what are these keywords and actually what are these keywords used for, right? We had even seen out some conditions which we just put out with the help of this between and the not between keywords. So in this today's video, we are going to discuss regarding some other keywords as well, which we have into this particular select state. So let's get started. I will just take out a color here. Let's say that is the green, and what was the last number which we had put on? That was 3. Yeah. Fine, let me just come down. So 1 second, right here, and here comes the fourth one, and the fourth one we are having as in keyword. So now this in is one of the keywords, another keywords actually which we have out here. What's the use of this in keyword? So let's say okay, so first let me tell you the use and I would let you give the example. So in is one of the keyword which used to specify a list of values which must be matched with the record values. Okay, whatever the record values you are having, it would be matching with that record values. Okay, after this, in other words, basically we could just say that it is used to compare a column with more than one value. Okay, it is similar to an or condition. So this keyword, this in keyword is actually used for comparing out a column with more than one value. So whenever you just want to compare out more than one value, so in that particular case, we just use out this in keyword. Hope you are very much clear first of all with this particular thing, which is the in keyword. Fine. So let's jump to the example, then it will be more much clearer that what is it actually used for and how we just use this thing here. Fine. So here goes the example for us. So let's say I would be using out my select statement because yeah, as I mentioned in the previous topics as well, right now I'm again mentioning that these are the commands, these are the keywords, these are the clauses which come under the select command. So first of all, it's the like way for representative for using out the select. After that, you'll be putting out the other things as well. Fine. Select. What are the columns which we were having? So we are having admission number, name, gender, age and place. Okay. 1 second. Let me now once again come down. So let me just go above right here. So select. After that, I'll be writing admission number. So here goes the admission number. Then we have the name. We have the place. Okay. Admission number, name, place. From. Student is basically my table name that we actually put out. That is the okay. Where comes my where? Here comes my where clause. Where place. Let's say I'll be using it for the place column. So place in, where the place in, and into the bracket. Let's say my place which I want to give here is, let's say, Chennai, comma. And let's say second one is Delhi. Okay, so as soon as you are going to run this, basically execute this out, what it will be giving you as an output, it will be giving you all of those rows which will be consisting of the admission number, the name and the place, and the condition for the place is that it could be Chennai or Delhi, whatever you are just like willing to do out. Like you can give out any n number of places condition that, let's say, you only want it for the Chennai and Delhi. So I just put on that particular things inside these brackets. Let's say you want it for Chennai, Delhi and Pune. So you can just put on Pune as well here. So that totally depends on you, that what you want to give, what you do not want to give, what conditions you want to apply out. Okay. As I mentioned into the definition for this in keyword, that it is basically used to compare out a column with more than one value. So here I have used more than one value to compare out my column, right? So you could just get out the answer here like this as well. Now, as we were having between and the not between, in the same way, we are having the in and not in. Fine. So what is this not in keyword? It will basically display only that records that do not match out the list. Let's say you mentioned here, select admission number, name, place from student where place not in Chennai and Delhi. So it will not give you that particular rows which will consist of Chennai and Delhi, except Chennai and Delhi. You will be getting the rows which consist of all of the other places. But the condition would be one single only, that would Chennai and Delhi would be restricted and removed out from the particular list of the rows which will be giving out. So let me just write out that particular thing here as well. So here comes out my select command. So select, here goes the, let's say, admission number, we have name, and here comes out my place. Okay, select admission number, name, place. Comes out my from condition. From, here goes my student, from student, and from student here comes my where condition, where this is place, where place not in, where place not in, and into the bracket comes about my places which I do not want to put. First one is the Chennai and second one is basically my Delhi, right? So both I have just put on here. So what I would be getting out from here, I'd be getting all the rows which do not consist of Chennai and Delhi as a place for them. The reason for this particular thing is that I have used the not in keyword here. In this case, if I had used out in keyword, so that in has given me only the rows which consist of Chennai and Delhi. But my case is that I have used here the not in keyword. So using out this not in keyword, I would be getting all the rows which consist except the Chennai and the Delhi. Fine. Hope you are very much clear with this particular thing. Fine. After this, basically now, okay, even we have one more value which is null field. So what is this null value? So null value we are having. So null value, it can be searched from a table that basically if the table is null or not. Okay, using the help of the where clause. Okay, so let's say that we want, let's say we just taken an example that we want list of all the students whose age contains no value. So basically, let's say in that case, that particular value for that age must be missing, like nothing is entered into that. So in that case, we just use out this null value. Let me tell you the syntax as well, because it's very easy. So I could just let you know right here. So the select is select asterisk from, here comes the student, select asterisk from student where age is null. Okay, so it will basically let me know all of those particular columns which are having age as empty for them. So let me use out this eraser and let me make out the asterisk sign in a way that it is clearly visible and it says right here. Fine. So this null is actually completed right here as well. After this, we have another clause which is the order by clause. Now, what is this order by clause used for? Okay. Let me come down right in this place right here. So next we are having number 5, that is order by clause. Okay, order by clause. What's the use of this next clause which we are actually having right here? What's the use of this thing? So it is a clause in SQL which is basically used to sort out the data either in ascending or in the descending order based on the columns, right? Based on your requirement, it basically sorts out, and even based on the columns, it just sorts out your data into the ascending or into the descending order, right? By default, the order by clause sorts out the data in the ascending order. Let me write out this thing. It's a because important thing. So by default, the order by default the order by clause sorts the data in the ascending excuse me, in the ascending order, right? So by default the order by clause sorts out the data which you are having into the ascending order, right? This is the idea regarding this order by clause. Now basically we can just, whenever you just want to sort out your data into the descending order, okay, because by default it sorts in the ascending. It is one of the case that when you wanted to sort on the descending, so we will basically simply use out the DESC keyword. DESC, okay, keyword would be written afterwards. So keyword, okay, this DESC is a keyword which actually it uses out for sorting out the data into the ascending order. And even if you just want to use out for the ascending, so ASC keyword can be used, but there is no such use because it by default sort or the order in the ascending only. So there is no such use for the ascending, only the use for the descending comes. So the keyword is DESC. Right, now I'll be seeing at the syntax and the examples for this and the rest of the clauses in the next. We are going to proceed further with that order by keyword which we were dealing with. Just 1 second. Yeah. So we'll be dealing with that order by keyword moreover right here. Okay, so we had discussed regarding that what is the by default order by clause. So we were having the by default order by clause as ASC, that is basically my ascending order. And whenever you just want to convert that like sort out your data into the descending order, so we need to use out separately, that is DESC keyword. Right here, that are the things we had discussed. Let's see out the syntax and all the things for this particular thing. So let me just take out a new color from here so that we can proceed on with the writing. And okay, let's take out this one right here. So I'll be first of all using out my select statement which we have here, select. Okay, after that we have column name, select column name. Okay, fine. What are the columns name I am having? I'll be putting all of them here. After that comes my from condition. That from would actually constitute that what are the table name that we are having, from table name, right? Here comes the order by clause, order by clause. Okay, order by, and after that again it would be coming out my, this is my column 1. After that, let's say I am having some column 2. What are the columns, like column names you would be having? You just put n number of things here, right? So column 1, column 2, and let's sort it in the ascending or descending. Let's say I would just write here DESC. So what it would do, it will sort out these columns for me into that descending order. Right, this is the idea that it will actually do out. Fine. Now, these are the whole things which we have out here. Now, what I would just do, let's quickly take out an example here. Let's say I would just write out here as select. Okay, select. After that, we'll be putting out this asterisk sign here. What is this asterisk? It means that select all of the columns which we are having in our data set. Right, so asterisk is basically used for that particular thing. So here in this particular example, I am not taking any particular column name. I am taking the data for all of the column names whichever we are having, right? So select asterisk, and here goes the select asterisk from student. Student is basically my column name, sorry, my table name which we are having. Select asterisk from a student. After this comes out my order by function. So order by, and I just want to order that according to the name, and I do not want to give here our descending. So by default, it will arrange and sort that into the ascending order. What this statement will do, it will it will take out my name column. Okay, it will sort out all of the columns according to the name into the ascending order. Fine. So this is the idea that whatever the names would be from A, that would come at the first, then would be B, then would be C, D, and that will be followed up till Z. So this all would be what are all the columns you are having, that all columns will be sorted according to the name column. Fine. Hope you just got out this idea that how we just use out this particular. Let's quickly take an example for the descending as well. So I would just write here select. Let me again use the asterisk sign. Select asterisk. Here comes the from. Select asterisk from. This particular name is a student. Where. Select asterisk from a student. Where. Age is, let's say, age will be putting out the equal to 18. Okay, age equal to 18. Okay, not equal. Let's say, how could we put equal? We would be putting some under, let's say, greater than equal to 18. Here comes the order by, and at last comes the name. Order by. Here goes the name, and in which format we just want to do out? We want to do out it into the descending order. So DESC and the colon. What it will do? It will get out first of all me all of the rows which all the rows in which the age is greater than or equal to 18. After that, the rows which are in which the age is greater than or equal to 18, it will sort all of those rows according to the name, but that would be in the descending order. Descending order means that first of all, now whatever the names we are having with the Z alphabet, that will appear. After that goes the Y. After that X. Like this is the format in which we will be getting out the data for us as an output, right? Hope you're just very much clear with this particular thing. Okay. After this, yes. Now we have the very last clause which is left to us, and that is the group. Okay, no, we are having two more. Fine, let's discuss the next one. Now here I have the group by clause. Okay, group by clause. What is it used for? So this clause is basically used with the select statement to group the students or to group the students. Okay, students is by table name. To group the table name on rows or columns having identical values or divide the table into groups. Okay. This function is actually used for like getting out the rows or the columns which are having identical values, or basically it helps you to divide out the table into different groups, right? So this is the idea how this is used. So syntax is absolutely same, absolutely easy. So okay, let's directly see out the example for this, because the syntax is too much easy. That will be I will be explaining with the help of the example only, right? So let's see out that particular thing. Select statement comes out here. Select. After that, let's I'll be using out my gender column. Select gender. We have from. Select gender from. Here goes the student. Select gender from student. Group by, and here comes the gender. So what it will actually do, it will basically give me the two rows only, male and female. Why? Because it basically groups basically the table name onto rows or the columns which are having identical values, or divide the table into different groups. Fine. Hope you just got out this group by clause very much clearly. Now, after this, we are having the very last clause, and that is having clause. Having. So, let me write that having clause. Okay. Now, what is it used for? So, it can be used along with the group by clause in the select statement to place out some several conditions onto the groups. Okay, which can be some aggregate functions or something like that. It can be. Okay, so this is the use of this having clause. Let me again repeat it out. That it is this is basically used out with the statements to place out the condition on the groups that can include aggregate functions on them. Okay, let's quickly see an example for the having clause. So I would just use out the statement that is select. We have select gender, comma, what's the count that we are having? So the count we are having here as asterisk. It means that count everything. Okay, select gender, comma, count from, my table name is student, right? So I would just mention that particular thing from student. Group by, we'll be grouping that by gender, right? Group by gender. Having place is equal to, okay, not double equal to, here it's not that Python, I would just like, okay, so I would just use having place equal to, and my place which I'm having, that is 1 second, that is Chennai. Okay, and here we go. So this would actually help me to get out that particular things here. My condition which I have applied, that is basically having place is equal to Chennai. So it will group by the gender and it will let me know the count of the things which we are having right here. Fine. So these are all now completed commands. We have these completed commands. We have clauses. We have keywords which come under the select. So first of all, we discussed regarding the select statement. Then we had seen the distinct keywords, followed by all keyword. We had seen where clause, between and not between, in keyword. We saw order by clause. Order by was ascending and descending. Then we saw the group by clause, and at last it was the having clause, right? So these were all the keywords and all the commands and even all the clauses which come under this particular DQL command, which is select statement, right? Hope you just got out each and everything. How to apply the conditions, what is the keyword you will be using for applying out the condition, which type of conditions are applied with the help of which clause or which keyword. Hope you are now very much clear with all of these. Write out these queries, which commands to use, what's the condition in which command to use. All these things we are now very much familiar with now. I do not think so that I need to go more into this thing, that what query to use, what are different commands, what are different keywords, what are the clauses which we have. No, these are the topics which we have already covered in a very much detail till now. Now, other than this, what is the most required thing now that you need to know about? That is the correct way for writing out the subqueries and the queries. You are now very much familiar, very much master in putting out the queries from your side, that which command to use, what to use. But what's the correct procedure for using that? That now we are going to discuss right here. So topic for discussion right today is correct way for writing queries. Correct way for writing out that queries, right? So basically we have 10 ways here that you should actually follow use out for writing out the queries. Okay, let's go ahead with one by one here. So let me quickly take out some color to write ahead and go ahead with the things. So let's take out this one. Okay, very first topic. I don't think so that this is too much visible or something like that. Okay, very first is that provide the correct format, provide the correct format while writing out a query. Very important, and the very first important thing that you should keep in mind, that while writing out a query, provide it the correct format. Now what's the format? That first of all we need to use out the select statement, right? First of all we use out the select statement. After select, we put out what are the column names which you want out, or either you want the whole data, so for that we put out the asterisk, or basically if we just want out some particular column name, so we just put out that column names, right? After that we put out our condition, like let's say you want to use where, or what do we just want to use out, we use out that particular command. Other than that, if you want to sort out something, so we just use the function for sort out. If we just want to put out another condition, we just put out those conditions. This is what is a proper format for writing out any SQL query, right? So it is very much important to provide the correct formatting while writing out a query. Okay, what it does now, what are the reasons that why we do, like, because we never do anything without a reason. What is the reason that why we should provide out a correct format? It enhances the readability. It also makes reviewing your query in an easier way, right? These are some uses which provides for writing out the correct format, right? So this is the idea, that it increases out or enhances out the readability. It basically makes the troubleshooting, reviewing easier to go ahead with the particular query, right? Some basically are their rules for providing out a correct formatting for a query, so that are put each statement in a query in a new line. Let me write it in a short way. Put all, what are the each statements you are having of the query, put all of them into a new line. Okay. Then let me just come down, get out some space for writing. Okay. After this, we would just put out a comma. Then next, basically we can just put out the SQL queries in the like what are the keywords, SQL keywords we are having. We all just put them into the uppercase. Even when we had just discussed about the keywords into the DQL command, there as well I told that whatever the keywords we are having, we put all of them into the capitals, right? I just mentioned those things to you as well. So this is the thing that you will be doing out. After that, yeah, these are the two things which you can actually do for providing out the correct formatting while writing out a query. Fine. Hope it is very much clear with the very first rule. Moving towards the second rule, we have specify the select fields instead of using select asterisk. Now, when we had actually written out the queries, so in that at some cases I told you to write select asterisk, and that's at many only 2 or 3 cases were there where I just told you to put on the asterisk sign. Other than that, in all of the fields, I just told you to put out a particular column name, right? So why was that? That is actually one more correct way, or you could say a rule, to specify out the select fields instead of using select asterisk. Why? Now, basically, okay, first of all, select asterisk, what is it used for? So that is used for getting out all the data from the table, that you actually know, which we had discussed as well. Fine. So why it should not be used? So it should not be used till the time your all the data is actually required for a given condition. Let's say you just applied out some condition. In that condition, the select asterisk should not be used at that till the point where your whole data is not required to you. It's nothing of use that every time you are applying out a condition and you are using select asterisk. That is of no use to us. Absolutely right. That actually just makes out the more complexity and all those things, right? So whatever the conditions, whatever the column names you want to put out, just put out only and only those column names. Do not put out asterisk at each and every place. Do not put out this. I know putting out asterisk is super easy. You just put out asterisk, and as soon as you put out one the single sign, you just get out all of the details regarding that data. And yes, it's easy as well. It looks nicer to see out that, okay, you are getting all the details for this particular condition. But do not use that particular thing till the time you are that information is of no use for you, right? So hope you just got out my idea, which I just wanted to mention out here. Fine. So it basically takes out, it is inefficient, it slows out the execution of the time of the query. These are some things which actually the select asterisk does, right? Here you are understanding everything in an easy way. When you are really gonna do out the things onto a like very large database, in that case, when you're going to put out this asterisk sign, it will take a lot of time to execute out the things, and that is not at all needed, right? So this is the use that why you should basically specify out some select fields instead of using the select asterisk sign. Moving towards the third one we basically have the remove correlated subqueries, remove the correlated subqueries if not required, okay. Now basically you need to remove out the correlated subqueries if that are not required. Now what is this correlated subquery? First of all, it is basically a nested query that depends on the outer query of its values. Whatever the outer query you have put on, this is type of a nested query which comes inside a query. This is all, right? Fine. If there are let's take an example that if there are millions of users in a database, okay, in that case the correlated subquery is inefficient. It is absolutely inefficient. Now you cannot just make many nested subqueries into that, right? And as well it takes a lot of time to be executed, right? Because it need to run out the millions of lines, like millions of times it need to run out the lines, right? So in that case it takes a lot of time to be executed. So we always prefer to not use we always prefer to remove the correlated queries if that are not required onto our onto our conditions. So we do not prefer to put out the nested queries, okay. If it is very much required, then absolutely we are gonna do that thing, but yes, if that is not required, so we do not put out this nested query, right? Hope you got this idea as well. Moving towards the fourth way, okay, moving towards the number 4. Okay, just one second, right here. Fine, the number 4 we are having limit the results obtained by the query. Okay, limit the results obtained by the query. Okay, again, as I mentioned in the above one, that in the case limited results are required, it basically used to, like, it's better to use out the limit statement. What does it do? This statement limits out the records and only displays the number of records specified. Now again I would mention the same thing. Let's say you are working on a very huge database. Now at every time you do not want to display out the whole particular column for anything, right? You never want to do that thing, because again it will be very inefficient, it will take very much time. So limit is a keyword, limit is a statement which we use for getting out some specified number of records as an output to us, right? Let's take an example. Let's take there is a very large database of million records, okay, and only the first 10 are required. So what you will do? You will run out the whole. No, but that is not at all needed. You will only specify that, okay, I just want only these 10 rows. So that 10 will only run, and you will be getting the answer, the output required accordingly, right? It's not of use. It's totally a waste of time. It's totally a bad procedure if you are having millions of rows and you just want only 10 rows. So in that case you will run millions. No, it's not that easy. Yes, it will just take a lot of time in doing out these particular things. So whenever you are having any conditions, whenever you are having any limitations, whenever you are having some things like that, so use out the limit statement to get out only that much number of results for you, right? And the last point here for this particular video is remove the distinct clause if not required. So distinct is basically one of the clauses which we had already seen, and that is used for obtaining out the distinct results from a query by eliminating out the duplicates, right? This is what we had seen. So basically, if possible, so remove out that distinct clauses basically if it is not at all required. Instead of this clause, okay, here it's not required, it is okay. Just let me quickly erase that out and once again put on the things here. So here goes the, and here is basically the, we have removed the distinct clause if not required. Fine, remove out that distinct clause if it is not at all required for displaying out the results. Also, now what it does, it increases the execution of time of the query, right? Because all the duplicate fields actually get grouped together. So it is always better to avoid out the distinct clause as much as possible. As an alternative, instead of distinct clause, you could just use out that group by clause which we had used to obtain out some distinct results, right? Hope you are very much clear with all of these 5 rules, these 5 ways which I have told you. Still we are left with 5 more, so that I'll be covering in the discussed regarding the 5 rules that were for the correct way for writing out the queries. So the first one was to provide the correct format while writing out a query, right? Second was specify the select fields instead of using select asterisk. Third was remove out the correlated subqueries if not required. Fourth was limit out the results obtained by the query. And fifth was remove that distinct clause if not required. Right, these were the ones which we have discussed in the previous video. So today I will be discussing further. Let's get started. So here it is avoid functions in predicates. Okay. Functions, basically avoid of the functions in the predicates. The functions in SQL are used to perform the specific actions, right? They are basically quite inefficient. Why? As they do not allow the usage of the index, which in turn slows the execution time of the query. Okay, this is the reason that why we do not prefer out using out the functions in the predicates, right? So always it is better to use to avoid the functions in a query as much as possible to ensure out the optimization things, right? So it is basically the case which I just wanted to mention out, that avoid functions in predicates. Okay, right here. So this was the 7th one which you should keep in mind. After that, sorry, 6th one. After the 7th we have avoid or, not, comma, and operators if possible. Avoid or, not, and operators if it is possible, right? So basically whenever we use out the or and not operators, so in that case you just try out to avoid that out. Why? Because in the case of basically large databases, it is better to find the replacements for these. Why? To speed up the execution of the query. Whenever you just want to speed up the execution of the query, so in that case, basically try to avoid out the or, not, and operators here. Okay, if possible. As I mentioned that it is highly it is basically recommended that not to use them in the case of the large database. It is better to find out a replacement for these to speed up the execution time of the query. Right? Hope you are now okay with this particular one as okay. Next we have that use the where clause instead of having clause whenever possible. So use the where clause instead of having clause whenever it is basically possible. Now see, the having clause is used when we use with the group by clauses, right? So as to apply the conditions. As where clause cannot be used with aggregate functions. Okay. Use where clause instead of having clause whenever possible, right? So the having clause is used for the group by clause to enforce the conditions, as the where clause cannot be used with the aggregate functions. However, basically the having clause does not allow the use of indexes which slow down the execution of the time of the query. So it's always better to use out the where clause instead of the having clause whenever possible. Now, till the time you are basically whatever the rules, whatever the ways, whatever the correct ways, actually I have told you. What are all these correct ways for? These all correct ways are totally for saving out the time. Actually, right? Because you'll be dealing dealing with a very large databases. So in that case, you need to write out the queries in such a way that they can be executed in a quick manner. So these are some of the rules which you should follow for doing out this particular thing. Moving towards the next one, we basically have that use inner join instead of where clause for creating joins. This is another thing which you should follow and keep in mind, that use out the inner join instead of where clause for creating the joins. Now, where clause is basically used for creating the joins that actually result in the Cartesian products, right? Where the number of rows is the product of the number of rows of the two tables, right? That is absolutely okay. But there is obviously a problem for the large databases, as more databases resources are required, right? So it is always better to prefer out the inner join instead of preferring out the where clause. Now the inner join that only combines the rows for both tables which satisfy out the required condition. If basically some required condition is given, then only basically it satisfies the it basically combines out the rows. So this is the way that why you should actually use out this inner join instead of where clause for creating out the joins. And at last we have the last one, that is number 10th, and that is avoid wildcard characters as the beginning of a like clause pattern, right? So avoid out the wildcard characters as the beginning of a like clause pattern. Wild characters are such as percent signs, underscore signs. These are the wildcard characters. So avoid, and what are they used for? These are used for filter out the results of a like clause. Okay, basically they should not be used in the beginning of the pattern, as this basically what it does, it disables out the database from using the index. Okay, in that case basically a full table scan is required to match out the pattern, which consumes more database resources, right? So it is basically better to avoid out the wildcard characters at the beginning of the pattern and only use them at the end if possible, right? So these are 10 rules, these are 10 correct ways for writing out the queries which you should keep in mind. Even you can just say that these are some rules which you should follow out. The very first one is to provide the correct format while writing out a query. It's very important to provide out a correct format while writing out a query. Second one is basically to specify the select fields instead of using select asterisk, right? Always try to use out some select column names instead of using out the select statement, select asterisk actually, okay? Then we have that remove correlated subqueries if they are not at all required. Number 4, we are having that limit out the results obtained by the queries. Okay, number 5, we are having to remove the distinct clause if not at all required. Avoid out the functions in the predicates. Avoid or, not, and operators if possible. Use where clause instead of having clause whenever possible. Use inner join instead of where clause for creating out the joins, and avoid wildcard characters as beginning of a like clause pattern. So these are all the rules like correct ways which you should follow. And what are all of these things doing? These all are actually they are basically saving out the time for you, right? They are the first one was enhancing the readability, enhancing the executability. Right. Rest all the rules, the rest all the ways which I told you, these are all used for enhancing, like used for saving out the time, because wherever you will be dealing with the SQL queries, you will be having a lot of large database in which you will be putting out these queries. So in that you cannot have a lot of time to execute one single query, because how will you be able to further proceed on with your work, right? So in that case, what you want some queries like that help you to do out the things in a very less time and in an easier way. So these are some rules, these are some correct ways which you can actually follow out for writing out the queries, right? Hope it has got this a particular idea which I mentioned, that these are some 10 rules which I had written out here, summarized them, explained you in a very detailed way. Hope you will be following these throughout and learning and remembering out these ways for writing out the queries, because writing out the queries, we have learned a lot of these things till now. We are very much familiar that what functions are there, how to use out that function, what are the syntaxes, at what places these functions are used. But apart from one function, either of this first function, why you should prefer out this using the second function for the same work? This is the thing which we have discussed right here. Right, so you should just have an overview, you should just follow out this particular thing, that why you should use this first function and why you should not use the second command, why you should use the second command, why not first, and the reason for each and every one would almost not accurately, but yeah, almost would be same for saving out that time. Right, so now hope you just got out the idea very much clearly, and you're now very much clear that how is the correct way for writing out the queries. So this is all for this video, all the MySQL for Windows 10, and after that we are going to proceed and write out the queries onto the MySQL and doing the practical for that thing. Right, so what I will be just doing here is that I'm writing here MySQL download. Okay, as soon as I just wrote out that particular thing, I'll be redirected to this page. Let me zoom in out so that you are able to see this. Fine, so this is the very first website onto which I would be going on, that is https www.mysql.com. Right, I'm just clicking on this particular link. Okay, so this will be the page where I would be coming here, and just coming down here I'll be getting an option for MySQL community downloads. Right, I'm just clicking on this particular option right here. Now here I have many options. Accordingly, I could just download that whatever are my system requirements, and if you're having Mac or something like that, you could just download it accordingly. But right now here I am having Windows. So what I would just do is that I'll be clicking on this particular link, that is MySQL installer for Windows. Right, I would just click on this particular. Now here what I just need to do is that I'll be getting out two options for downloading. First one is this Windows MSI installer, and second one is this Windows MSI installer. Both are actually same. They both are for the 32-bit, but if you are having a 64-bit machine as well, so they work on it. It is no such issue that if it like basically at this particular place 32-bit is written, so that won't work on 64. Right, so what I would be just doing here is that I would be clicking on this download one. Above I would not be downloading, because see, just see out the numbers as well, right? Accordingly that will be choosing out, and I'll be just coming on this particular one. So just let me click on download here. So it's asking me that login or sign up or something like that. So first of all, I would just click on no thanks, just start my download. So as soon as I'm just doing out this thing, just have a look downside. That one of the MSI files are getting downloaded. So it is of 451 MB. So it will take a little bit of time for the downloading. Basically, it depends on your internet speed, what you are actually having out, right? So here it is getting downloaded, and after it is getting downloaded, after that we'll be going on for the installation process. So in that there are many options which will be choosing out that okay, what you want to install, for what you want to install, what are the other features which you want to do, and rest of the things will be seeing out, right? So here we have downloaded. Now I will just click on this particular. Okay. So it is showing to prepare for the my configure MySQL installer command. It is preparing for that. Now it is asking me to make the changes. I would just click on yes. Right? Fine. After clicking on yes, I'm just redirected to this particular place, and it will take, right, let's see, it will take a little bit of time. See, it's showing that time remaining 6 seconds and 3 and something like that showing out. Fine. So it's asking me to that, do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? So I will just click on yes here. Right, do not click on no, otherwise all of the things will be dismissed at that particular place, right? But we do not want out that thing. Fine. So as soon as you have done out the things, you'll be getting out a window like this. Now in the starting, I was telling you that basically you'll be getting many options for the like what type of downloadation you just want for this MySQL. Right, now here we have the developer type. You have developer default, you have server only, you have client, you have full, and here you have custom as well. Right, so I'm just clicking on this custom because I would manually choose out my products that I need to install. So allow, just see what it is written. That allows you to select exactly which project you would like to install. This also allows to pick other server versions and architectures. Right, so I would be just choosing out on my own that what are the things I just want to install with this MySQL. Right, so okay, I will just click on this custom and just come to the next place. Now here we have many options from which you want to choose. So first of all, I just want my SQL server to be downloaded. Just click on this plus sign. Again, just click on this plus sign. Again, click on the plus sign, and yes, here I will be selecting this. Now the first arrow which you are able to see, just click on this. So here we have a list that whatever the products you need to install, all those products will be listed at this particular place. So I have just listed out first of all my SQL server. Then let's see that what is there in application. So in application, I have MySQL Workbench, I have Visual Studio, I have Shell, I have routers. Let's do it for the Workbench as well. So I'm just installing the Workbench, and here I will just click on and take it to the other side. Okay, Workbench is done. Then let's install the Shell as well. So I will just click on the Shell as well. So it is as well gone on to the next place. And what is there in MySQL connectors? So yeah, this is basically used that if you just want to connect it with the C++ or G or Net or whatever. So I would just click on this connector for the Python because I'm just installing that thing as well for me. So here and after on to this particular place. Right, so these are the four things that I would be installing here. First one is my MySQL server, then I have Workbench, then we have Shell, and then we have connector/Python. Click on the next. Now here basically, yes, so this my server, this is done, and okay, it is installed actually fine. Okay, so what I would just do is that I would be just taking out it to a new place. Let's say I would just simply do it onto the desktop. Okay, in the desktop, I would be doing it for the SQL. Fine, click on OK. Right here. Now we just click on the next button. Okay, you selected path. I just want to continue. Yes. Right, now basically here I have four things. So all of these four things we will be installing here. These four things will be installed. So what I would just do, I would just click on this execute. Right, so all of them will be installing one by one. See, the server is basically having some progress for the installation. After that, we'll be moving towards the Workbench. Then here we'll go about the Shell, and then we'll be the connector slash. So these are the four installed that will be installed here one by one. See, the first one has been, the status is showing here completed. For the Workbench as well, it's progressing. So for Workbench as well, just basically installing out the things. Right, so as soon as the Workbench is installed, after that this Shell would be installed, and after that this connector/Python would be installed. So these are many things which I would be installing at this particular place. Now, as I mentioned in the starting as well, that it totally depends on you that what are the things you want to install here. We had seen many more options at that particular place, right? we had seen that there was we were having server, we were having workbench, shell, we were having different connectors, like they were for the C++ or J or net, whatever they were having, right? So further we'll be discussing about the connector with that, how to connect the MySQL databases with the Python. So in that case I just used out this connector for the Python, so I'm just installing that right here. If you do not want, then it's not that much compulsory that you do it right now. You could just do that particular thing afterwards as well, whenever you are just going to need out that thing or something like that. Right, now just have a look that this workbench is as well installed. Now the shell and this connector, these are the two things that take a little bit of time for the installation. So we'll be installing them right here. So here at this particular place, all of these have been installed. This MySQL server, MySQL workbench, and the shell and the connector for the Python. All have been completed, and see here the status is showing as complete, right? Now just go on to the next button. So just let's click on next, and yes, ready to configure. Click on next right here. So basically this is for the type and networking. Here we have one port. Okay, you could just change out this this number which is written out here, but you should remember this out whatever if you are changing any. Right, so here at this particular place, what is going to happen, that you could just put out this number accordingly, or whatever the number is present right now, you could just take that particular number as well. Okay, just 1 second right here. Okay, so anything of them works actually. Fine, so I would just not change it right here. If you just want, you could do that accordingly, and I would just go on to the next here. So here we have two authentication methods. First one is that use the strong password encryption for authentication, and second one is use legacy authentication method. So I would just go on to the first option only, which is strong password, right? Click on next here. Now, okay, so here actually I just need to quickly put out my current root password which I was having, so that is somewhat I would just put on that. So okay, now here what will come here for you, entering the option would come out. Okay, for me it's not coming because that was once I had already installed that onto my device. That's why it's asking me that previous one only. But as soon as I have right now for you, there must be an option for putting out one-time password, then repeat out that particular password, and downside it will be asking you that add a user or something like that. So you do not need to click on that anything. Simply put out your password and then put out your reset and recheck out the password, and then click on the next button, right? So here this is your service name, that is okay. Standard system account, everything let that be like this only, whatever is applied here, and just click on the next, right? And here click on the execute. So see, now every of them will be executed line by line here. See, all of the 5 which I am having here, these would be executed. So first one was basically the writing the configuration file, then updating Windows payroll rules, then we have adjusting Windows service, starting the server, updating the start menu link. So I would just click on the finish button right now. Okay, just one thing to let you know here, that basically if it is installing that and something comes between for the Microsoft Visual C++ and they ask you to execute that or something, so just click on the execute or the run button which you were having onto that Microsoft Visual C++, right? If it comes, for me it's not coming out, so click on next and yeah, click on the finish here. So there were two options for starting out the workbench and starting out the shell as well. So I've just clicked on both of these options. So see, first of all, my shell has been opened here for my SQL, and right now the workbench is as well starting, right? So see, this is how the workbench actually looks like. I would just click on this particular option, and okay, for you it must be asking to put out the password. So yeah, just put out the password first of all, and after that downside there must be a checkbox. So click that checkbox as well, because I have already put on the password and this was once installed onto my device, so it is not asking me to again and again put out the password, right? Just do out the settings. And yes, this is how the whole workbench looks like. This is where we just write out the codes, and downside the rectangular box which you are able to see here, we just see out the outputs whatever we are having. After that, this button which you are able to see here in this between one, right? This is basically used to execute out the statement. Okay, this is basically if you are executing out the query, a selected part of a script. then this first button is used out, and if you are executing the whole statement with the keyboard cursor, so this particular like sign is used, or the second one. Okay, so these were the two important options regarding this workbench. And after, as we move towards the next video, so from next video we'll start implementing out the queries onto this workbench, and let's see how are the queries executed, how we can just make out the databases, what are the ones which are already stored here, and how we can just use them all, right? We'll be seeing practical steps onto this MySQL workbench, which we have already installed into the previous video, right? We had seen out the correct procedure, that how you can install out this MySQL workbench and the shell and the connector with Python. All of these things we had already seen into the previous video. So today, right, in this particular video, we are going to write out some queries for creating out the database, for checking out the database, and some stuff like that. Right, let's get started. So quickly, without jumping onto the stuffs for writing out the things, I would just want you to take on to the page where we had discussed about the commands, because from these commands only we'll be going ahead and checking out and writing out the queries, right? The command today which I'm going to use out is DDL command, this very first one, right? So that is the full form is data definition language. So from this DDL command, there are some 5 to 6 topics which come under this, some 5 to 6 subqueries that come here, which is create, drop, and then we have alter, we have truncate, we have comment, and we have rename, right? These are the 6 queries which come under this particular thing. Let me go on to that page itself, right? Yeah, so here comes the data definition language. What was that used for? That was actually used for defining out the database structure or the schema, right? So the case where you just want to like define out the database, in that case we just use out this data definition language, right? And it is as well used to specify out the additional properties of the data. Fine. So first of all, I'll be using out the very first command, that is the create command. So that is used to create out the objects in the database. So let's go on to the MySQL workbench and start writing out some stuffs onto this particular place. Right, so for all of you, this particular file must be visible if you have downloaded the MySQL. So I would just zoom in the things and let me just take this down so that we just get out some proper space for writing. Fine. Now, whenever we are just going to write out some queries, so the very first thing that we do is that we create out a database, right? Without creating out a database, you cannot put out the tables, you cannot put out any columns, you cannot put out any rows in that particular database, right? The very first step that we do is we create out a database. So what's the procedure for creating out the database? Let me just once again go on to the OneNote here for a while. And let me just come to this place, and 1 second, let me just go above right here. So this was the command which we have already seen, that how to create out a database. So just have a look. What we do, we just first write out the create, that is the query. After that we put out the table, and then we write out the table name, that for what table you just want to create out, or what is table name for which you just want to create out. In the same procedure only, we just create out a database as well. In that case, I just told you how to create out the table, right? Even the process for creating out the database is as well same. What I would do, I would just simply write out here first of all create. Now this is the keyword, you can say this is the keyword which is used for creating out the table and as well as creating out the database as well, right? So I would just write create database, right? This is how we just write out the database. So this is the place and this is how we just write out. 1 second. Give it a space, and after that give out the name for your database, whatever the name you just want to put on for the database which you are making out, right? Let's say I would be just giving out the name as let's say okay, that is demo1. Okay, demo1, my database name, right? This is how we just write out a query here. Fine. So the create was one of the keywords which we have taken. This database as well was the same, and demo1 is the name for my database which I just wanted to give out. Now, whenever you are having one single query, so in that case you could just simply go and put on and run on any of these 2 buttons, whichever you just wish like. Okay, but whenever you have written out many queries and you just want to run out any particular query, so in that case we just select out this particular whole like this. Okay, we select out the things like this, and then you click on these run buttons. Okay, first one is the execute the selected portion, so you would just click on this first yellow button, right? One thing I had just missed out, that after writing all the queries in SQL, we just put out a semicolon as well, right? So I'll just put on that particular thing as well here. Now I will be selecting this out and clicking on the run button. Now just let me just maximize this thing so that you are able to see all the things clearly. See, here basically you just got out the action that create database demo 1. So one row affected, so it means that my database which I was planning, that has been created out at this particular place. Right now I would just again minimize that out here at this place only. Fine, so my database has been now created. Fine, so this is done. Now whenever I just want to put on some any row or any column, any table inside this database, so we use this function with that is use. Okay, we use this like use, and you just need to write out your database name whichever you just want to use out. Now I want to use out this demo 1, right? The database which we have recently made out, that is demo 1. I just want to use that out here, so I just simply wrote use demo 1. Now I would select this particular portion and run that out. So see here it is basically showing out. Let me again maximize that particular thing. So it's showing that use demo 1, 0 rows affected, right? And even it shows out the duration as well to you, that what is the duration that has been taken, the time, and it shows the numerical values like 1, 2, 3, 4 according to the numbers, right? This is how it actually goes out. Fine, so this demo 1 has now been created here. Okay, first of all we created out the database, so this is how we create out the database. Next, when you just want to use out that particular database, so this is how you just use out the database. Now next thing comes is that you just want to delete out or drop out the database which you have created, right? The third function which I have listed out here, that is drop function. Let me come down here, modify is done, describe, this is the drop function, right? Drop means to remove out that particular database, right? So just see out, delete objects from the database. Fine. So now in this case, we'll be seeing out that how you can drop out a particular database whichever you are having. So I would just go on to that particular slide once again, and yeah, this is how the command works out. You first of all put out that drop function. After that you write out the respective table name, and yeah, that's okay. After simply putting out the drop, you just write out the table, and after that simply just write out the database name whichever you just want to drop out. So let me just go on to the MySQL Workbench once again here, and let me write out the things right here. So I would just write out here as drop, and after that right now I just want to drop out a particular database. So I will be mentioning out the same drop database, right? And after that I have the database which I just want to drop out, and that is demo 1 for me, right? So drop database and then demo 1. So drop is basically the command which will help you to delete out the objects from that particular database. Now objects will be deleted from the table, right? But right here we haven't made out any particular table. So in that case, we are simply deleting out the database. So for that, you just use out the drop function. After that, you write out the database because you just want to drop out the database. In case you want to drop out any table, so instead of this database, you would have written table at that particular place, right? That is done. And at last, you just simply write out the name of that particular database which you just want to delete out, right? And now I would just click on this particular button and execute that out. Right, so in the downside it is showing me drop database demo 1, this much of rows affected and this much of time has been. Whenever it shows the tick mark here, so it means that whatever the query you have written out, that has been executed. And in case it is showing out the cross mark, so in that case it's the case that your query has not been executed till now. Right, I would just give you an example for that cross mark as well, so that you are very much clear with that. Okay, let's remove out this colon from here, right? And now I would be just running this out here. Fine. And here you just now are able to see that, see, this red cross button is coming here, right? It means that you have some error here. Even it is showing you that error code 1008 cannot drop database demo 1, database does not exist, right? Why it is showing you error like this? Because you haven't mentioned out the proper syntax. You just missed out that particular colon from here, right? So this is the reason. And now if I just again try on running this out, now it is again showing me this same thing. Why? Because once I have already dropped out this particular database. So that is the reason when I am again and again running out this particular query. So it's showing me that this database does not exist, this database does not exist, because once I have already run out this particular query. So one action you can perform at in only one single time. It's not the case that you have dropped out the database again and again you're running out a single query. No, it's not that case. It is gonna show you some type of errors, right? So hope you first of all got the idea that how you create out a database, how do you just use out that particular database, and how you drop out the database, right? Now we have done all of these things till now, but how to check that the database, we had seen out that how you can use out this alter function, and even how you could just use out this truncate function as well, right? These were the things which we had seen into the previous video. Now today in this particular video, we are going to see that how you can insert out the values for these particular columns, how you can insert out the rows onto this particular table which we had made out, and that is employee. Right, so now we are just going to see out this insert function, and that comes under the DML command. So let me just see the, okay, this is allow, and this one is basically the describe, the create, alter, describe, add, and okay, these are the things right here. Then we have okay, this is the TCL command. Okay, that is okay. This is the DQL command, right? So here the select comes, and fine. Okay, I would just let you know that thing onto that particular place only. Before that, here we come for the insert, right? First of all, let's take an idea about that DML command, that what is that DML command used for. Fine, so DML full form for that is basically the data manipulation language, and these statements are particularly used for managing out the data within a schema object, right? What are the objects you are having out? So these are the commands which are used for managing out the data. There are total two types of DML commands, that is a data manipulation language. First one is the procedural, and second one is the declarative. So what about the procedural one? So it requires a user to specify that what data are needed and how to get those data. So whenever it's the case that a user needs to specify that what are the data needed and how to get out that data, so that particular section comes under the procedural DMLs. And what about the declarative one? So require a user to specify what data are needed without specifying how to get those data. So when the condition is that you need to specify that what data is needed, but you do not need to specify that how to get out those data, so in that case we simply just use out this declarative DML. So first of all, hope you are clear with both of these conditions, both of these two types which I mentioned about the procedural and about the declarative. Right, then under that we have this insert, that is used for inserting out the data into the table. Let's now just go on to the SQL Workbench and see out the practical for this particular thing. Right, inserting a data. Now we had till now we had just made out our table. We had first of all made out the data, then we had made out the table, we had checked out, we have altered, we had added some columns onto that table. These are all the functions which we have performed till now. Now it's the time for adding out some rows, some values into the data, so that we can perform out several other operations onto this, right? Let's get started with that. So here first of all comes out my insert function that I was mentioning, that we'll be using out this insert. So there comes the insert function. After that I'll be using out this into. Into means that where to insert out. So where I need to insert? I need to insert that into the employee table, right? Into the employee table, right? So it is insert into employee. Putting out the bracket. Now what are the ways and what are the column names which you are having out? So let's go and check that out for a while. That was employee ID, employee name, employee book, and the email. So let's put them all of down here. So that is employee ID. Okay, putting out a comma. We have employee name, again putting out a comma, employee ID, employee name. Yes, then we were having employee work, right? And then we were having one last, that is the email, right? So I just listed all of these here, that what is the work of all of these particularly, right? So insert into employee, insert into my table name. These are the columns which we have into this particular table. Now what values you want to enter? So here comes the values, putting out the bracket here. Now I'll be giving out different values onto this. So first one, basically my employee ID. So simply I could just simply write out here 1 separated by a comma. Then what are the next things that we are having? We were having employee name. Okay. So okay, let's say my employee name is Arun. Okay, my employee name. Fine. Putting out a comma. What about then? Okay, what about the next we were having? We were having the employee work, right? Let me just move forward. Yeah, employee work and then email. What is the work of this employee? So this employee is basically, let's say, okay, software engineer. Okay, engineer. Fine. This particular person, let's say software engineer. And what's the email ID? Okay, so email ID, let it be like that. Let it be Arun @gmail.com. This is the email ID of this particular person, right? This is how we put out and we insert out the values into our table. I would just select out this particular command and I would just run it out here. See, onto the downside, it has been basically this particular command worked out for me at the last one, right? Now I would just take this again down here, and now what I would just do is that, let me just okay, what I would just do, I would just try to describe this one, and now it's time to run that out. Okay, so in the description it is coming that same only. Okay, let's close this out here for a while, and okay, let's do one thing. First of all, let's insert out all of the values, whichever you just want to insert into this, and after that we are going to see out the rest of the stuffs, right? That how to execute and all those things, fine? So here I'll be getting here again insert into, then we have employee, EMPLOY, insert employee. Here we come with the, okay, now what I would just do is that I will be copying out this things, because I'm just not going to write out these things again and again here. So it's Control C and comes the paste out option here. Coming to a new line, what has happened to, oh, fine, and here comes the option for the values, and inside the bracket what are the values that I'm going to get out. So let's say it is the 2, name is, let's say, Seema. Okay, putting out a comma. Let's say she is the, okay, let's say she is the business analyst, right? Putting out once again a comma, and now here let's say the email ID is seema@gmail.com. Fine, and closing out the bracket right here. Okay, one thing to be mentioned out here, I just need to put out a semicolon at the last, and here as well at the last, fine? Okay, first of all, hope you just got out the idea that how we just try to run out these things. Now what I would just do is that I would just select out some statements. Okay, I would just use out my select function and try to run out some statements from here. So that is, let's say, I'm just giving it a try that what are the things I'm just writing, are they going correct or not. Afterwards we will be adding some more values and inserting some more things into this as well. Okay, select, and okay, here comes the employee underscore ID from, and what's my table name? My table name is employee, right? And putting out the comma like this, and now it's the time for running out this. Okay, I haven't run out this particular statement. Let's run that out here. Fine, that is completely okay, and now I'll be running this as well here. Right, so see, employee ID are coming for me 1 and 2, right? Here you are able to see, I guess, fine? This is how you would be able to see out the things. And yeah, whatever we are just writing right here, that is absolutely correct, right? This is the way for checking out the things, that whatever you are entering. Let's say I just remove out this employee ID and I just put on here as name. Okay, and now if I just try to again run out this particular statement, see my employee name as Arun and Seema. Right, so this is how you could just again, I'm just again saying, this is how you could just check out that whatever the things you are actually writing out here, are these going correct, or basically whatever the data you are entering out here, is that getting saved, is that getting stored onto the tables or not. Right, let me just give you again an overview whatever we had done out. First of all, we used out this truncate function. After that, we were now trying to insert out the values onto the column names whichever we were having. So my column names which I was having, that was employee ID, it was employee name, employee work, and the email. Right, these four were the columns that I was having. So into that I just started entering out the values. ID was Van, name was Arun, and let's say employee work was software engineer. And the email I had just mentioned out here as well. Same thing I have just done for the second one as well, right? Right here I was just checking that are these two things going correct or not. So that is the reason I just used to run out this select statement here, right? Otherwise I would have entered some more values into this and then have run this out. So we'll be entering some more values into the next video right here. But here I just used out the select function to check out whether the things that are writing, are they correct or not. There are several different ways for this select as well that we'll be discussing. Here we had already seen that how you can create out a database, how you can use that database, and how you can drop out the database. So in the last video, I just left out you with one of the questions, that how you can check that whether the database which you have deleted or dropped, is that particular database deleted or not. Right, so the answer for this thing I'll be giving in this particular video. Right here, we just created the database, we just used out that particular database, and at last we have dropped that out. Right, now I just want to check that is that database really dropped out or not. So in that case, we have a function and that is show. Okay, I would just write out here show, and after that I would simply write out here databases. What does this do? This show databases is one of the queries which helps me to see that what are the databases which are present into your data. Okay, what are the databases which you have into this particular MySQL Workbench? What are the databases that are there? Right, this is the query which helps us to see that. So I would just select this out and let's run this out here. Now, have a look here. I don't know that whether it's visible to you clearly or not. If you're just using out the phone, so it must not be visible to you. But if you're using laptop, so yeah, I can say it is visible. So I could just increase this. Other than that, I am not able to do out any particular thing here. Fine, let's go ahead. Here on to the left hand side of the corner, I'm getting out a database as a column, and under that column, I'm getting many of the databases. Let's say these are created by me at some previous time or something like that. But here you are not able to see out that demo1 database which we had created right now. Right now, what's the reason for that? Okay, in this particular case, we just created out this database that is the name as demo1, and at this particular place only we just dropped this database as well. Dropping the data means to delete out that database. So that's the reason that you are not able to see out the database at this particular place, right? What I would just do here is that I'll be closing out this result from here. I would again execute the first line. So whenever I just want to execute any line multiple times, I simply select out that line and click on the run button. Fine, so downside I just got create database, that is okay. Now if I execute out this show databases, now if I execute this statement out, have a look that here, now I have just got out my database that is demo1. The name for that database is demo1. And yes, this was only the name for the database which we had made out. Right? Now what's the reason that I have get out here? Because this time I haven't dropped out this particular database, right? So hope you just got the idea that how you can just use out a particular database, right? Now, Whenever you just want to create out a table, so for creating out a table, we just need to select out a database in which you would be creating out that particular table. Let me just first of all take it downside. Take this as well down. Right here, now it's the space for writing out, right? Now what I would be just doing here is that I would be creating out a table. But before creating out a table, I need to select out a database inside which I just want this table. So I would be selecting out this demo one here. Okay, I just selected that. Now just click on this and that's been selected. Now it's come here. Okay. So yeah, we had already seen out the command for creating out the table here, right? So okay, just one second, right here. So let me just go on to the OneNote here for a while and create the table here. Right. What is this create function used for? It is used to create out the objects in the databases, right? So create table, table name, and whatever the column name you would just want to give out, give that. And after that, give out the data type for that particular column name. Again, column name, and what are the n number of column names you just want to give out, you can give that, right? See, I just, as an example, previously I just created out a table. The name for that was teacher, right? After that, I was having one of the columns here that was IT, and the data type for that was integer. The next column I was having here as name, and the data type for that was varchar, and the phone number was as well integer. Some same sort of things we are just gonna make out here as well. So let's get started. I would just write out here as create. Okay, table. Like I just want to create out a table. Create table, and okay, what name you just want to give out to your table? So my name for my table would be employee. Okay, right here, put out the bracket, come to the new line, give it a tab space. Okay, here now just give out the column name, whatever you just want to give. So I would just want to give out here the column name first as employee underscore IT. My first column name. What type is it belonging to? That is the integer, right? So yeah, I just put on int there. Putting out a comma and now coming to a new line. Next, what you want to give? I want to give out here the employee name. So that is done. And here I'll be writing out here as varchar. Right, varchar is basically whenever you are just taking out any string, so in that string format we just use out this varchar. Okay, and putting out the bracket and giving it a limit. Let's say my limit which I've just given out here is 200. Right, it means that one particular name can be of 200 words, not more than that. Right, it's giving out a sort of range here. Right, this is done. Employee IT, employee name. Okay. So I would just write out employee. Next one is employee underscore work. Let's say that what work that particular employee do. Right. So this will as will be in the varchar only because that's again a sort of a character or a string one. So again I just give out here as 200. Now coming down and going back. This is how we just do out the things. See, now I just closed out the bracket here. Now please make sure to put out these all of the things which are here in the very much alignment. See, my bracket starts from here and it ends up at this particular place. Even you are able to see out this one line as well. So it means that the things which you are writing out, these all are in the proper alignments. Okay. Now, next thing to note down here is that you are creating out a table and the name for that table is employee, right? Now, to this employee table, what are the columns that I am giving out? I am giving out the column name that is employee IT, right? Now, IT would be into the integer format, right? So that is I just mentioned out here as int. Fine. Next, we are having the employee name, right? So that employee name will be in the characters, that is the string. Fine. So in that case, I just mentioned out here as varchar. Now, whenever we are taking out any string, so in that case, we just need to give out a limit as well. That okay. What's the limit that you are gonna give out here for making out this for giving out this particular values in the column, right? So that is 200 for me here. Next comes here another column which I just wanted to make out, that is employee underscore work, right? So that work is as well in the character format, so that comes. After that, I just close out my bracket and put out the semicolon. Now, just one thing more to mention out here, many of you must be thinking that you mentioned of the comma here, you mentioned the comma here as well, but you did not mention of the comma here. Why? Because that's not the correct syntax, that's not the correct way for creating out a table. Okay, so this is the reason that I just I just did not mention out the comma here. So I would just now select this particular part and execute that out. Okay, so let's see what error it is giving to us. Fine. Create table, no database selected, select the default. Okay, let's select out a database here as well. So, okay, let's click on show databases. Let's click that out and choose out this demo one. And now let's run out these things, right? Now let's again run this out here. Okay, fine. So again, just let's see what it is giving me actually right here. No database selected, select out the database. Okay, I'm so sorry, we just need to execute out this statement, which is use one. Okay, use demo one. And now after that, I will be just clicking on again this particular part, right? So now that has been executed. Let me show you here. Find check out the last one. So see, create table and this much has been executed and this much of rows have been affected. Fine. So now the table which I was supposed to make out, that has been made. Now I was just getting out some error. I just solved that. Even I just told you how to do that. But if you haven't noticed that out, so let me again tell you. That whenever you are creating out a database, you need to select out a whenever you are creating out a table, you need to select out a database. So database which I have selected here, I just first of all need to execute this particular line, that is use this particular database, and after that I just need to execute this table one. Then only it will basically give you the output. Otherwise it will show you that no database selected, no database selected. Right, so make sure to remember out these things. These small things are very much important if you are just coming into learning the MySQL, or if you're just new person in the MySQL. Right. So hope you just got out the idea that how you can first of all check out the databases and then how you can just create out the table. Now how to see out the table and how to we had seen out that how you can use out this alter function and even how you could just use out this truncate function as well. Right, these were the things which we had seen into the previous video. Now today in this particular video, we are going to see that how you can insert out the values for these particular columns, how you can insert out the rows onto this particular table which we had made out, and that is employee. Right, so now we are just going to see out this insert function, and that comes under the DML command. So let me just see okay, this is allow. And this one is basically the describe, the create, alter, describe, add, and okay, these are the things right here. Then we have okay, this is a TCL command. Okay, that is okay. This is the DQL command, right? So here the select comes and fine. Okay, I would just let you know that thing onto that particular place only. Before that, here we come for the insert, right? First of all, let's take an idea about that DML command, that what is that DML command used for. Fine, so DML full form for that is basically the data manipulation language, and these statements are particularly used for managing out the data within a schema object, right? What are the objects you are having out? So these are the commands which are used for managing out the data. There are total two types of DML commands, that is a data manipulation language. First one is the procedural, and second one is the declarative. So what about the procedural one? So it requires a user to specify that what data are needed and how to get those data. So whenever it's the case that a user needs to specify that what are the data needed and how to get out that data, so that particular section comes under the procedural DMLs. And what about the declarative one? So require a user to specify what data are needed without specifying how to get those data. So when the condition is that you need to specify that what data is needed, but you do not need to specify that how to get out those data, so in that case we simply just use out this declarative DML. So first of all, hope you are clear with both of these conditions, both of these two types which I mentioned about the procedural and about the declarative. right? Then under that we have this insert that is used for inserting out the data into the table. Let's now just go on to the SQL Workbench and see out the practical for this particular thing, right? Inserting a data. Now we had till now we had just made out our table. We had first of all made out the data, then we had made out the table, we had checked out, we have altered, we had added some columns onto that table. These are all the functions which we have performed till now. Now it's the time for adding out some rows, some values into the data so that we can perform out several other operations onto this, right? Let's get started with that. So here first of all comes out my insert function that I was mentioning that we'll be using out this insert. So there comes the insert function. After that I'll be using out this into. Into means that we are to insert out. So where I need to insert? I need to insert that into the employee table, right? Into the employee table, right? So it is insert into employee. Putting out the bracket. Now what are the ways and sorry, what are the column names which you are having out? So let's go and check that out for a while. That was employee ID, employee name, employee work, and the email. So let's put them all of down here. So that is employee ID. Okay, putting out a comma. We have employee name, again putting out a comma. Employee ID, employee name. Yes, then we were having employee work, right? And then we were having one last, that is the email. Right, so I just listed all of these here, that what is the work of all of these particularly, right? So insert into employee, insert into my table name. These are the columns which we have into this particular table. Now what values you want to enter? So here comes the values. Putting out the bracket here. Now I'll be giving out different values onto this. So first one basically my employee ID. So simply I could just simply write out here 1 separated by a comma. Then what are the next things that we are having? We were having employee name. Okay. So okay, let's say my employee name is Arun. Okay, my employee name. Fine. Putting out a comma. What about then? Okay, what about the next we were having? We were having the employee work, right? Let me just move forward. Yeah, employee work and then email. What is the work of this employee? So this employee is basically, let's say okay, software engineer. Okay, engineer. Fine, this particular person, let's say software engineer. And what's the email ID? Okay, so email ID, let it be like that. Let it be Arun @gmail.com. This is the email ID of this particular person, right? This is how we put out and we insert out the values into our table. I would just select out this particular command and I would just run it out here. See, onto the downside, it has been basically this particular command worked out for me at the last one, right? Now I would just take this again down here, and now what I would just do is that let me just okay, what I would just do, I would just try to describe this one, and now it's time to run that out. Okay, so in the description just coming that same only. Okay, let's close this out here for a while, and okay, let's do one thing. First of all, let's insert out all of the values, whichever you just want to insert into this. And after that, we are going to see out the rest of the stuffs, right? That how to execute and all those things, fine? So here I'll be getting here again, insert into. Then we have employee, EMPLOY, insert employee. Here we come with the, okay, now what I would just do is that I will be copying out this things because I'm just not going to write out these things again and again here. So it's Control C and comes the paste out option here. Coming to a new line. What has happened to, oh, fine. And here comes the option for the values. And inside the bracket, what are the values that I'm going to get out? So let's say it is the 2. Name is, let's say, Seema. Okay, putting out a comma. Let's say she is okay, let's say she is the business analyst, right? Putting out once again a comma, and now here let's say the email ID is seema@gmail.com. Fine, and closing out the bracket right here. Okay, one thing to be mentioned out here, I just need to put out a semicolon at the last and here as well at the last, fine? Okay, first of all, hope you just got out the idea that how we just try to run out these things. Now what I would just do is that I would just select out some statements. Okay, I would just use out my select function and try to run out some statements from here. So that is, let's say, I'm just giving it a try that what are the things I'm just writing, are they going correct or not. Afterwards, we'll be adding some more values and some inserting some more things into this as well. Okay, select and okay, here comes the employee underscore ID from, and what's my table name? My table name is employee, right? And putting out the comma like this. And now it's the time for running out this. Okay, I haven't run out this particular statement. Let's run that out here. Fine, that is completely okay. And now I'll be running this as well here. Right, so see, employee ID are coming for me 1 and 2, right? Here you are able to see, I guess, fine? This is how you would be able to see out the things, and yeah, whatever we are just writing right here, that is absolutely correct, right? This is the way for checking out the things, that whatever you are entering. Let's say I just remove out this employee ID and I just put on here as name. Okay, and now if I just try to again run out this particular statement, see, my employee name as Arun and Seema. Right, so this is how you could just again, I'm just again saying, this is how you could just check out that whatever the things you are actually writing out here, are these going correct, or basically whatever the data you are entering out here, is that getting saved, is that getting stored onto the tables or not. Right, let me just give you again an overview whatever we had done out. First of all, we used out this truncate function. After that, we were now trying to insert out the values onto the column names whichever we were having. So my column names which I was having, that was employee ID, it was employee name, employee work, and the email. Right, these four were the columns that I was having. So into that, I just started entering out the values. ID was Van, name was Arun, and let's say employee work was software engineer. And the email I had just mentioned out here as well. Same thing I have just done for the second one as well, right? Right here I was just checking that are these two things going correct or not. So that is the reason I just used to run out this select statement here, right? Otherwise I would have entered some more values into this and then have run this out. So we'll be entering some more values into the next video right here. But here I just used out the select function to check out whether the things that are writing, are they correct or not. Previous video we were just actually seeing out that how you can insert out the values into the table which we had already made out, right? So the table, okay, this was a table which we had made out. The name for that was particularly, that was employee, and it was consisting of in total 3 columns. First of all, that was employee ID, we were having employee name, and even the employee work. So the name and work, these two were the strings. So that is why the reason I had taken here the varchar as my data type, right? And if I talk about the ID, so that ID one was the integer here, because yeah, IDs are an integer, 1, 2, 3 for some integer values. So that was the reason that here I had taken the integer as for the data type. Right, then we had just gone through the various stuffs here. All of those things I must be clear to you. Then we were trying to insert out the values into this particular table which we had made out. Right, so the procedure was, I would just not explain the procedure. I would again give you an example for that, that how we will be able to do out this particular thing. Right, so I would just simply write out here insert. And after that insert comes my into function. So insert into, and what's my table name in which I want to insert all of these things? So that is employee for me, right? And what about the columns which I'm having into this particular table? So the first one is my employee underscore ID. Then I am having employee name. After that, I was even having the work of the employee, that was employee work. And at last, I was having the email one, right? These were the columns which we were having into our employee table, right? Coming to the new line, I would be now using here the values. Values is basically my value that now what are the values that you are going to give to these particular columns which are actually entered out here, right? So, okay, the ID would be 3, let's say, name would be, let's say, Mohan, and then let's say what is the job. So let's say job, I would just again put on some same, that is the software engineer, let's say, that is, okay, that is ENGIEENER. Okay, after that, what was the next thing? Next one was my email ID. So that I could just simply put out here that simply I could just write out mohan@gmail.com. Right, this is the one other thing which I could put, and now it's the time for running that out. So for running, what we do, if we just want to run out any particular query, so in that case, we just simply select out that particular portion and just click on this run button, right? Okay. Check the manual. Okay, you have any error in this SQL? Okay, let's check out what's the error that we had made. Okay, the bracket isn't closed, and even the semicolon is also missing out. Fine. Let's again select out these 2 lines and now run it out. Fine. So now basically it ran. Okay, now these are executed. Let me show you as well. So yeah, check out this last one that is present out here. This is one for the Mohan and the software engineer and all those things, right? So that one is actually executed out. I would copy out these things here, and I just want to give it some more value so that whatever the operations I am planning, I could just actually perform them out, right? So let's see that what are the changes that we need to make out here. So okay, after 2, 3, okay, here it would be 4 for me, and down to this would be 5. Okay. Okay, let's say we just want to put out some name as well. So name I'll be putting out, let's say name is Ria. Work is, let's say that is okay, that is, let's say, data analyst. Okay, and email ID would be, let's say name is Ria, so that would be ria@gmail.com. Same thing applies for the ID number 5. Some name to be given out here. Let's say give it as okay, let's give it as Rohan. And what about the employer? So okay, what is the work that this particular person is doing? So for that, I would be giving out here as a business analyst. Once we have given this, right? Yes, business analyst. And here comes the analyst. Now you must be wondering that why I am giving out the same values here and why I am making out all of these things, because in the further things, I just want to execute out some queries that are belonging to these things. So that's the reason that I'm importing out and putting out some more values into this particular case. And one more time I'll be putting out these 2 values. After that, we'll be proceeding on for the further queries. Right, this 5 is completed. Here comes the 6. And okay, just let me come down. Right. And okay, first let me just take out the selector statement downside. And here comes the 7. Right. Okay, so giving out some name, let's say name is Meera, software engineer, let that be, and let's make it to Meera, right? Fine. Next name I just want to give out here, I would be just giving out, let's say some name as okay, let's give out some girl's name as well. Let's give it as Sita. And so instead of software engineer, now I'm just putting out here the data. What was that? Data analyst, I guess, right? That was analyst. So yeah, here analyst, and giving out again the email ID. So here comes the name, the SIT. Fine. Now what I'll be just doing is that I would just select all of these queries at one time, and I would just try to execute all of them, right? So if any one of them have been left out here, so all of them will be executed at one single go. So till here I had selected and click on this execute, right? So yeah, all of them have been now executed for me at this point. Okay, after this 3, only 7th one is okay. I just need to execute them manually. It would not work like this, right? Let's do it for the number 4th. Let's run that out. Okay, Ria has been done. Let's now do it for number 5. Okay, yeah, number 5 as well. Okay, so that is still executing, I guess. Yeah, it's been executed now. After that, let's come down and take it for the number 6 here. So, and execute it at this particular place. So, fine, 6 has been again executed. And now it's at our last time for the 7th one. So selecting out the 7th one and executing that out as well. Right, all of them have been executed. Now, if I run out this particular statement which we have written out, select employer name from employee. If I run that out, see, what are the employee names that I'm getting? I'm getting Arun, Seema, Mohan, then Sita, Riya, Rohan, Meera and Sita. Now, why I am getting this Mohan 2 times? Because this particular statement has been, I guess, has been executed 2 times, right? So this is the reason I'm getting it 2 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, okay? Okay, Sita is as well executed 2 times. So that is the reason I am getting it 2 times right here, okay? So this is the reason for getting the things 2 times. Fine. What I would just do is that is, okay, let's say I just want the employee name. I want the, let's say, I just want the, let's say, email as well. Right, so I would just put on email here. Again, I'm putting out a comma. And I would be running this at this particular place. Now just have a look that, see, email has came here and employee name is here. One another thing is there, you could just simply take out the column and put it like this. So this would be changed. First email would come, then employee name. Like this, you can just perform out these things here at this particular place, right? That is done. Now, what is the case when I just want to select out the whole table? I just want to check out the whole table which I am having, all the columns or the rows at one single go. So in that case, we just use out the select statement with the asterisk sign. Okay, we just put out this asterisk sign. We just write select asterisk from and my table name. So that table for name for me is employee, right? So in that case, select asterisk from employee. This is the statement which would help me to get out all the details of the rows and all the columns at one single time. This is the command, you can say it is used out, right? I would just run this out here and let me just maximize out the things here. Fine, so just have a look that we had made out 4 columns. The first one was my employee ID, second one was my employee name, third one was my employee work, and fourth one was my email. Right, all those 4 I'm getting out here. Now, just one thing to mention at this particular place, that some things are being repetitive here, right? So we would figure that thing afterwards, not right here, but we'll be removing out the duplicates in the further videos, right? So just for now, just do not worry about these things that these are coming duplicated. So how to remove that, we'll be covering that in a short while. Fine. Okay. Other than that, we are having employee ID, employee name, employee book, and the email. Now you could just adjust these columns according to your need as well. See, these are adjusted, right? First, this employee name was coming, but as soon as I had taken this particular column at this place, so now again that employee book is coming. So you could just take this and arrange it according to your needs, whatever you are just in a need. So I just told you regarding two select statements here. Sorry for that. 2 selector statements. First one was this statement. This statement is used whenever you are having particular condition that you just want to get out the data for only this column or only that column, right? This is the condition that you apply out. And when you do not have any particular condition like that you just want it for this column or for that column, you just want to check out your whole table, whatever the rows and whatever the columns are there, you just want to check out all of them. So that is the case where you just use out this asterisk sign, right? Hope you are now very much clear whatever I just conveyed to you regarding these 2 select statements. Video we had gone to the select statement, right? We had seen that how you can first of all insert the values into our the table. After that, we had seen regarding the select statements. Now, these select statement do not finish up at this particular place only. We have much more things to see in these select statement only. So today we'll be continuing out the same thing, right? So now this time, before writing out the queries, I just want to take you to the one note here at this particular place. Now, remember in the DQL commands, we had discussed about the select statement, that what is it used for, right? We had even seen out the syntax. This was one of the you could say a simple example, a manual example which I had taken out here. So yeah, we already saw out this particular statement and we had seen out this asterisk as well. Now there are several keywords which we as well use out with the select statement. So the first one is the distinct keyword, right? So we are gonna see out that particular right here. right? So let's see that how we just use out. First of all, I just want to explain you the use of that distinct keyword, that what is that actually used out for. See, that distinct one is used for whenever you just want to get out, let's say we had taken the column that was employee work. In that employee work, we were having some repetitive work for the employees. 2 or 3 were the software engineers, 2 or 3 were the data analysts, and some of them were the business analysts, and the things were going out like this, right? Now, let's say you have a case that you want the data for that how many total distinct values, that how many total values that are distinct, that are different, are present in that particular column. So this distinct is the keyword which helps you to do out the same thing which I just mentioned right here. Let's quickly see out an example for that. So I would just first of all use out my select statement. And after that, what I would just write out here is that I would just write out my distinct keyword, right? As I mentioned, select distinct. And okay, after distinct, you need to write out that column name from which you just want to select out the distinct value, right? So, okay, I would just put on here the column name that is employee underscore work, right? From. Now, what's my table name? My table name here is employee, right? So that is select distinct employee work from employee. At last, okay, just 1 second. At last, put out this colon here, and right here put out this colon at the last. And now it's the time for running out the program. See, what I'm just getting out here, I'm getting out here employee underscore work, and there are total 3 distinct values in this particular column. First one is my software engineer, second one is my business analyst, and third one is basically my data analyst. So the column which I had mentioned here, that was employee underscore work, this particular column is having total 3 distinct values into it, right? Now, instead of this employee underscore work, now if I just put on here as email, that was one of the columns, right? If I just put on that column here, what it gives? It gave me all the emails which were present at which we had mentioned, right? Now, what's the reason? Because right now here in this particular case, we do not have any different or any distinct value, right? Whatever the values we are having right here, all of them are different to each other. So that's the reason that here I just got out all of the values which were listed. But you will be able to see one thing here, that 2 of the values were there, 2 emails were there that were coming 2 times, right? So that have been removed out from this place, right? This is the idea regarding this out. So this is how the distinct keyword works, right? Okay. Now next we have select all place. Okay, now here we have next keyword which is all. So let's see that what is this keyword actually used for. So MySQL here again, let's come down and write out. So I would just write out select and the comes the all function. What's my one which I would be mentioning out? So let's say I'll be mentioning out the name. Okay, so my column which I want to do it for is employee underscore name. From, and what's my table name? Table name is employee. Putting out the semicolon, and after that running out this particular line. So see, whatever the things were there, all of them are run now right now coming to me as an output. So this statement is actually a little bit similar to the previous statement which we had already seen once. Let me just show you that thing as well. Remember we had seen out this statement, right? So it is almost similar to this particular statement only, right? Nothing too much of difference right here. So yeah, this was about the all keyword which we were having. Now let's move towards the next and see what is the next keyword. Okay, now here we have this where clause. Now what is this where clause used for? It is used for putting out the condition. I would show you how. Yes, this is my SQL Workbench. I would write out here my select statement. Okay, select. Now let's say my condition is that I want the name of all those employees whose employee ID is greater than 4. right? I want all the details of all the employers whose email or whose employee ID is greater than 4, right? Let's say this is my condition. Let's write out a query for this. So first of all, I would write select. Now, when all details come, so in that case, we could simply put out the asterisk, right? From what's my table name? That is my employee, right? Now here comes my where clause, right? Where, giving my condition where employee underscore ID is greater than 4. This is how we put out the condition. This is how we give out the conditions, right? Now here can be one another thing that you do not want all the details. You simply want out some one or two details. So in that case, you could just specify those particular column names for which you just want the value for. But right here, I had just put on asterisk. It means that I want all the columns, all the values to be displayed whose employee ID is greater than 4. Now, if I just run that out, have a look. What I'm getting out here, I'm getting out 5, 6, and 7. That 7 is coming duplicate. So I just told you that we'll be removing that afterwards, not right here. Okay. So if I just talk about a distinct thing, so it is coming 5, 6, and 7. Right. So this is how this particular condition works out. Now, if I just close that out, and instead of this asterisk sign, now if I just simply put on one single column name, let's say my column name is employee underscore name, right? And now if I just execute out this particular statement, see, now I'm simply getting out the names only. Now the rest of the information, that was the email, that was the employee ID, that was work, those are not at all coming right here, right? Why? Because we had mentioned out one particular column name here, that is employee underscore name, right? This is how this particular where clause works about. Fine. Now, let's say now you have another condition that you want the let's say you want the employee ID, the persons whose employee ID is between 2 till 5. You just want all of those to come. So in that case, we just use out this between function which I have written out. Just let's see how we just use that out. So MySQL, I would just write out here as, okay, haven't I put on the semicolon at the last? Did I or not? Yes, I did. Fine. So here comes the select. After that, let's say after that comes the employee. Okay, after that, let's take out the employee work. Employee underscore work, right? From what's my table name? So my table name is employee. Ploye, employee. Here comes the where clause, where my condition would be where my employee underscore ID, where my employee ID between 2 and 6. Let's say this is my condition which I want to put out, that select employee work. Basically, I just want the data for the employee work from my table, which is employee, where my condition applies that my employee ID is between 2 and is between 6, right? I would just put on the colon and let's run this out here. So running it out. See, now I am just getting out the data for all of those employee work which are between 2 and 6, right? So 2, 4, 5, and 6. So in that case, we are having some repetitive as well. So it's coming here repetitive again, right? So I will just close this right here. Fine. So hope you just got out the idea that how we just use out this particular select statement as well. For if you just have out any particular condition, so how you will be using that out, right? This between is again done. Next, you were having not between. Not between means that you will be, those two values will be excluded, right? If I just put on here, not between. So it means that you would be getting out all the, like all the values which are not between 2 and 6, which is basically less than 2 and more than 6. Now, if I just run that out to see, I'm just getting only 3 here, software engineer, data analyst, and the data analyst, right? So this is how this not between function as well works out. Right, so hope you first of all got out this idea that there are several queries which you can write. There are several ways which you can just use out with the select function and get out your required data, put on several conditions onto this, and you could just perform out rest of the things like this. Right, so this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and take care. Hello everyone, my name is Shambhavi. Hope you all are doing well. So today in this particular video, we are gonna do on some hands-on onto the SQL queries which we have already learned out, right? We had learned n number of SQL queries, we had seen many functions. So today we are gonna implement out some of those functions from that particular topics, right? Before quickly moving on to the hands-on, let me take you to the OneNote where we had made out the notes where we had studied about the SQL. Let's take a quick revision and then we'll be following out the hands-on. So here we are. So yes, this is basically one of the tables, a demo table actually which we had made. Remember out? Then we had seen this statement. So let me just first of all take you to that DDL, DML, DCL right here. Okay, this is the important part actually which we just need a revision of quickly. So yeah, these are the 5 types of SQL commands which we actually have followed, which are DDL, DQL, DML, DCL and TCL. Right, these are some of the SQL commands which we are actually having out. Now, what are these SQL commands and what are the sub commands that come under these? So for DDL, we have create, drop, alter, truncate, comment and rename. For DQL, we have select. For DML, we are having insert, update, delete, lock and merge. For DCL, we have grant and revoke, and we have for TCL commit, rollback, save point and set transaction. Right. So basically these are some of the SQL commands which we are actually having. So from these we had seen about the create, we had seen about the alter, we had seen about the select, we had seen insert, we have seen update as well. Right, so I'll be discussing about some more today in this particular video. So let me go on to the SQL Workbench here, open out a new file because I would just not continue here. I would not write out the things here only, I would just make out a new one for me and I would just try to zoom them out. Fine. Okay, first of all, I'm writing out a command to use out my database and my database name is usedemo1. Fine, and I will just try to execute this out. Fine, so here it is showing usedemo1. So my first demo, my database which I'm going to use out, that has been actually implemented out and that has actually been selected as well. Okay, now next I would be creating out a table. So I'll be writing out here create table. What's the table name? Okay, let's give it to students. Okay, create table is students, right? And okay, let me just go back and copy out something so that, okay, let's put out a bracket here, give it a tab space and write out here the things. So first one would be my roll number, okay, and that would be my integer. Putting out a comma, coming to the new line. After roll number, what do I have? I have the name and that would be into the, okay, I would just write stu name, right? And this would be in the characters. So basically remember out that for character what we write varchar. Okay, we used to write varchar. So here comes the varchar, this one, okay? And putting in the bracket, I'd be giving out a limit. Let's say my limit is 100. Again, putting out a comma, coming to a new line. Name is done. Now, I just want to put on the marks for these students, some different subjects marks. So, in that case, I'll be mentioning here, let's say maths. This would be my integer. Then let's say I'm having English. That would be again integer. And let's say at last I'm having computer. And that will as well be integer only. Right, coming down and closing out my bracket and taking it first row back like this. Right, yes, this is how we create out a table, right? Let me select this out and run this particular portion again. Okay, so yes, my table has been created right here. Okay, now what we had done previously, we had checked out the tables, right? We had checked out that what are the tables which we have. So let's check out that as well. So I would just write out here show tables. Putting out this and running this out. Okay, it's not tables, I guess it's table, show table. But why is it showing that show tables? Okay, that's tables only. Maybe. Okay, let's select that out and run it out here. Create tables, this one. Okay, show table. Oh, I just did not put out this colon here at the last. I'm so sorry. Now it's again, I'll be running this out. So yeah, we have the table which we have made, and that's the students. Okay, now if I just check out that what's in the students table. So if I just write it out here, describe and the students. And now if I just run that out, so right here, fine. So these are the fields which we are having. That's the roll number, student name, maths, English and computer. You could just interchange out the things as well here. Okay, that gets interchanged. Fine. Okay, this thing is all sorted. I just have described out the students and I had put on the relevant things, whatever I just want to do. Okay, I would just close out this result. Now it's a time for inserting out some values. So insert, okay, IN is insert into table, and my table name is students. Insert into table students, and inside the first of all, okay, have a look here what I had done previously, so that you could just correlate with the previous things. Okay, first of all, we just try to put out all the columns which you are having, and then the new line we just try to put on all the values. And let's move out this table. It's not actually needed out here. Okay, let me come down. Fine. The students coming to the new line. Okay, here I'm sorry, I just need to put out the columns which I had made. So first one was my roll number separated by a comma, putting out first full closing bracket, roll number. Then it was STU underscore name. Then I was having what I was having. I guess I was having maths, English and computer. So here goes the maths, putting out a comma, here goes the English, putting out a comma, here goes the computer. Oh, let me show you. Right here, okay? Let me get out some space as well for me because it's not present. Right, and let me go down now once back to my place and putting out the bracket here. Coming to the new line and writing out here values. Insert into students, and these are the ones which you are having. And students, okay, another thing to quickly note down here is that, see, now after this we'll be putting out the relevant values, whatever you just want to put out. And according to the, according to this particular things which you have mentioned out, okay, into the bracket. Now I'm having what's the roll number, so let's say it's 1, putting out a comma. What's the name for a student? Let's say it's Amit, putting out a comma. Okay, one more another thing to note down here, that here the things should be inside the inverted quotations. Okay, whatever the this you are adding, that is character, that would be in the double inverted commas. Okay, now maths, let's say in maths this person is scored out of 30, we'll be giving out the numbers. Okay, let's say score 21, then let's say on English 23, and let's say 25 on computer. Putting out the colon and coming to the new line. So now I would be running this statement once here. So now this has been inserted. You just have a look here. This particular has been inserted into my table, that is the students. Right, coming to the new line. Let's say I just use out here insert into, here I just use out the students. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's quickly copy this out. Right, because it's Control C and I will just do Control V out here. Okay, front thing is okay. Let's change out the roll number. Let's say that's 2 for me. And here let's say the name is Seema, score is 25, let's say 27, and let's say 30 on 30. Fine, and I will just try to execute this statement now. So execute it out. Fine, this has been again inserted. Now what I would just do, I would just use out my statement, that is select asterisk from students. That's my table name. Putting out the semicolon at the last and running out this particular statement. So yes, have a look that the student's name have been added, the roll numbers have been added, name, marks for the mathematics, for the English and for the computer. Everything has been quickly added out here. Now the command which we are particularly going to see right today is basically, okay, I'm so sorry, just give me 1 second. Let me just make out the size. Okay, fine. So the command that we are actually going to use out today is this particular one second. Let me show you. This is allow a user. This one is the create one. Fine. Here I'll be telling you that how you can update out a name of let's say you just want to modify out first for alter out. Okay, alter. Fine. Let's say you just want to alter out a like into your table. You just want to alter out any, or you could just want to modify any particular card. Let's say you have the data type. Let's say for the phone integer. So the phone number, let's say you have made it out int. Okay, now you just want to convert that into the big integer, or you want to convert that into character or whatever, right? In that case, this particular alter command is actually used out. Fine. So this table has been created. Fine. I was just going to tell you about the rename, right? So I was telling you that how you can rename out your particular file, particular table name actually. Okay, let's come down. I will just write out here rename table is students, right? First of all, this was the thing, rename table is students to new. Okay, after that comes to new, and what's my new name which I want to give out? So let's say that's info underscore students, my new table name, right? That I had actually put on. Yes, and now I would just select this out and try to run this out particular here. Okay, rename students to error. Do you have mirror syntax? Okay. Okay, to let's write. Okay, in that new would not be put out. Let me just again run this out here. Fine. So my table has been renamed to students. Now from students, my table has been renamed to info students. Now if I check out the tables, that what are the tables which I am having, so if I just write out here show tables, now if I just try to check out, so instead of students, it would be the name of the info students, right? So have a look here, it's info students, right? Hope you got out the idea that how you can rename out a name of a table accordingly, and how you could just change out the name of a table. Right, we had seen some SQL queries which were actually we were running out, and we have just seen out that how you can rename out a table according to your choice. Right. So now in this particular video we are gonna see some more queries for the SQL only. So let's get started. I'll be going on to the first one note here. Okay, so here I had opened out the DQL commands. Right, I had opened out all the DQL commands which we had actually seen. So from this only we'll be choosing some and using them onto our database which we had actually made out. So okay, select the statement has already been done that I had shown you. Okay. Now for putting out the conditions, that very much clear to you that how you could put out the conditions. Let me just show you that thing once again right here. So I could just write here select, and let's say you just want to select out any particular columns. Okay, let's say my business, I just want to select out the columns. So select name. Okay, that's not name, that's stu underscore name, and let's say student name, and let's say English. Okay, before putting out this condition, actually I would be interested in adding some more 2-3 rows so that I'm just able to get out the things in a clear manner. Actually putting out this, and here goes the number thirds for Seema. Okay, the Amit Seema, then let's say Ruchi, next name, marks, let's say 21, let's say here it's 17, let's say this is 19. Okay, so yeah, okay, let me remove this out. Fine, this is right, this is completed. Again, I just want to run this out here. So okay, what has happened actually? So okay, instead of students, I need to write out info underscore students. Info underscore students, because we have renamed out this particular students file, right? So fine, that has been inserted. Coming to the new line, again copying that out, and first of all changing out the name here. That's info underscore students. That's underscore. And 3 stands, so here comes the 4. Let's say the name is okay, let's say the name is, let's say Sam. Okay, and marks are, let's say 20, okay, not 21, Let that be now, let's say 14, and here the marks are 15, and let's say here the marks are 24. Right, so this one is as well done. Let me just select out this statement and run this out again. So fine, this has again been inserted. Let's copy this out for a while and paste it onto those new lines. So it's 5, and let's say the name is Ria. Okay, I would be small like this, and let's say the marks are here 10, and let that be 12, and let this be 29. Fine, let's say this is one another row which I have inserted, and it's the time for running this out. Great. So all of these things have been inserted into my tables. What I'll be doing is that I would be setting out and checking it out. So select asterisk from, and here comes my table name, that's info underscore students. Right, let's run this out for at this particular place. And okay, I'm having these 5 particular rows onto my table. The Amit, Seema, Ruchi, Sam and Ria, these 5 students I'm having, and these are the marks which are stored by, and these are the roll numbers. Fine, let's apply out some conditions. Let's see, my condition is that I want to select out and select out the persons who have marks greater than 20. Select name, where, okay, that's where, select name from, my table name is info underscore students, that's where, WHERE, and let me just make it as a small s, it's not capital. Select name from info students, where, and what's the condition? Select name from this, where, let's say maths marks are greater than 20, my condition. Right, I would just select out this particular statement and run this out. Okay, select name from and where maths greater than 20, record unknown character name. Oh, okay, it's not name, it's stu underscore name. Fine. Let's again select this out and run it at this particular place. Yes. So these are the names of 3 persons, that is Amit, Seema and Ruchi, who are having marks greater than 20. Okay, who are having the marks greater than 20 in mathematics. These are the 3 persons. Fine, hope you are clear that how to apply out these particular conditions. Between and not between, I would just not use it right here. Okay, now let's use out this particular, that is order by. Okay, order by clause. So what's this order by clause actually used for? So how we just use this out? So this is one of the clause which is used whenever you just want to sort any of the things. Sort means that, let's say you just want to display the things by order. Okay, let me first go to the SQL and show you that thing right here. Let's say I write out a statement that select asterisk from info. Okay, that's info underscore is students. Select asterisk from info students, and that's order by. And let's the table name, the column name is stu underscore name. I just select out this statement and run it out here. Now see, basically all of the things, all of the names which I was having, that have been sorted according to the alphabetical order, and that in the ascending order, right? So what the case is that whenever you just want to sort out the names according in names or any particular column according to ascending or descending, so in that case we just use out the order by clause, right? So okay, this I have been actually selected and sorted out, ordered. Fine. Next, let's say I have a case that I just want to select it in the descending order, and that's so in the column name, that is computer. Okay, so let's use that out. So that is select asterisk from info underscore students, order by, my column name is computer, and it's DESC in that descending order. This is how we actually do. And now if I just run that out, see, according to the computer, the marks which were scored by the students in computer, according to that, my whole complete table has been sorted out. See, first one is for the first one is 30, then 29, then 25, 24, and 19. And that's so I have written in the DESC. That's the reason it has been ordered in the descending order. Right? Hope you got out this idea very much clearly. Whatever I was just trying to convey from this particular like code. Right? This is how you like do out the order by clause. Fine. Okay. Let me just come down. Okay, select gender from student, group by gender. Now, when you just want to group out some particular things, so in that case, we just use the group by clause. So in our case, we do not particularly cannot do that thing because we are not having any particular like this, that this particular one is having 2 or in any 3 names only or something like that. Okay. Okay. Now let's see. I just want to let me just come down. First of all, now we'll be using out the having clause. Okay, let's see that how we just use out this particular, that's the having clause. So see, I just used out the statement that select gender count asterisk from student group by gender having place is equal to Chennai. So I just want to get out the total. Let's say I just want to select out that what's the count of the gender that are having the place is equal to Chennai. Fine, this is where you just use out the having clause. So in the same case, you could just apply out this having clause here itself, because I'm just not adding that right now because I'm again gonna add out one new column, and that's the column for the basically gender. I'll be adding out one of the columns here, that is the gender. I'll be setting them out, and after that I'll be using out this having clause and one of the other clauses which we have left out. Great, so hope you got out this idea very much clearly. Whatever I was just trying to convey from this, that how you use out the order by, how you basically use out the different conditions from the select the statement. Okay, we haven't used out any condition. Let me just see that out. Select. Okay, we had used only order by. So let me just put on. Let's say one condition we have used, I guess. Fine. Let me just put out. Select, and let's say I just want to select out no, not the asterisk, only one column. That's the okay. I just want to get out a marks of one particular student. Okay, so select, and that's the okay, that's maths, comma English, comma computer from info underscore students, where, okay, let me go above, where name is equal to, what's the name for that person, and let's say the name is Amit. Fine. Putting out the colon and selecting out the statement and running that out. Okay. Select what the unknown name in where clause. Okay, where. Okay, that's name. I'm so sorry. I do not know why it's just simply again and again write name. That's the stu underscore name. Fine. So if I have selected C, maths in 21, in English 23, and computer 25. So Amit has got this much number of marks in the maths, English, and computer. Right. Hope you again got out the idea that how you are going to do out the relevant some more SQL queries, and we'll be following up from the previous video only. What are the things we have learned? I'll be taking you forward with those particular things only. Right. So first of all, what I was told you in the previous video, that right here we'll be making out one of the first one, we'll be adding out a column here, and after adding out that column we'll be using out the having clause and rest of the things. Right. Let me tell you how we add out a column here, how we just like select out and put out one of the columns in this particular SQL query. Actually, we had already written out one of that. So, okay. See here, it's alter table, your table name, and what column you just want to add on, you could just write on that particular column. So let's come here and write that out. Alter table. My table name is info underscore students. Okay, and okay, let's go back. After that we have add, and now let's see out that what column you just want to add. So I just want to add out the column, that's the gender. Okay, and this is how, and this is what I just want to do out here at this particular place. See, it is the same. Okay, after that I just need to mention out the data type as well, that what type is it, but before that it's the same, right? So that would again be the varchar, and let's say this is only, let's say 50 only, not more than that, right? Okay, let me select out this particular statement and run it out here. So fine, this has been added, one of the columns, that is gender, has been added. Let's check out. So I could just write for that, I could just write out here, describe my table name, that's info underscore students, stu students, putting out this semicolon and running that out. So let's run it out here. So fine, have a look that this at the last, the gender has been added. Fine, so now I would be closing this out. Fine, right? So this one column has actually been added right once again right here. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is that I would be adding on some more columns. What I'll be doing is that I would be making out the changes here only. So okay, Amit, let's say that person is male. Yeah, first one was Amit, right? So my male, and running out this particular statement once again. And yeah, I know that would make out some of the okay, what's showing that insert this demo1 students doesn't exist. Table demo1 dot, okay, I need to make out info underscore students. Fine, select that out once again and run it out. Column could not, doesn't match value count at row 1. Okay, alter table has been done. After that, I could just, if I just write out here, select asterisk from, and that's info underscore students, putting out this, and if I just try to run this out here at this particular place, so okay, for gender it's right here, it's null actually, because we haven't added out any of the things in the gender, so that is the reason it's actually null at this particular place, right? Okay, now I would be adding out some of the things here. So let's see how we are gonna do that. So alter table has been performed out. I would just now what do is that, let me just once go above and copy this particular statement, control C for me, coming down and doing here control V, info students, and this. Now it's the time for running out this particular statement. Let's see. Column could not match the value count at row 1. Actually, yes, it won't do out that particular thing because it's already in that, I mean that it's already made out. So if I just now put on the things afterwards, so it would not be able to add out the columns for me, right? So I will just go on to the query one where we had already made out the things. And here if I just write out select asterisk from, and what's my table name, that's employee, and running that out here at this particular place. So fine, this has been actually done, this particular thing, this email has been added out here. Okay, let me minimize this out, let me go on to the OneNote, and we were supposed to use out that having clause here, right? So how to use that out? So let's, okay, 1 second, let me go down. Let's say I just want to add on a statement here in the same which we were actually making out, in the same only. I just want to, let me delete this out first one. Okay, I would write out select, let me go on to the OneNote, select. Now let's say I just want to select out the marks. Okay, select, and let's say it's the computer, comma, I just wrote out here count in the bracket, I'll just put on the asterisk, count asterisk. Okay, now from my table, that's, oh, I'm so sorry, here goes the OneNote. So from my table I'll be adding that on. So okay, let me go on to the SQL. From my table name is info underscore students. From info underscore students, it is gonna go by here as, let me go above, order by, and my like, that's computer, order by computer. Now have a look very seriously here. Okay, sorry, from a student, okay, that's group by, we'll change that. Fine, so group by, and my basically my column name which I just want to do, after that comes here having place is equal to Chennai. So in that case, what is the condition you want to apply? So let's say I would just write here having let's say having maths greater than, okay, maths will be greater than, let's say, and that's, let's say, marks are 20. Putting out the colon, changing is to instead of order by, that would be actually going to the one, no, that would be group by. Okay, so it here comes out group by computer. Okay, now if I just select this out statement, select the statement out and run that at this particular place. Okay, select this limit has unknown column in having clause, that's maths. Okay, what was the column name then if it is not the one? So maths was the one only, right? So let me just come down, select info underscore students, right, group by computer having computer greater than 20. Let's do this for right here, and if I just run this out at this particular place, fine, it has been done out. So here the count is actually 1 for all of these. I was mentioning that if there would be only 2 or 3 distinct values, so in that case it is going to give you some proper count result. But yeah, here all the counts are actually 1 only, because whatever the things we have added, that's same actually, right? So in that case it is giving me the count as 1, right? Now what if I just do here is that if I select out this particular last statement, do Control plus C here, come down at this place, do Control plus V, name, let's say it is 6, and let's say the name I would be changing some, okay, I'll be changing out some name here, and let's say that's okay, that's, let's say Mira, fine. Let's say the marks let be same only. Fine, I would just run out this particular statement right here. So click on run. And now after this, if I run out the above statement, now have a look at the marks for this 29. The count for this is actually 2. And the reason is that because I have added on the same marks once again here. Right here, have a look. I had just used on this particular 6, Mira, 10, 12 and 29. So this 29 has been done 2 times. First one was for the above queries which we have written. Afterwards, I just added on a new query and using this out. So in that case here, it's giving me the 2. Fine. Hope you got out this idea very much clearly. Now, if I copy out this particular, let me copy this out, Control C. And if I just come down at this particular place, and instead of computer, I make out here as English, right? Here as well, group by, I'll be making out it group by as English, and having marks here, let's say, okay, and I will set on the condition as, let's say, 50. Okay, select this out, and I'm going to run this here. So yeah, now have a look that the count is actually 1 for all of these, right? So hope you got out this idea. And okay, I just need to run out first of all this statement once again. And now if I just select this statement out and now run this at this particular place, fine. So yeah, the results are actually 1 because I had put on the condition that's greater than 15. But here the marks for the English are less than 15. Right, so this is the case. And if I change out the sign from greater than to less than, okay, instead of this, if I just put on here 10, greater than 10, and now if I select out this statement and run it at this particular place, so now have a look, it's gonna give me out 3 here because I have run out this particular statement 2 times, so it has taken this particular one for the 2 times. So now it's the total count I'm having here. For the 12 I'm having 3 and rest I'm having a simple 1, right? Hope you got out the idea for using out the having clause as well, that how we use out this having clause and how is it useful, what are the things that we actually do out with the having clause, right? Yes, we had already seen many types of commands that we actually had read about in very much detail previously. So we had seen out the practical for many of them right here, right? So let's take a quick recap about all of the things that we had done, and even be seeing out one new command as well, right? So let's get started up. So okay, so what I'll be doing here is that let me go on to this particular file which we were actually using out. So yeah, this is one of the ones which we have made out previously, right? Remember, let me show you out. Great. So yeah, students was one of the tables which you had already made previously, right? This was a table which was already made out. So Demo 1 was our database which we were clearly using out, and into this particular database we had made out this students table, right? The columns that we have assigned were roll number, stu underscore name, maths, English and computer. So even we have defined out that what data type does that particularly belongs to. Now there is one simple example that needs to be one simple rule that needs to be followed up here, is that in the bracket, see here, wherever you are having a character, wherever whatever the column you are having, and onto that column you want to put on the strings, or basically want to put on the words or sentences like that. So in that case we assign that to varchar. Okay, now you need to enter out the particular limit as well that you are going to follow out. It's not that case that you could put on anything right here or right there. No, it's not that case, right? You need to put out a particular condition that, okay, I'm going to put out less than this or greater than this or whatever, something like that. Okay, so hope you got out the idea regarding this. Then we have applied out the conditions, inserted the values, and all those things were actually going on. Great. So right, let me go on to the OneNote where we have already seen out different types of commands. So here this was okay, so create, alter, drop. So we had already seen out the create, alter. Modify we have seen out. Now we'll be seeing about the drop command, that what is the drop command actually used for. So let's see, whenever you just want to drop out a table. Okay, so in that case basically we just use out this drop command. Let me go on to this MySQL Workbench. Okay, before that let me just quickly select out the database that we are using. So click run here. Fine, demo, this has been selected. And right here this is all set, done. Okay, and fine, great. Now my next command is here that comes out, that drop 1 second, let me go on to the OneNote here, drop table teacher, right? So write out here drop table, and what's my table name that I need to drop out? Let's say that's for me is student, right? This was the name actually which we had taken. Okay, that is info underscore students. We have already changed that out. So it's info underscore students, and put out the this colon and run this out here at this particular place. Right, so here it is showing that running and this much of rows affected. Now, if I go and check out the databases which are here on, sorry, I just check out the tables which are here. So show tables and put on the colon and run this out. So right here, so just now have a look that in this demo 1 table, the database which we have made in demo 1. So onto this basically we are having only one single table, and that's the employee, right? So what I have done right here, I had deleted out that students table name. So how I had done out that particular thing? So that was done simply using out this command that was drop. So drop is one of the commands which help you to delete, to drop out a particular table. Right here, let's say I just wanted to drop out info underscore student. So I have done out that particular thing. Now it depends on you that what table you want to drop out at particular place. Right, hope you got out a very clear idea. Next, let's come back to the OneNote and let me come down. So this comment is the other one. Rename, we have already seen out that how you can rename out a particular table to, okay, just 1 second. How you can rename out a particular table to any other name, right? That thing we are already very clear, actually very aware with, right? Okay, let me come to this particular place. Right here, now we are having these TCL commands. Okay, now what is this TCL commands? So basically these are some other commands which are basically used for making other transactions permanent and all those things, but we will not seeing that right here. We will wait for some more time to go ahead with these particular statements. Great. Now we have the DQL commands. So select was already done here. We had already seen out a distinct, select distinct place from student. Now let me show you this idea very clearly. Let's see, this is my query. And here I just run this out, that is this one. So yes, demo 1 has been used. Now from here I will just use out this employee 1. Okay, what are the columns that I'm having? 1 second, guys. So columns are employee ID, name, and the work. So name and work, fine. Let me just move down first of all here at this place. Right here. So now basically last time I wasn't able to show you out that this thing very clearly. Why? The reason was because at that time particularly there was no such column into our students table that was basically that shall show us about the clear idea. Okay, 1 second. That will basically show us a clear idea regarding the distinct. But right here we are having that particular column. So let me quickly go ahead and put on that particular things. Let's say I want to find out the distinct work. Okay, we are having one column that is EMP underscore work. That is what the work that does that particular employee do. So someone can be data science, someone will be related to data analyst, software engineer, web developer. Many roles are there, right? So any person can belong to any of the roles. So from that case, I'm going to use our distinct keyword with the select statement, and that will allow me to do out this particular thing. So here it goes that select, okay, that's like this. Select, I would just write here distinct, select distinct. What I need to do is that I need to go ahead with the EMP underscore work. Let me check it out. That is this the only column, or okay, that's employee underscore work. That's employee underscore work, right? So distinct employee underscore work from. What's my table name? My table name is employee. So employee. I'm putting on the colon like this. Now I'm selecting out this particular statement, whatever I just want to run, and I'll be running that out. So basically the distinct employee works that I'm having. First one is my software engineer, business analyst, and a data analyst. So what does this distinct function actually gives you as an output? So this particular function completely focuses on giving you the idea. Let's say you are having some column, okay, onto that particular column you just want to check out that what's the what are distinct values that I'm having, right? Let's say you must be let's say this is work, this is employee underscore work column. In this column I want to find out all those particular values which are distinct to each other, means which are not similar, which are dissimilar, right? So in that case, I could simply use out this distinct function and completely allows me to give out the result of all the different entities which I'm having onto my data. Right? Hope very much clear to you. Great. After this, all keywords are already select all from places students. So yeah, this is as well one of the conditions which you could use. Let me show you how. So it goes like, let me come down first of all and remove. Yeah, it goes like select all from, and what's the table name? Okay, first of all I need to mention the column. Let's say that's okay, what was that? EMP underscore name, right? Select all EMP underscore name from, and my table name is employee. But before that, let me quickly go above and check out that what's the column name. That's employee underscore name. Okay, that's employee completely, employee. Right, and coming down just 1 second, and let me just quickly run out this particular statement. So it basically select, okay, which statement have I used? Select all employee name from employee, right? So basically this gave me that particular result from, okay, this one has select all underscore employee name, this one, and run out this statement. So yeah, here are all the names. Right, whatever the names I'm having onto this particular table, all the names I have got here at this particular place. Right, let's close this out here for a while. Right, let's once again go on to the one note. So between and not between is already, we have already gone in a very much detail regarding this particular statement. For in we have already seen that it's completely used for putting out the conditions, right? So basically you want to select out any particular columns, and after that from a particular column, and even you just want to let's say apply some conditions as well, that where place is this much, or the employee ID is this, or the employee work is, or the employee name is something this much only, right? So in that particular case, this in keyword is completely used out, right? Next, we have order by clause. So whenever you just want to sort out your data in the ascending order, so ascending or descending, anything works, right? So in that case, we just use out this order by clause. So by default, the order by clause sorts out your data into the ascending order. Now, if you just want to sort that into the descending order, so in that case, after writing out this command, that is select this from and sort order by, and after that you could just put on the DEST short form, and it will basically display out the thing for you, right? Next, we have a group by clause. So this is basically for grouping by that basically, okay, let's say you are having gender. So it will give you that how many total males you are having, how many total females you are, something like that. It will be resulting you as an output. For the having clause as well, it works about the same only, right? Okay, so this was the correct way for using out the statements. TCL we are not going to cover right here. Okay. Let me quickly go above, right? So this was one on grant and the revoke functions. Remember we had discussed about the grant and revoke. So it basically allowed the user to create out a session. So this is how basically you create out a session. Where the command is grant create session to username. Right, now grant create table to username. Whatever the username you had made above, now basically you allow the user to create out a table there. So this is the command that is particularly used out, okay? And yes, these are all the commands which are completely user. Let me just go on to the other one because this thing we are going to discuss sometime afterwards, not today. Some afterwards in the further video. So these are done. Create, alter, drop are completely done. Modify, describe is drop, comment and rename is as well completed. This was our data of the students. Select, insert, update. Yes, update I guess we haven't done thing till now. Let's quickly do that update one. Right. So let me just come down first of all. 1 second. Update right here. Now, whenever we just want to update out any value, so in that case, we just use out this update method. Okay. So how the command goes is for let's say I have a command that is update. What column you want to? Oh, sorry. What particular row you want to update? Let's say I want to update out the employee that's employee underscore name. Okay. Let's say this is one which I want to update. So update, okay, first of all, I need to mention out the table name. I'm sorry. So my table name is employee. Okay, update employee. Now after that, what was the command that I need to write out? I need to write set. Right, after this I have that, what I just want to set out. So I want to go ahead with the employee, that's PLOY, employee underscore name is equal to. Now putting in a double inverted commas, see here, you'll be setting out the value which you want to set out. Okay. So let's say I just want to change out some of the names, but where I would get out the name. Let me come down actually. Okay, let's change it for Arun. Okay. So a little bit more down. So where the name, now new name is actually, let's say Amit. Okay. Where the condition goes where employee underscore name is equal to, and here we're putting on the real name for that person, that's Aaron, right? And after that put on the 1 second, put on the colon like this. 1 second, let me show you right here. Okay, so let me come down and give out a space for writing out. So you use out the update. After that you use out your basically table name that you have, and you set out a particular employee name, whatever you just want to change out. You have done that, and after that you use out the where clause where employee name is equal to whatever respective name you just want to put. Okay, you just select out this particular statement and run that out. Right, so you're okay. Update mode, you try to table without where that uses a key. Okay, let me put on this where as capital. So like WHERE, right here. Let's select this out. Control C. Okay. I'm so sorry, that's not. Select out this statement and run that 1 second. Okay, you're using safe update mode and try to update. Okay, hold on. Guys, actually we need to use out some of the other first of all statements, then this particular update will work. Actually, I haven't used out that grant or revoke, so that this won't work out, right? In this particular video, we are going to learn about the different keys which we have here in the SQL. So let me quickly put on the topic for today. Right, yeah, so that is keys in SQL, right? So this is the particular topic that we are going to discuss right today. Okay, so quickly let's get started out. So the very first thing that I'm going to discuss is that what are keys actually. Okay, first of all I'll be telling you about the keys in detail, that what are these. Then I'll be telling you about the different types of keys which we actually have out here. Okay, fine. So okay, let's write out some of the things here. So the keys, right? Let's see that what are actually keys. So we can say, first of all, let me tell you the older definition, or even just let me write out as well here. So keys is it's an attribute. It's an attribute, or you could say actually a set of attributes. That doesn't make out any too much difference. I'm just not writing that. Okay. So basically, keys is an attribute which helps you to identify. Okay, let me just write out the correct identify. Okay, which helps you to identify a row in a table. Okay, fine. Please have a clear look here on this particular thing that I'm going to say. So, keys is actually an attribute which completely helps you to identify a row in a table. So, whenever you just want to identify out a row in a table, so in that case, key is an attribute which helps you to do out the same particular thing. Right? Hope you first of all got out this idea that what are these keys and what are they actually used for. Right, so basically they allow you to find out a relation between two tables. This is one another thing which is done by the keys. So these keys basically allow you to find out a relation between the tables. So I will just put on a simple point here, that's finding the, and I would just write out here like this, finding the relations. Right, this is what I could just put on. Clear? Okay, great. So basically these are first of all some few things regarding the keys, that what are they actually and what are they used for now. Next I'm going to list out all the keys which we have here, and I would just naming them with a different color. So let's say I'll just take out this particular one. Fine. So the first type of key which we are having is super key. So here goes the super key, the very first name of the keys, right? Okay. Next we are having here, that's the primary key. So primary, and here goes the key. Great. Next, third we are having the candidate key. So candidate, and here goes the key. Okay, let me come down 1, 2, 3. Here goes the fourth option, right? So next I am having here as alternate key. So alternate, and here goes the key, right? Next, after the alternate key, I am having here foreign key. So here goes the foreign, and here goes the key, right? Then number 6 we are having here as compound key. Okay, compound key. And number 7 I am having here as a surrogate key. Surrogate, and here goes the key. Okay, so yeah, these are some of the keys which we have here in the SQL. Let me just move above once. So the keys which are here and basically which are particularly used are that are actually super key, the primary key, the candidate key, and the foreign key. Super, primary, and foreign are actually the most used out. These words are completely most used out. Other than that, we have some more keys as well which I have completely listed out here. So we'll be discussing about all of the keys in a very much detail right here. Okay, so I would start with the very first key, and let me come down. Fine. So the very first key that I'm going to go ahead with is the super key. So here goes the super, and here goes the key. Right, so I'll be telling you that what super key actually is. Okay, so I could just write that it is a group. It is a group of single or multiple. It is a group of single or multiple keys which identifies rows in a table. Fine. So super key, we have this one of the keys, and what it is completely a group of single or multiple keys which identifies rows in a table. Okay, as I told you in the very starting about the keys in SQL, that what are these completely used for? So these are completely used for finding out the relation in the rows, right? So finding out the rows in a table or the things like that, right? So in the case of the super key, what is it? It is completely, first of all, a group of single or multiple keys which identifies the rows in a table. Right, hope you got this idea very clearly. Next. Great. So coming to the next point, I am having here as primary key. So here goes the primary key. Let me just come down first of all. So it goes here at the space. Great. So moving for the primary key, what it is. So I could just write that it is a I could write column or a group of columns It is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify. So it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify every row in table. Right. So primary key, it is basically, you could say it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify every row in a table. Right. So this is what the primary key actually is. Great. So let me now just come down to some new space. Great. So let's start with the third part, and that's the candidate key. So candidate, and here goes the key. Right, now what it is actually. So it is a set of attributes. It is a set of attributes that uniquely QUELY. So it is a set of attributes that uniquely identify out the rows in a table. So it is again a set of attributes that uniquely identify the rows in a table. Now basically what is the thing that we have here? So candidate key, it is, I could just write it from a form of this, that it is a super key. So here goes like this. So okay. So completely it is super key with no repeated attributes. With no repeated attributes. So here goes the attributes like this, right? So about the candidate key, so it is a set of attributes that uniquely identify the rows in a table, right? So it is a super key only which has no repeated attributes onto it particularly, right? So this was about the candidate key. Now, if we just move above for a while, so I just discussed with you that keys, what are these? So this is an attribute which helps you to identify out a row in a table, right? This is what was the work of the keys. So they basically help you to identify out a row in a table. Now, basically these are as well used for finding out the relations, right? When I talk about different types of keys which we have, so that are named as super key, primary key, candidate, alternate, foreign, compound, and surrogate keys. So these are some different 7 types of keys which we have here in the SQL. Now, if I talk about super key in detail, so it's completely a group of single or multiple keys which identifies the rows in a table, right? A group of single or multiple keys. When I talk about primary key, so it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identifies out the every row in a table. So whenever we just talk about uniquely identifying every row in a table, so in that case comes here the primary key. Next we have about the candidates key. So it is a set of attributes that uniquely identify the rows in a table. So uniquely identify the rows in a table is the same thing. So it is a set of attributes. Now, it is a kind of a super key which has no repeated attributes onto it. Super key, we have already studied that it is a group of single or multiple identifiers row. It basically helps us to identify the rows in a table, right? Single or multiple keys. So in the same case, candidate keys has a set of attributes that uniquely identifies the rows in a table. So I could just even say that it is a super key with no repeated attributes into it, right? So hope you got out the idea first of all regarding that what are keys in SQL, what are these used for, then what are the different types of keys which we have, and we had seen about the super primary and the candidate key in detail as well. So the rest of the keys which we are left out here with, and these we have been discussed. So rest of these which are left, which we are left out here are, so in that case basically we'll be discussing this. What are the keys which we have in SQL, what does that actually mean, and why are basically the keys used, and what different types of keys we have discussed, and even we have gone in detail with some of the keys, right? So let me quickly take a review of the previous like work which we have done out, whatever we have learned, and after that I'm moving towards the new ones. Okay, great. So let's go ahead. So here it goes that what are the keys in SQL. So it is an attribute which helps you to identify out a row in a table. So the case is that whenever you just want to identify out a row in a table, so in that case we use out the key. So these are type of an attribute. Okay, so and even they are basically used for finding out the relations as well, relations between the rows, between the tables, and all those cases, right? So in total we have 7 keys here in the SQL, which are followed by super key, primary key, candidate key, alternate key, foreign key, compound key, and surrogate key. These are the 7 total keys which we have out here. So let's move towards the very first key, that's the super key. What is that actually? So it's a group of single or multiple keys which identifies out a row in our table. Right, so this is what super key is, that it is a completely group of single or multiple keys which helps to identify out rows in a table. What about the primary key? So primary key, it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify each row in a table. And when we talked about the candidate keys, so candidate keys are a set of attributes that uniquely identify out the rows in a table. So it's basically belonging to a super key. It's a kind of a super key which do not have any repeated attributes, right? So yeah, this was a quick recap of all the basically all the keys which we have seen yesterday, right? Now let me quickly take out a color from here so that we can proceed on with some new things for today, right? So I will just take on this one, and let's start with the number 4th key, right? Let's discuss the rest of the keys. Okay, so we had discussed till the candidate. Next we are having the key, that's alternate key. So here goes the alternate key. Okay, one second. Yes, all the above 3 were discussed. After that we are left out with, okay, actually here I just missed on writing one of the key, that's the composite key. That's also one of the keys which I completely missed on. Sorry for that. So here we could just add this as number 7, and here comes the number 8, total 8 keys. Okay, great. So yeah, here we begin with the alternate key. So what are these? So I could just write that it is a column. It is a column, or I could say, or group of columns. It is a column or group of columns right here. So it is a column or a group of columns in a table. I'm just not going to write out that uniquely. So here goes that uniquely identify every row. So every row in a table, right? So alternate keys, it is a column or a group of columns that uniquely identify out the every row in a table, right? This is what alternate keys actually are. Fine. Next, let me move towards next key, and now we have the foreign key here. So here goes the foreign key, right? Fine. So I could say about the foreign key that it is a column. It is a column that creates a relationship between 2 tables. So this foreign keys, it's a column that creates out the relationship between two tables, right? So what's the main purpose? Okay, what's the main purpose of the foreign keys? The main purpose of foreign keys is basically to maintain out the data integrity. And first one is to maintain out the data integrity, and the second one is basically to allow navigation between two different instances of an entity. So it as well allows basically the movement and the changement, the navigation between two different instances of an entity. This is one another use of the foreign key. Right, hope I gave you a clear idea even regarding that what's the foreign key. So it is a column that creates a relationship between two tables, right? And this is completely used to maintain out the data integrity and allow the navigation between the two different instances of an entity. Right, hope you are very much clear with this foreign key. Okay, next we move towards the next topic, and that we are having here as compound key. Right, now let's understand, let's see that what compound keys actually are. Fine, so I would just write that it has two or more attributes. It has two or more attributes that allow you to uniquely recognize a specific record. So here goes the record. Great. Right, so what's a compound key? So it has first of all two or more attributes, which what they actually do. So they allow you to uniquely recognize a specific record, right? So this is what is the compound key actually. Other than that, basically here in the compound key it is possible that each column may not be unique by itself within the database. This is one case can be there that each of the column is not unique within the database, right? This can as well be the cases, right? So compound key, it has two or more attributes that allow you to uniquely recognize out a specific record, right? So yeah, hope this compound key is as well very much clear to you. After that, we are having here the composite. So here goes the composite key. Great. Let me get out some space for writing out. Fine. Now, what is a composite key? So it is a okay, I will just write that it is a only. So yeah, it is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely QUELY, right? So composite key, it is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely identify rows in a table. So that uniquely identify the rows in a table, right? Yeah. So this is what composite key actually is. So it is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely identify the rows in a table, right? This is the composite key. Other than that, basically the combination of the columns which are actually made out that we were just talking about. So these combinations as will guarantee out the uniqueness to you through the individual, and through individual uniqueness is actually not guaranteed, but yeah, they basically give you a guarantee out the uniqueness as well in this composite key. Right, hope you're clear with this as well. And now moving towards the last key which we are having here, and that's, okay, let me get out a space for writing. So that's surrogate key. This is the next key that we are having and that we are gonna deal with, right? Fine. So what it is, okay, so it's a little bit different from all of the keys which we have studied. So it is I could just write first of all like this, that it is an artificial key. So it is an artificial artificial key. So it is an artificial key which aims to uniquely identify. Great, fine. So it is an artificial key which aims to uniquely identify out each record, right? So this is what surrogate key actually is. So it is an artificial key first of all, and what it actually do, so it actually aims to uniquely identify each record. Okay, so here it is somewhat record like this. Okay, yeah. After that, basically these are the kind of keys which are unique because they are created whenever you just do not have any natural primary key. So in that case, these surrogate keys are being created, right? Okay, let me quickly go above for a while and let me take a quick revision of all of the keys which we have discussed. So we have discussed about the alternate key. So it is a column or group of columns that uniquely identify every row in a table, right? What about the foreign key? So it is a column that creates out a relationship between the two tables. Moving towards the compound key, so it has two or more attributes that allow you to uniquely recognize a specific record. Then we have composite keys. So what is it? It is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely identify rows in a table. And moving at last to the surrogate keys. So it is an artificial key which aims to uniquely identify each record, right? So hope you got out the idea regarding all of these keys which we have here in the SQL, and within the next videos we'll be seeing about the practical of these, how to declare a primary key, how to declare a foreign key, how to declare candidate keys. All of these things we'll be seeing in the practical. About the joins in SQL. Actually, SQL basically the structured query language that consists of many types of joins as well, which we have here in the SQL, which are completely used for writing out the queries or going ahead and putting on a different conditions. So joins are completely used for merging up of the two rows, merging out the columns and some things like this. So in the same way, we have around 4 types of joins in SQL. So I'm going to discuss about all of them in a detail right here in this particular video. So before that, let me quickly put on the heading for today that we are going to discuss, and that is joins in SQL. This goes the topic for today. Fine. First of all, I'll be telling about the join statement, that what is that used for, and after that I'll be introducing you to the different types of joins which we have in the SQL. So this is how we are going to proceed on, right? So let's first of all see that what's the use of this. So I will just write that SQL join statement, the statements of the join statements which we have in SQL. So SQL join statement, basically it's used for now what is that completely used for? So it's completely used for combining. So it's used for combining data or rows. It's used for combining about the data or rows from more than 2 tables. Okay, from more than 2 tables or 2 tables or 3, 4, whatever. Not okay. Or one case here applies that you cannot add combine a row or combine a column one single table, right? Because that's not at all possible. So you need more than 2 or more than 2 different tables to be combined up, the data which is there and present into those tables, to combine up that data and the rows, right? First of all, hope I am very much clear with this particular thing, that what's this join statement completely used for, why we just introduce out this topic, and why we should actually learn about this topic, and what's the use of this particular join statement. Right, now basically how does it combines the data or rows? It is not the case that it will combine anyway. No, we have several conditions as well which are applied, and due to that conditions only the the join statement completely takes place. It's not that you apply any of the condition and the join will be the rows or the data will be joined. No, we have some specific conditions that need to be present, then only this particular join statements actually works out. Let me tell you what are those. So Okay, it's used for combining data or rows. Now, what is the condition that is here? So it's on a common field between them. Now, what do I mean by that? Based on a common field between them? See, it means that either one or the other field should be common. Field, we can say about simple words. If I say that's a column, okay, so that should be common in both of the data. Whatever the two tables you are want to combine, or whatever the things you want to combine, so there should be a common field between them. Let's say you want to combine up the rows, so in that case, in that particular that row, there should be some or the other common field. With the help of that common field only, you would be able to join up your tables, right? So first is that it is completely used for joining up the data or rows within the two or more than two tables. Other than that, there shall be one common field based one or the other, whatever you just say. So the combination which is done for the data or for the rows from the table, so in that the condition applies that should be based on a common field between them. Okay, hope I just made out this particular thing very much clear. First of all, that how you use out this join statement and what are the conditions that need to be applied, then only your tables would be completely joined out. Now I've been introducing you to the different four types of joins which we have here in the SQL. So I would start with the very first one, and that's the inner join. Okay, that's I, but let me just make that out. So it's INNER. It's like that, inner, and here goes the join. Okay. Next we have the left join. Left, and here we have the join. Third, we are having the right join. So here goes the right, and here goes the join. And at fourth, I'm having full join. So it goes the full join. Okay, so these are the complete four types of joins which we have here in the SQL, which are followed by inner, left, right, and full. Okay, now we'll be seeing upon all of them in a very detail here. Okay, but before that, let me just quickly draw out a quick table. Into that table, I would simply add, like put on the rows only. I would put on the columns only. I would just not put out rows because otherwise it's gonna take out a long time, right? So I would simply put on the columns only. So let's say this is my table, and let's say my table consists of 5 columns. Okay, so here goes the first column. Okay, then I would just take out the next. Okay, how come I take the arrow? Fine. So here is a line. So here goes my second column. Next I would be taking, okay, draw, put on the draw, then table, the third column. Here again goes the fourth column. Last one is fifth. These are imbalanced, but yes, fine. And here I would be taking one just like this, so that I could just write on the column names right here. Okay, fine. So what are my column names which I'm having here onto this particular thing? So first one, the very first column of mine which I have here is roll number. Okay, so I just put on that roll number. Next column belongs to the name, because as it is a data for the student, so it will be having roll number, name. Then we have here address, so ADD is for the address. Okay, then here I have at the last phone numbers, and at last I have the column that's age. So basically these are some of the columns which we are having onto our data, right? Hope I'm very much clear with this particular thing. So we'll be dealing up with this particular table only, right? So let me just come down here and let me take out a different pen, and so that we could proceed on with the very first join which we have. So the very first join which we are having is inner, and here goes the join, right? Inner join we are having. Now first of all, I just want to let you know one particular thing regarding this inner join, is that it's one of the very much simplest join which we have here in the SQL queries. One of the very simple one. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to tell you first of all what is the inner join. So what does it actually do? So I would just write that it selects, I would just write down that it selects all the rows, it selects all rows from both the tables, from both the whatever the tables you have taken out, it is going to select out all the rows from both out of tables, as long as as long as the condition satisfies, as long as the condition satisfies. As I told you that basically whatever the joins we are having, we all need to put on one of the condition, then only these join statements actually work about, right? So that the same thing I have mentioned here for the inner join as well, that it will select all the rows from both of the tables, whatever tables you are having, it will select out all the rows from that tables till that particular time, till the time your condition actually satisfies. Okay, so till the time your condition is going to satisfy, it is going to select out the rows from both of the tables, and the time where your condition does not satisfy, it will leave out at that particular place only. Right? Hope I'm very much clear with this particular thing. Now, next thing regarding the inner join is that we see that these are the keywords actually, okay? So I would just mention that out, that the keyword will create, what will it do? It will create out, it will create it will create the result set, result, it will create the result set by combining all rows, by combining all, let me just come down here, by combining all rows from both the tables. So basically it will be resulting you as an output with a combination of all the rows from both the tables which you have actually combined out, right? And where the condition will be satisfying, that is the values for the common field will be same, whatever the fields you are having, so the values for both of the fields will remain out same here, right? So hope I'm very much clear with the first of all this inner join, that what is this actually and how we just use that out. Now after understanding the use, next very important thing comes is about the syntax, that what's the syntax that we have to use here for the following out the inner join. So the syntax is, first of all, we just write out our select statement. So select, and here you need to write out the table name. So you select table, and after that your column names, whichever you are having, that all are okay. So here goes that from this particular table. So here your okay, one second, here your table names come out. So from table underscore name. After that we have the function that's inner join, that I just introduced you right here. So it goes like inner join, right? Inner join, and here goes your table 2. Okay, now here what you need to follow is that here you need to write out table 1 dot column 1. Okay, then you'll be writing table 1 dot column 2. Then again you need to write out table 2 dot column 1 and table 2 dot column 2. So what are the columns you are combining from the table 1 and the table 2? You need to mention out those column names here in this particular idea with the name of the tables. Okay, and here you're going to enter out the, put on the table name 1. For the first table which you're having, you'll be putting on the name of that table after this from function. So inner join, and in the inner join you will be putting out the table 2 name. Okay, then comes on table 1 name dot, and here goes the matching column which you are having, matching column is equal to, and here goes the table 2 dot matching, table 2 dot matching underscore column. Right, so this is the syntax that we actually follow out, that from the select statement, first of all from the table 1 you need to select out the column 1, and from table 1 you need to select out the column 2. Then from the table 2 you need to select out the column 1, and then from the table 2 you need to select out the column 2 as well. After that you need to write out the table name 1 using the from function, and then in the inner join function you'll be mentioning out your table 2 name. After that you will be putting on one condition, that's on, and there goes table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 dot matching column. So what are the matching columns are in the table 1 and table 2, you would be writing the name of both of the columns here, right? So hope I am very much clear about the syntax and the use of this inner join function, and even the use of the joins in the SQL statements. So we completed up this inner join function. Rest of the functions I'll be discussing in the further video. we had discussed about the joins, that what is joins, what it is used for, and what are the different types of joins which we have here in the SQL, right? So we had seen total 4 types of join, that were inner, left, right, and full, right? These were the 4 types of joins which we were having, and we had discussed about the inner join in detail. So what was that actually? So inner join, it basically selects out all the rows from both the table as long as the condition which you have applied that satisfies. So this particular keyword will create the result set by combining all the rows from both the tables. This is what is actually done in the inner join, and this was the syntax which we have used out, right? So now today I'll be moving forward with the second type of join, and that's we are having as left join. Right, so I'll be discussing about the left join now. Okay, how come I write the T here left, and here goes now the join function. Okay, fine. What does it actually helps us to do? So this function, it returns all the rows of the table. It returns all the rows of the table on the left side of the join, and matching rows, and I would just go on, and matching rows for the table on the right side, okay, on the right side of the join. Right, fine. Let me explain you what it does actually. So left join is one of the another functions. First of all, it returns you the rows of the table on the left side of the join, and matching rows for the table on the right hand side of the join. So what it returns you out all rows of the table on the left hand side of the join, and matching rows for the table on the right hand side of the join. So what are the rows you are having onto the table? It returns those onto the left hand side of the join, wherever you have just joined out that particular table with the whatever the column or row you have joined out. So it is going to return out all the rows of that table onto the left hand side, and what will be the matching rows for the table, and what will be the matching rows of the table, all of them will be displayed, all of them will be put up on the right hand side of the join. So on the left side you get out the rows of the table, and on the right hand side you get out the matching rows of the table. Right, hope I'm very much clear with this left join function, that first of all it returns you the all rows of the table. Secondly, it returns you the rows of the table onto the left hand side of the join, and it returns you out the matching rows of the table onto the right hand side of the join. Right, now fine, next thing comes here. Let me come down. Right, fine. So now basically we have the row for which there is no matching, row, the row for which there is no matching row on right side, the result set, I would just write that the result will be null, N-U-double-L. Now, the row basically for which there is no matching row on right side. So, let's say there is a row, and for that particular there is no such of a matching row on the right hand side. So, in that case, the result which we get out is basically null, N-U-double-L. It means that onto the other side we do not have out a matching row. Right, now what's the syntax that we need to follow up here? So I would just write out here the syntax, and let's come down here. So here I'm going to use out that select statement. So here goes select, and here comes first of all the table1 dot table. Okay, table1 dot, here comes the column 1, putting out a comma, here comes the table1 dot column 2, and here goes the column 2. Again putting out, okay, I'm sorry, let me just come down here. 1 second. Fine. After this, we just put on a comma, and here again comes about the table 2 dot column 1, then comes table 2 dot column 2, and up to whatever we just want to do, right? So this is done. After that, we just write out from, and here we write out the table 1 name. So table 1, right here comes, okay, table 1. Next, we are going to use out the function, that's the left join function, which we need to use out, left join, and here comes the table 2. So, okay, that is table 2, right? One second, that's TABLE. Okay, let that be. Okay, let me take out the eraser first of all here, and now let me take on the pen once again. So here this and then, okay. So table, and here goes the 2, right? So TAB, that's L, and here E, table 2, fine. Then comes here the on condition on table 1 dot matching, on table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 dot, and for the table 2 as well, on is equal to table 2 dot, and here as well comes the matching column, right? So left join table 2 on table 1 dot matching underscore column is equal to table 2 dot matching underscore column. So this is the condition which we apply out here for to the left join. Okay, hope you are very much clear with this particular thing as well, that how does this left join function actually works, and what is the syntax that you need to follow up for the left join, right? Now let's move towards the next part of the join functions, and now we are having the right join. So let me just come down here at a particular place, and let me put on the heading, that's number 3rd, and here we have the right. Okay, how do I make this J like this, right, and here goes the join, fine. Now, what is this right function, right join function used for completely? Now, it is a little bit of similar to the left join function only. So I would just write out that it returns all the rows. It returns all the rows of the table. It returns all the rows of the table on the right side. On the right side of the join. On the right side of the join. And matching rows for the table on the left side of the join. Now this is simply the opposite for the left join. So in right join, what happens that it returns all the rows of the table onto the right hand side of the join, and the matching rows for the table onto the left hand side of the join. What was happening in the left join? Once let me just go above. Where's that left join? One second. So here we have. And even let me take out a highlighter as well, so it's easy for me to highlight the thing so that you understand the things clearly. Right, so it returns all the rows of a table onto the, okay, it returns all the rows of the table on the left side of the join. So what is happening here into this particular left join, that it is basically returning all the rows of the table onto the left hand side of the join, and the matching rows are returned onto the matching for the table onto the right side of the join, right? This is what is happening here onto this particular left join. And for the right, what is happening? Let me just come down. So for the right, it is returning all the rows of the table onto the right side of the join, and the matching rows for the table are being returned onto the left hand side, right? So hope you got out the idea regarding this left join as well, that left and the right join. That first of all, what's the basic difference between both of these, particularly left join and the right join as well, right? So hope you are clear with the left join and the right join. So for the right join, we have the syntax as well, so that will not be seen right here. We'll be seeing this particular thing up in the next video, right? So hope you got out the very clear idea regarding first for the left join, and second that what's the basic thing about the left join, and even with for the right join as well, right? We had seen that in the right join, It returns out all the rows of the table onto the right side of the join and matching rows for the table onto the left hand side of the join. Right? This was what happening. Now, let me go down here. First of all, let me just quickly took out a pen here so that I could proceed on with the writing as well. Yes. But let that be a little bit of thinner pen. It's too much of thick. Fine. Great. Now, the rows we are having that the rows for which there is no matching row. There is no okay, 1 second. There is no matching row on left side, then the result would be, then the result will be null. N-U-double-L. So if there is no such matching row on the left hand side, so in that case your result would be for that particularly null, right? Hope you are very much clear. One another thing that the right join is as well known as a right outer join. Okay, right. Now let me just come down here at this particular place and let me add on the syntax for the right join. Now the syntax is again similar to the same which we had learned above. Simply the difference is that instead of that left join place, we write out the right join. Let me write that out. So here goes the select statement. Here goes your table 1 dot column 1. So here goes the column 1. Then your table 1 dot column 2 up to your whatever the tables, and then goes the table 2 dot column 1. Then table 2 dot column 2 up to whatever you are having, right? And after that here goes the from condition from table 1. Then goes the your function, that's right join. Everything would be in capital, okay? Right and join. Right join, and here goes the table number 2, and simply putting on a on condition here, and on table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 dot matching column, right? Simply the difference is here we have just put on the left out the right join function, whichever you just wanted to use out, right? Hope I'm very much clear with the right join as well. Now we have the last join function here, that's the full join. So as from the name only it suggests out its thing that what it is gonna do, but yeah, let's see out that what things we can do with the help of this full join function. So okay, so it creates out the result set by combining the left join and the, let me go down, by combining the left join and the right, okay, right, it's not that, right, and here goes the join. So basically what it does, it creates out the result set by combining up the left join and the right join. What does the result set actually contains, which is gonna come as an output? So the result set will contain all the rows. The result set will contain all the rows from both the tables, okay, it will be containing up the result set from both the tables. Now next comes that the rows for which there is no matching, the result set comes to be null. Right now I will just explain things in a very detailed way. So first of all, that what output do we get from this full join function? So the output which we get from this full join function, it basically helps you to create out the result set by combining the result from the left join and the right join as well, right? Next, The result set which we contain all the rows from both the tables. So the result that we finally get out, it contains out all the rows from both the tables, from the table 1 and even from the table 2. So the rows for which there is no matching. Now in the left and right we were just comparing from the left side or from the right side. But into the full join function we see that the row for which there is no matching. So in that case the result set comes to be the null. Right, hope I'm very much clear with this particular thing for the full join function, right? Now basically let's come down here and let's add on the syntax for this particular function. So here comes the syntax. So the syntax is again similar to the previous ones only. So I would just select a statement goes up here. So select table 1 dot column 1 comma table 2, sorry, it's not table 2, it's table 1, or table 1 dot column 2 comma, then let's say another view are having, so it goes table 2 dot column 1 comma table 2 dot column 2 and etc. It goes up till like whatever the value you are putting on, it depends on to the column names, right? Next, here comes the from statement. From basically is used for select out the table. So here in this case, we'll be selecting out the table 1. Here comes my function name, that's the full join function. So I just put on full join table 2. So it means that from the table 1, we are joining up the table 2, right? Completely joining up. And what are the conditions that are applied using the on keyword? So the condition goes on table 1 dot matching column, table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 is equal to table 2 dot matching column. Now matching column means that this particular column shall be present in both of the tables. It means the common column which you are having in both of the tables, that comes here under the matching column term. Right, so I was just simply using out matching column and matching column. So it means that whatever the common column name you are having in both of the tables, simply apply that out right here. So now let me just go up. Okay, first of all, I hope that you are now very much clear first of all that what are the different functions which we have, different joins which we have out here. Let me give you a very quick recap regarding all of the functions here which we have studied up till now. So let me just quickly take on the highlighter and let me just increase out that highlighter a little bit. So right here it goes. Okay, let me go above. Let's start from the very starting. Great. So here we have first of all the joins. That what are the join statements? So these are used for combining the data or rows based upon the common fields between them. So what are the common fields which we are having in the data or in the table? So it is based upon the combination of those, right? Now let me come down here. So in total we are having these 4 types of join functions: inner join, left join, right join and full join. Simply I made out this table, but right here we will not be using that out. So here comes the very first topic, that's the inner join. So basically what it does, it select out all the rows from both the tables till the point your condition satisfies. It is going to select out all the rows from both of the tables. So this particular keyword will create out the result set by combining all the rows from both the tables. And this was the syntax that we have followed on. Next we had seen about the left join. So this was the function that was returning us all the rows of the table onto the left hand side and the matching rows of the table onto the right hand side. So the row for which there is no such matching row on the right side, so the result will be simply null, right? And this was the syntax that was followed for the left join. And then we were having the right join. So basically what was happening in the right join? So it was returning us all the rows of the table onto the right hand side of the join and the matching rows for the table onto the left hand side of the join. Right, the rows for which there is no such matching row on left side, then the result will be null for that particular case, right? Next I was having the full join function. So what was that used for? So it was basically used for creating out the result set by combining a left join and the right join. So it's basically the combination of the left join function and even the combination of the right hand join function. So result set will contain all the rows from both the tables. The rows for which there is no matching, the result set comes to be null. And this is the syntax which we follow up here. Right, so hope I'm very much clear with this particular all of the 4 join functions to you, that basically what are these used for, what are the syntaxes, and what are the cases where we just use out these join functions. About some new topic in the SQL for the data science, right? So the topic that I'm going to follow up today are the SQL constraints. So constraints. Okay, so this is the topic for today that we're going to go ahead with, and that's the SQL constraints. We are going to see that what are the topic that lies TRAI. Okay, that is TRAIN. Here one T I had missed out. Now it's okay. Right, so we are going to see that what are the topics that come under this particular section, and even we are going to do out and put on some different topics here, right? So what I would do here is that I would simply take out a new color so as I could begin with the writing of the rules. Okay. So yeah, here goes that. First of all, we'll be discussing that. What are the constraints? Okay. Right here. Okay. So I could see that constraints are the rules. Constraints are the rules that we apply on the type of data in our table. So constraints are basically the rules that we apply on the type of data in a table. Let's say I'm working with some data which is stored in our table. Right, so what are the rules that I'm going to apply, and what are the things that I'm going to apply onto that particular data which is stored in a table? That is completely known as constraints. Right, hope I am very much clear with that particular thing. Now, and what is this? Okay, that is fine. Now, why we just use it out? So that is, I would mention out, that is we can specify. Let me now just go out down here. Okay, constraints are the rules that we apply on the type of data in a table. That is, we can specify the limit on the type of data that can be stored in a particular column in a table that can be stored in a particular column in a table using constraints. It put on like this, right? So yeah, this is regarding first of all that constraints, that what are these and what are they useful. Let me quickly again give you a revision of that. So constraints are the rules that we apply on the type of data in a table. That is, we can specify the limit on the type of data that can be stored in a particular column in a table using the constraints, right? Hope I am very much clear with this particular thing. Now, what are the available constraints that we have here in the SQL? So I would just put on the heading for that the available constraints are, okay, what are the available constraints? So that are, first one I am having here as the not null. Right, so this is very first available constraint that we have here in the SQL. So that's the not null. What is this used for? So let me go ahead and put on all of those things. So this constraint tells that we cannot store. This particular constraint tells that we cannot store a null value in a column. column. This is the very first thing that this particular constraint tells. So this constraint tells us that we cannot store a null value in a column, right? Next, in a column, that is if a column, that is, let me just come down, get out some space for writing, right? That is if a column, here goes the column, right? So that is if a column is specified as not null. That is, if a column is specified as not null, then we will not be able to store null in this particular column. In this, I will just simply write out column here, in this column any more. So what is this not null constraint helps us? So this particular constraint is that we cannot store a null value in a column. It means that if a column is specified as not null, then we will not be able to store null into this particular column anymore. Okay. So this is first of all the very first constraint that we have out here, and which is not null, right? Let me come down to a new line and let me go ahead with the second one for now. Okay. So the second one I am having here is unique. That's the unique. Okay. Second one we are having here as unique. So now what is this particular constraint and what is this particular used for? So I would mention out that this constraint, so this constraint tells, okay, one second, this constraint, I will just not go ahead with like this. I would write out that this constraint, when specified, so this constraint when specified with a column, tells that all the values in the column like all the values which we are having in the column must be actually unique. Unique means that each of the values shall differ from all the values whichever are stored here, right? So this particular constraint when specified with a column tells us all the values in the column must be unique. Okay, and that is must be unique. That is the values in any row, that is the values in any row of a column, that the values in any row of a column, like what are the values you are having in the row or in any of the rows of a column, must not be that action shall not be repeated. Must not be, let me just go down here, must not be repeated. Right, so the other constraint when specified with a column tells that all the values in the column must be unique. That is, the values in any row of a column must not be repeated out. It means, as I mentioned out, that all the values shall be dissimilar to each other. Fine, this is what the unique constraint actually means out here. Then the third number I would be having here, the number 3, and that's the primary key. So primary, and here goes the key, primary key. Okay, primary key. So a primary key, like this, right? So a primary key is a field. A primary key is a field. Right here. So the primary key is a field which can uniquely So a primary key is a field which can uniquely identify each row, in a table. Right, in a table it can actually uniquely identify each row, and the constraint is used to specify a field in a table as a primary key. So the primary key constraint is that it is a field which can uniquely identify each row in a table, right? And this particular constraint is used to specify out a field in a table as a primary key. So like let's say you are having out a data and that data is stored in a form of a table. So what is this primary key constraint used for? So this would actually help you out to specify out a field in a table, and that particular field in the table would be known as the primary key, right? So hope I am very much clear with the primary key to you. Let me just go above and go ahead with all the SQL constraints which we had seen till now. So first of all, we had seen about what are the constraints. So it is defined as these are the rules that we apply onto the type of data in a table. This is we can specify the limit on the type of data that can be stored in a particular column in a table using out the constraints. So it is somewhat you can specify that what type of data will be stored in a table, and that all things are completely done using the constraints, right? Now next what I'm having that what are the available constraints which we are having. So the very first one is the not null. Okay, so what is this particular constraint used for? So this tells that we cannot store out a null value in a column. Okay, it means that we cannot store a null value in a column. That is, if a column is specified as not null, then we will not be able to store null in this column anymore, right? Next, we are having out the unique constraint. So this particular constraint, whenever is specified with a column, this tells that all the values in a column must be unique, right? As the term as will suggest out, that all the values which you are having that shall be dissimilar to each other, right? Then we have the primary key. So a primary key is a field which can uniquely identify out each row in a table, right? Whenever we just talk about uniquely identifying the row in a table, and this is the primary key which helps us to do so, right? So hope I made all of these things very much clear regarding all the three constraints which I have discussed. We are left with some more as well here. So that I'll be discussing up. In fact, we are having the SQL constraints which we are discussing about. And onto that we had already seen about the not null, the unique and the primary key. Great. So now I'll be taking you to some of the next as well which we are having right here some of the next constraints, right? Next, after the primary key, we have the foreign key. Then the next key which we are having, that's the foreign key. Okay, right here. So what it is actually, so I would just mention out the things that a foreign, right here. So a foreign key is a field. A foreign key is a field which can a foreign key is a field which can uniquely a foreign key is a field which can uniquely identify each row, which can uniquely identify out the each row in another table, right? This is what okay, one second, I didn't write out this in another, and here we go with a table right here. Fine. So a foreign key is a field which can uniquely identify out the each row in another table, right? And what else we are having for the foreign key? So it goes, and this particular constraint and this constraint and this constraint is used to specify, and this constraint is used to specify out the field as foreign key, fine. So yeah, this is regarding out the foreign key, that a foreign key is a field which can uniquely identify each row in another table, and this particular constraint is used to specify the field as a foreign key. So the case it goes that when we specify out the field as a foreign key, so yeah, this is one of the constraints where we just use this out. So this is particularly used for, and it's used for uniquely identifying out the rows in the another table, right? Let me just come down right here and take you to the number 5th constraint. So the next constraint which we are having right here, that's the check. Okay, we are having another one, that is the check. This is, I could say, this is the second last one. Okay, right. So what is this particularly? So I mentioned out this constraint, this right here. So this constraint helps to validate the values. So this constraint helps to validate the values of a column to meet a specific or you could say a particular condition. I would just write a condition downside because above it is not gonna come up. Great. So this particular constraint helps to validate out the values of a column to meet a specific or you could say a particular condition. Okay. Now, next I put out a dot, and here goes. That is, I would mention out that is, it basically, that is, it helps to ensure that the values is stored. It helps us to ensure that the values is stored in a column like this. Let me come down and get out some space for me. So okay, till the time I would just divide out this one thing here, that this particular constraint helps to validate out the values of a column to meet a specific or a particular condition. That is, it helps to ensure that the values stored in a column meets a specific condition. So yeah, this is regarding this particular next constraint that we were dealing with, that's a check constraint. So this particular constraint, what it does, it helps you to validate out the values of a column. And why we just need to do or validate out the the values of a column, so that it particularly meets out the specific conditions. So whatever the specific conditions you are having, it particularly meets those out. So it's compulsory to validate out the values of a column. Now that is basically, it helps us to ensure that the value sorted in a column meets out a specific condition. So basically, what are the values you are having? If that are sorted, so it meets out a specific condition. Right, now I'm going to come down here with the next particular constraint, and that's the last constraint. Okay, and the next one which we are having here is default. So here goes the default. Fine. So let's discuss about this particular thing. So this constraint, TRAINT. So this constraint specifies a default value, for the column. So this particular constraint specifies a default value for the column where no value is specified by the user. So into default case, what happens? In default case, it happens that we have outer constraint and it specifies outer default value for the column where no value is specified by the user. Now, in the case, let's say you are making out a table, you are putting on some values into the row, some onto the column. So there could be a case that you haven't mentioned out any of the value in any of the particular case. In either of the row, you haven't mentioned out the value, right? So in that particular case, this default is the constraint which is used out. Okay, so this particular constraint specifies out a default value for the column where the case is no value is specified by the user. Fine. So let me take you above here for a short while and let's discuss about the foreign key. So yeah, foreign key, we had already seen out that it is one of the fields which could uniquely identify out each row in another table, right? Which could uniquely identify each row in another table. And this particular constraint is used to specify out the field as a foreign key. The case where you just specify out the field as a foreign key, and that is that when you uniquely identify each row in another table, right? Next we have the next function, that's the check. So this particular constraint helps to validate out the values of a column to meet a specific or particular condition, whatever you just want to say. So this is one of the cases, one of the constraints which helps you out to validate the values of a column. And why are these done? So as to meet out a specific or a particular condition. That is, it completely helps you to ensure that the values stored in a column meets out a specific condition. Right? What about the default? So this constraint specifies out a default value for the column where no value is specified by the user. So into this particular constraint, what happens that we specify out a default value for the column, and that goes where no value is specified by a user or anything like that, right? Now, other than that, basically how we specify out the constraints. So we basically specify out the constraints at the time of creating of the table. Let me tell you that thing as well. Let me just put down here. Okay, 1 second. Okay, right here. And okay, let's mention that out, that how you specify constraints. Right here, how you specify out the constraints. So I would just write that we can specify constraints. We can specify out the constraints at the time of creating. We can specify out the constraints at the time of creating the table. Using create table statement. So yeah, this is how we specify out a constraint. That whenever we specify out the constraints, 1 second, NTS, right? So at the time of creating out the table, when we use out the create table statement, and in that particular case, we just specify out a constraint. Okay. Now we can also specify the constraints after creating a table using alter table statement. So I would write that as well once. Let me put on that. So I could write out that we can also, let me get out some space here, that we can also specify, right? So we can also specify the constraint the constraint after creating, so we can also specify out the constraints after creating table, using alter table statement, right? So like this as well, we could specify out the constraints that after creating out the table using alter table statement, we could make out and we could put on and specify out the constraints at that particular place as well, right? So hope I made these things very much clear to you, that how we can specify out the constraints, how we can make out the constraints, and what are the different constraints which we are having in the SQL. Practical steps onto this MySQL Workbench, which we have already installed into the previous video, right? We had seen out the correct procedure, that how you can install out this MySQL Workbench and the shell and the connector with Python. All of these things we had already seen into the previous video. So today, right in this particular video, we are going to write out some queries for creating out the database, for checking out the database, and some stuff like that, right? Let's get started. So quickly, without jumping onto the stuffs for writing out the things, I would just want you to take on to the page where we had discussed about the commands. Because from these commands only we'll be going ahead and checking out and writing out the queries, right? The command today which I'm going to use out is DDL command, this very first one, right? So that is the full form is data definition language. So from this DDL command, there are some 5 to 6 topics which come under this, some 5 to 6 subqueries that come here, which is create, drop, and then we have alter, we have truncate, we have comment, and we have rename, right? These are the 6 queries which come under this particular thing. Let me go on to that page itself, right? Yeah. So here comes the data definition language. What was that used for? That was actually used for defining out the database structure or the schema, right? So the case where you just want to like define out the database, in that case we just use out this data definition language, right? And it is as well used to specify out the additional properties of the data. Fine. So first of all, I'll be using out the very first command, that is the create command. So that is used to create out the objects in the database. So let's go on to the MySQL Workbench and start writing out some stuffs onto this particular place. Right, so for all of you, this particular file must be visible if you have downloaded the MySQL. So I would just zoom in the things and let me just take this down so that we just get out some proper space for writing. Fine. Now, whenever we are just going to write out some queries, so the very first thing that we do is that we create out a database, right? Without creating out a database, you cannot put out the tables, you cannot put out any columns, you cannot put out any rows in that particular database, right? The very first step that we do is we create out a database. So what's the procedure for creating out the database? Let me just once again go on to the OneNote here for a while. And let me just come to this page, and 1 second, let me just go above right here. So this was the command which we have already seen, that how to create out a database. So just have a look. What we do, we just first will write out the create, that is the query. After that we put out the table, and then we write out the table name, that for what table you just want to create out, or what is table name for which you just want to create out. In the same procedure only, we just create out the database as well. In that case, I just told you how to create out the table, right? Even the process for creating out the database is as well same. What I would just simply write out here first of all create. Now this is the keyword, you can say this is the keyword which is used for creating out the table and as well as creating out the database as well, right? So I would just write create database, right? This is how we just write out the database. So this is the place and this is how we just write out. 1 second. Give it a space, and after that give out the name for your database, whatever the name you just want to put on for the database which you are making out, right? Let's say I would be just giving out the name as let's say okay, that is demo1. Okay, demo1, my database name, right? This is how we just write out a query here. Fine. So the create was one of the keywords which we have taken. This database as well was the same, and demo1 is the name for my database which I just wanted to give out. Now whenever you are having one single query, so in that case, you could just simply go and put on and run on any of these two buttons, whichever you just wish like. Okay, but whenever you have written out many queries and you just want to run out any particular query, so in that case, we just select out this particular whole like this. Okay, we select out the things like this and then you click on these run buttons. Okay, first one is the execute the selected portion. So you would just click on this first yellow button, right? One thing I just missed out that after writing all the queries in SQL, we just put out a semicolon as well, right? So I'll just put on that particular thing as well here. Now I will be selecting this out and clicking on the run button. Now just let me just maximize this thing so that you are able to see all the things clearly. See, here basically you just got out the action that create database demo 1. So one row affected, so it means that my database which I was planning, that has been created out at this particular place. Right now I would just again minimize that out here at this place only. Fine, so my database has been now created. Fine, so this is done. Now whenever I just want to put on some any row or any column, any table inside this database, so we use this function with that is use. Okay, we use this like use, and you just need to write out your database name whichever you just want to use out. Now I want to use out this demo 1, right? The database which we have recently made out, that is demo 1. I just want to use that out here, so I just simply wrote use demo 1. Now I would select this particular portion and run that out. So see here it is basically showing out. Let me again maximize that particular thing. So it's showing that use demo 1, 0 rows affected, right? And even it shows out the duration as well to you, that what is the duration that has been taken, the time, and it shows the numerical values like 1, 2, 3, 4 according to the numbers, right? This is how it actually goes out. Fine, so this demo 1 has now been created here. Okay, first of all we created out the database, so this is how we create out the database. Next, when you just want to use out that particular database, so this is how you just use out the database. Now next thing comes is that you just want to delete out or drop out the database which you have created, right? The third function which I have listed out here, that is drop function. Let me come down here, modify, stand, describe. This is the drop function, right? Drop means to remove out that particular database, right? So just see out, delete objects from the database. Fine. So now in this case, we'll be seeing out that how you can drop out a particular database whichever you are having. So I would just go on to that particular slide once again, and yeah, this is how the command works out. You first of all put out that drop function. After that you write out the respective table name, and yeah, that's okay. After simply putting out the drop, you just write out the table, and after that simply just write out the database name whichever you just want to drop out. So let me just go on to the MySQL Workbench once again here, and let me write out the things right here. So I would just write out here as drop, and after that right now I just want to drop out a particular database. So I will be mentioning out the same drop database, right? And after that I have the database which I just want to drop out, and that is demo 1 for me, right? So drop database and then demo 1. So drop is basically the command which will help you to delete out the objects from that particular database. Now objects will be deleted from the table, right? But right here we haven't made out any particular table. So in that case, we are simply deleting out the database. So for that, you just use out the drop function. After that, you write out the database because you just want to drop out the database. In case you want to drop out any table, so instead of this database, you would have written table at that particular place, right? That is done. And at last, you just simply write out the name of that particular database which you just want to delete out, right? And now I would just click on this particular button and execute that out. Right, so in the downside, it is showing me drop database demo 1, this much of rows affected and this much of time has been. Whenever it shows the tick mark here, so it means that whatever the query you have written out, that has been executed. And in case it is showing out the cross mark, so in that case, it's the case that your query has not been executed till now. right? I would just give you an example for that cross mark as well, so that you are very much clear with that. Okay, let's remove out this colon from here, right? And now I would be just running this out here. Fine. And here you just now are able to see that, see, this red cross button is coming here, right? It means that you have some error here. Even it is showing you that error code 1008 cannot drop database demo 1, database does not exist, right? Why it is showing you error like this? Because you haven't mentioned out the proper syntax. You just missed out that particular colon from you, right? So this is the reason. And now if I just again try on running this out, now it is again showing me this same thing. Why? Because once I have already dropped out this particular database. So that is the reason when I am again and again running out this particular query. So it's showing me that this database does not exist, this database does not exist, because once I have already run out this particular query. So one action you can perform at in only one single time. It's not the case that you have dropped out the database again and again you are running out a single query. No, it's not that case. It is gonna show you some type of errors, right? So hope you first of all got the idea that how you create out a database, how do you just use out that particular database, and how you drop out the database, right? Now we have done all of these things till now, but how to check that the database which I have dropped, is that deleted or not, and how to check all of these things. So that we'll be covering in the next video. We're going to study out a new topic and just technically introduce you to that particular topic. So the one which we are going to do today is the aggregate. We have aggregate functions in SQL. Okay, this is what we are gonna learn today in the SQL. Fine. So what I would do is that I would just quickly take out a new color so that it doesn't make out too much differentiation while writing out the things. And yeah, let's get started out. So first, let's understand about that. What are aggregate functions actually? Okay. So I go here that in a database, in database management system, in database management, an aggregate in database management, an aggregate function is a function in database management. An aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together, where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input. And let me just get out some space. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria. To form a single value of more significant meaning. Here goes the meaning. Fine. This is what we meant by aggregate function is in SQL, basically that in the database management system, in the database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form a single value of more significant meaning, right? So yes, this is what first of all we meant from aggregate functions in SQL. Fine. After that, what are the different aggregate functions which we have here in the SQL? So let me just go down, fine, right here, and fine. Now, I would term out here that the various aggregate functions. Okay, various aggregate functions. Number one, we go with the count function. So number one, we go with the count. Okay. Number two, we go with the function that's the sum. Okay. Number three, we go with the average, AVG. Fine. Number four, we go with the min function. And at last, we are having the function that's the max. So here we go with the max. Fine. So here we have these 5 aggregate functions that are count, sum, average, min and max. Fine. These are the aggregate functions which we have in the SQL. Now what I'll be doing is that I would be quickly making out a quick data right here, and according to that only we'll be proceeding on seeing on all of these functions, that how they work and what are the functioning of those. So here goes my table. Now I just want out some different rows as well here. So let's say one is for the ID. 1 second, let's say one is for the ID. Then we are having this for the name, and then we have it for the salary. Right here. Right, and I'll just make out one single line as well that will represent out the column name. So here we go with the column name. Fine. So I'll be setting up some values onto this particular data. First one, as I mentioned, that would be my ID. Second one would be my name, and third one will be my salary. Fine. So ID goes from 1 up till 6. So here goes 1, 2, we have 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay. Name goes like A, B, C, D, E, and then we go here as F. Okay. Let's say salaries we are having, let's say 80, 90, 70, let's say we have 50, let's say that's 40, and here we have, let's say, null. Okay, so this is what one of my tables I just quickly made out here as an example. Now I'll be moving forward with each and every aggregate function that we have studied out. So the very first one that I am having right here is the count function. Okay, the very first function which we are having here is basically the count function. Now what happens here, if I write out count and I put on an asterisk, count asterisk, what does it returns to me as an output? Okay, so completely it returns total, it returns total number of records. Okay, whenever I am writing count and after that I am putting out an asterisk, so it means that it is going to return out the total number of records. Fine. Now what are the total number of records which we are, let's say here I go. So in the total number of records I have total 6 records here, right? So if I just run out this particular query, so in that case I would be getting out the result as 6, that is 6. Fine. So this is what this count asterisk returns me. Now next, if I just go and write out here count, and if I write out here in the bracket instead of asterisk, I want now the salary only. Okay, so what it will return? It will return number of non-null values, return number of non-null values over the column salary. So what it is going to give me as an output, it is going to return me the number of non-null values over the column salary. So if I just go on to the column that is salary, so in total I have 5 non-null values, right? So I will be getting out an answer as that is 5. Okay. So why 5 I already explained out, because in that particular case it is going to return me out the non-null values over the column that is the salary which I mentioned. Fine. Next command what I have is, okay, with the if the count function, if I just write out here as distinct salary, count distinct salary, okay. Now into that particular case, what could I return out? I could return number of distinct values, return number of distinct non-null values over the column salary. that is 4. Okay, so count basically returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is total 4. So if I go on to the salary column, here I go on to the salary one. So when I'm just taking out, so how am I having? Okay, all the 5 values which I'm having that are distinct. In this case, instead of 4, I'll be getting out the answer as 5, because I have none of the values which are basically non-distinct to each other, right? Each and every values are unique onto my particular data which I am having, right? So in that particular case, that's the reason that why I am getting out the final output here as 5. So if I wrote out count distinct salary, so it is going to return me out the number of distinct non-null values over the column that is salary. Fine. So let's take out a quick revision regarding the aggregate functions in SQL. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Okay, so in database management, aggregate function is a kind of a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Fine. The aggregate functions which you are having are count, sum, average, min and max. So this was the data that we had made out and that we need to go through. Fine. Okay, one second, right here. And then we saw regarding out the count function, that what is there in the count function. So if we just write out count asterisk, it means that it is going to return out the total number of records which you are having, right? If I wrote about count salary, so it is going to return you out the number of non-null values over the column that is salary. And if I write out count distinct salary, so it returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 5, right? So hope I am very much clear with this particular thing in regards of these all of the things which I have mentioned for you regarding the count and the aggregate functions. So the functions which we needed to discuss out. So I would give you a quick overview regarding whatever we had done. So we were having the aggregate functions in the SQL. So onto that, first of all, we discussed about that what we meant from aggregate functions. So we could see that in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Right, this is what we meant from the aggregate functions. Now, when I talk about various aggregate functions, so those are count, sum, average, minimum and the maximum. Right, these are the different aggregate functions which we are having. So here we have the ID, here we have the name and here we have the salary. Fine. Now, when I move towards the count with the very first aggregate function, that's the count. So there we had seen that if I wrote out count asterisk. So okay. So in that case, it would return me out the total number of records which we are having, that are in total 6. Fine. Next, what I'll be doing is that I'll be getting out a count salary. So it will basically return me the number of non-null values over the column salary, that is 5. So in that case, I'll be getting out the non-null values over the column. Fine. Then, if I move towards the next, that is the count distinct salary. Find count distinct salary. So in that case, I'll be getting out the as an output for the return number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 5. Right, this was about the count function. Now, after this, if I just want to go ahead and proceed on with the next of the functions, so the second one which I'm going to take here is the sum. Sum and put on the brackets like this, right? Let me come down fine here. Okay. Now, what if I just wrote out sum and into the bracket I wrote out, one second, into the bracket I could wrote out here as salary. Sum, salary, fine. What is that? Okay, what is that? So it is a sum of, okay, sum all non-null, okay, non-null values, sum all non-null values of column salary. Okay, if I wrote out sum and into the bracket I mention out any particular column name, so in that case what we get out as an output, so we get out the output in the form of the sum of all non-null values of the column which we are having, and that is the salary here. So the salary column we were having right here, right? If I do the addition of all of these, so in that case I'll be getting out the final output whenever I use out that sum function, sum aggregate function, right? This is first of all that what it is used for. Now if I just wrote out sum and into the bracket I wrote out distinct, sum distinct, and if I just wrote out here as salary. Now what is this particular function, sum distinct salary? See, distinct means that something which is different from each other, right? That are not repetitive, the ones which are different. This is what distinct is, right? So in that case I could mention out here that sum of all distinct, sum of all distinct, sum of all distinct non-null values, sum of all distinct non-null values, that is 250. That is 250. So sum of distinct salary is the sum of all distinct values with the non-null values which they are having. Okay, that is not 250. 1 second. We haven't calculated that yet now, so I can't assure you that what's the value into that particular thing. But yeah, this is what it is particularly used for. Whenever we are just having some salary or some distinct salary thing, so in that case we just find out the final sum, and that is what called as the final sum. Right, now next we are having here the average, AVG. Fine. Now what's the average? Next function was the average, right? So if I just write out average and in bracket I wrote out there as salary, average salary, right? So average salary will be basically my sum of the salary, the sum aggregate function which we used above, right? It could be sum of the salary divided by, it will be the count of salary, SALARY. Okay, it will be the sum of salary divided by count of salary. Okay, that is equal to 300. Okay, not that because we haven't again calculated out any value, so that's okay. We won't get out in final answer. But yeah, when you are gonna apply out this query onto the the IDE or the SQL Workbench, whatever you are using out. So in that case, if you just want to find out the average of that particular salary, so you could simply put on the sum and the count of salary, sum divided by the count of salary. Now see here, we are using two aggregate functions to find out a new aggregate value, right? Two aggregate values are used to find out a new aggregate value. So this is how these things work out here. Whenever, let's say I just take out another example. I just wrote out average, and now here I just want to find out a distinct salary. So distinct, and here we have, let's say, salary. Fine. So distinct salary, in that case as well everything goes same, but only one difference is here. That is we have sum of distinct salary, divided by count of distinct salary. Fine. So for finding out the average of the distinct salary, we have the sum of the distinct salaries, and that is divided by the count of the distinct salary. Right, hope I am clear with this particular thing as well. Fine. Now next, if I just move ahead with the min and max, so the min, I could just write out min salary, and I could put on here the what I'll be getting as an output. So output that I'll be getting will be the minimum value in the salary column, minimum value in the salary column, except null. Okay, I'll be getting the minimum value in the salary column except the null. Fine, except the null value, whatever the minimum value we are having onto our whole data that I had again written above. From that particular, you would be getting out the minimum value. Now, if I just talk about the max, and into the bracket I just wrote out here as salary. So in that case, I'll be getting out the maximum value. We have the maximum value in the salary column. In the salary column, we have the maximum value in the salary column except the null. Fine. So minimum salary is basically the minimum value in the salary column except the null, and max salary is basically the maximum value in the salary column except the null, right? Okay, here this particular thing doesn't work except the null, because max can't be null anytime. It can't be that particular thing, right? This one of the case which can't ever be true. Fine. So let me quickly give you a revision of all the functions which we have discussed. 1 second. Right, so we started with the sum function. So onto the sum, we had seen that sum of the salary. So what was it returning as an output? It was returning the sum of all null values of column, that is the salary column. What was sum distinct salary returning? It was returning out the sum of all distinct non-null values. If I move ahead with the average function, so it was giving me the average salary, and that was, how was that actually founded? So that was founded by sum in the bracket we put on salary divided by count in the bracket we put on salary. Fine. If I wanted to find out the average distinct salary, so in that case I could just simply write out sum of distinct salary divided by count of distinct salary. For the minimum salary, we have minimum value in the salary column except the null. And for the max, we have the max salary, that is the minimum value in the salary column, right? So hope I am very much clear that how you would be using out these aggregate functions onto your SQL, onto your workbenches, how you will be applying them out, and basically what are the functions which return you this and what are the functions which return you that. Hope I am very much clear with all of these things. Right, so this is the topic that we are going to follow up. So I will put on the heading as well. So that is the case statement. Here goes the case statement, and that so is for the SQL. Fine, this is the topic that we are going to follow up. So what I'll be doing is that first of all I will letting you know that what is this case statement used for. Then I'll be taking you forward with rest of the things for this particular case statement. Fine. Okay. So I would just write out some of the things here, and please have a look over them. That control statements form the heart of most languages, right? Control statements form the heart of most of the languages. Okay, 1 second. Let me quickly take out the eraser. Let me erase this out. I'm not going to write this out as well. 1 second. So I would take out again the same color. Fine. So basically, why is this particular? So because they control out the execution of the other sets of the statements, right? They control out the execution of different sets of the statements. Right? That is the thing. Now there are these are found in SQL as well. We as well have the control statements in the SQL as well. We have seen other control statements in the Python. We just put on some of these, and all these things we had seen, right? Now we have these control statements in the SQL as well. Okay. Now what are these used for? And these should be exploited to use such as query filtering and query optimization through careful selection of tuples and that matter requirements. So, okay. So here we are going to study about the case statement in the SQL, which is a way of, you could say, handling if and then logic. Okay. You could just like say it in a way that case statement is one of the statements which is used in SQL, and that is a way of handling the logic. Fine. Let me just cut down here, get out some space. Now let's first of all see about that what's the syntax right here. Okay, so here goes the syntax. Okay, here goes the syntax. Now what is the syntax that? There can be, not are, okay. There can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statement, right? So there can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statements. Fine. So let's understand about the very first one way that we are going to study right here, and that's the Okay, so I mentioned that particular thing as well. The first is that the first takes a variable, the first takes out a variable, which is called as the first. Okay, let me get out some space downside, then we could proceed on. The first takes a variable called as case underscore value. Okay, and basically it matches with some statement of this. I should just write out statement underscore list, right? So the first takes a variable called as case underscore value and matches it with some statement underscore list, right? What's the case that we have out here? So I would mention right here as case. After that we have case underscore value. Find what is the case value you are having then. Next comes here another one, that is a when. Now when goes from the when underscore value. Your variable value would be put on this particular place. So right now we are not working on in data, so it will be going like this only. Case underscore value, when underscore value. Here goes then, and then you have your statement underscore list. So it goes the statement underscore list. Fine. So case underscore value, when underscore value, then statement list. Fine. Now after this we have some more things to add as syntax here, so that let me install for not. Then large bracket goes here, that when, and here goes when underscore value, right? Then here goes this then function, then goes the statement underscore list. I'll put on the bracket like this right here, and it will go up till the point what are the statement and what are the values you're having. It will go up to that particular place, right? So hope I am clear with this particular thing right here. Okay, next what I'll be doing is that I'll be using out the else statement underscore list. Else statement. Okay, this is how the statement underscore list. Okay, otherwise the statement underscore list. And at last you just end out your case. So end, and here goes your case, right? So yes, this is the formula. This is the syntax how you used to put on the case clause in the SQL. First of all you put on case, after that you have the case underscore value, so you put that out. Then you have the when function, so when underscore value, then statement underscore list. When underscore value, then statement underscore list. Else the statement underscore list. And here goes the end case. Okay. Fine. So this is the syntax for the very first one. Now for the next one, basically what is the syntax that we are having? So that I'll be letting you know right here. So let's discuss about the second one. So yeah, here it goes. Now I have that the second considers a search condition, underscore condition like this, right? So the second considers a search underscore condition instead of variable equality, and executes the statement and executes the statement underscore list accordingly. So accordingly, DINGLY, right? So for the second one, we have that the second considers a search underscore condition instead of variable equality and executes the statement list accordingly. So the second one considers out the search condition. Instead of putting out a variable equality in the second case, we need to use out the search engine, right? and it executes out the statement list accordingly. What are the statement list you are having, what are the data you have stored in the statement underscore list variable, that will be executed accordingly. Okay, now let's discuss about the syntax of this particular case. Okay, so simply put on here as case, onto a new line you wrote out here as when. Okay, here goes your condition, so here goes your search underscore condition, search underscore condition. So case when search underscore condition, then here we go with the then. Next we are having then statement underscore list, then statement underscore list. Fine. Now here it goes to the next option, that when search underscore, okay, 1 second, right, okay, when search underscore condition, then okay, yes, when search underscore condition, then statement underscore, then here goes the statement underscore list. Okay, bracket close, dot dot dots. Coming to the downside, we have else statement underscore list, right? So these brackets, and here goes else statement underscore list, and the bracket again closes out. And at last, you're gonna simply write out here end, and here goes the end case, right? This is how it's gonna be, right? So hope I am very much clear regarding that how we could use out the second case as well, the second one which we are having, how you could use out this particular case, and how we put on the syntax, what are the syntaxes that we have out here. So there can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statement. First one is the first takes a variable called as case value and matches it with some statement list. Second one is that the second, okay, 1 second, right, and second one is that the second consider out the search condition instead of variable equality and executes the statement underscore list accordingly. Fine. So this is the case that when search underscore condition, then statement underscore list, when search underscore condition, then statement underscore list, and after that we have else statement underscore list, and at last we are just end out this particular case which we have made out. Right, so hope I am very much clear with all of the things whichever I have mentioned right here regarding this particular case. So we have some more things to look after here, so that we'll be discussing in the next one, right? We had discussed about the case query, that how we apply that out and how is it useful, right? We have seen about two different ways for using out the case switch statement. Now, in this particular video, we are going to take out a sample query and apply and check it out regarding the case switch statements. Okay, that's how we can completely apply out a query with the help of some column names and all those things. Okay, so I just do not have any particular table or anything like that. So I will just simply take out an example and form out a query regarding to that. Okay. This is how we are going to proceed on. So I will start it from here. So I would just write out that let's say we would like to modify, let's say we would like to modify this modify the table. Okay, let's say we would like to modify a table. Let's say we are having out a table. Okay, and you just want to like to modify out that particular table. Fine. So in that case, basically, let's say if basically we have a department that's name is CS. Okay, I want to, okay, I will just write it in a short form, that I want to modify the department name, that is modify the department name, that is CS2. I just want it to be modified onto the computer science. Okay, let me write that onto a new line because it won't come complete out here, so it would be a confusing thing a little bit. CS, I want to convert that CS to the computer science. So here goes the computer and here goes the science. Fine. So I just want to do it for the computer science. That is completed. Fine. Now, if basically I am having next subject as, let's say, EC, so that shall be changed into electronics. Here I would just write that out here. Electronics and communication. Fine. This is how I just want out the modifications to go. CS is for basically for the computer science, EC for the electronics and communication. Fine. And now basically this is what? Okay, this is what we are going to do out. Now for that I would just want to put out this sample query, and that would actually let me help out to do out these relevant modifications. Okay. So let me get down here with some space. Right here, let's start it from out. So what I'm going to do is that I'll be considering out a variable that will be department underscore name. Okay, and that I'll be entering into my code. Fine. So here goes the case, and the department name which I told the variable name, that is department underscore name. Right? Remember I just told this out. Fine. So case department underscore name. Now when is that particular? So it goes when. Now, what modification I want to make? I want to make out the modification into the CS, right? CS is the term, CS is the department, CS is the branch in which I want to make out a modification. For this particular CS I want to do, right? So I just wrote that out here. Next, then comes, one second, then here goes that, then, and here goes the update, then update. Fine, like this it will be then update. Fine. And let's say my table name that I'm having is, let's say, faculty. Fine, I will just keep this as my table name. Then update, and here goes my table name, that is faculty, FACUL. One second, update, and here goes as faculty. Then update faculty, and here goes the set. Fine. What is the department which I want to change out? So the department is equal to department. In this particular, I'll be writing out the new name which I want to be modified in the place of CS. Okay. So I want the new name to be modified as computer science. Okay, I want this particular name to get out here as modified. So computer science, I have written that out. Now, this particular thing was for the very first one that I mentioned, that I want CS to be updated as computer science. Now, what if I just want that EC as well to be updated for electronics and communication? So in that case, I would write out now here when. In these inverted commas, I would write out here EC. Okay. So when EC is there, so in that case, then update. Then update faculty set, then update faculty, FACULTY, then update faculty. Okay. Faculty would be in small, not in caps, because this is my table name and I have, okay, FAC faculty. Fine, yeah. Then update faculty, and here goes the set. Fine, update faculty set. Now, after that, what is the department name into which I want to do? So here the depart, depart. Okay, department. Fine. So here the department MENT. Fine. For which I want like for EC, I just want to change out the department name, right? For instead of EC, I just want to print out any other thing. So in that case, my department would be electronics and communication. So it would be electronics, and let me just get down. So the department will be electronics and communication. So here goes communication. Fine. Right. So that has well been done. And at last, simply what you could write out here the last thing, that is the end case. Fine. That you could simply mention it out, end case. Now, basically, there is no such issue in writing out this particular code, and whenever you're going to run this out, you will be getting out the output as the changed format. Okay, that you will be getting your relevant output in the format of a change, right? Like the change would be the whatever you have mentioned out, whatever the word you have mentioned, or whatever the sentence you have mentioned in the department parameter, that will only and only be taken care of, right? Other than that, we do not have anything regarding the other ones as well. So when I wrote CS and that I changed to computer science, it will replace CS at every place with the word that is computer science. When I talk about ECE, so in that case it will replace ECE by the term that's electronics and communication. Fine. So hope I am very much clear with this particular thing as well, that how it is gonna work out. Fine. So now what I'll be doing is that I'll be going above. 1 second, let me take out this cursor right here, and I will be quickly seeing about the case statement in the SQL. So what's the syntax? The syntax is that there can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statement. The first takes a variable called a case value and matches it with some statement list, right? This is what is happening right now. So in that case, for the first case, we just simply write out case. After that, we wrote out case value, and after that was the when condition, that when underscore value, and then statement underscore list, right? Same goes for the next and same goes for the list. And at last, my case has been ended. It means my case has been finished. So basically, it has been ended at last. Second point that we are having, the second considers a search condition instead of variable equality and executes the statement list accordingly. So second and the second and one of the important points is that it could consider out a search condition instead of variable equality. Okay, and execute the statement list every. Okay, 1 second. Okay, how did I came over? 1 second. Let me just go down. Yeah, and execute out the statement list accordingly. Fine. Now, in that particular case, what are we having? Case as one of the starting point. As I mentioned, that will be the very starting point which you have out here. Next to that, you have your relevant other questions like when search underscore condition, all those things. Same for this. And at last, the case has been ended. After that, we went on to the example. Into that particular example, we had seen one of the examples that was modifying out the subject name. That was done, and after that, and right here, 1 second, let me go above. Right here, so case department underscore name. Fine. That was already finished up, right? Now we applied of the condition that whenever CS, then change it to this, and whenever ECE, then change it to this, right? So hope I am very much clear with whatever I have referred regarding this case statement. So see you in the next video, and that particular topic is SQL Correlated. SQL Correlated, and here goes the subqueries. SQL Correlated subqueries. Okay. So this is a topic that I will be taking you through, and we'll be discussing what's there in this particular topic, what are the things you're having, and all those things we'll be discussing up. Okay. So let me take out a color from here, and so that I could proceed on with the writing of the stuffs. Great, we go it here. Okay. First of all, I'll be telling you that what are these correlated queries used for, why we just use them. Okay. So the correlated subqueries are used for row by row, Correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. So here I mention out the processing. Fine. So the correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. Fine. Now into that, each subquery is executed. Each subquery is executed once for every row. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the, for every row of the outer query, for every row of the outer query. Fine. First of all, this is what is we call as correlated subqueries. So these correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. Okay. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer query. Fine. Now, okay. Here we have one diagram as well that is completely that tells us and explains us how to use. And first of all, that what are these correlated subqueries that we have. Okay. So what I'll be doing is that I would be taking you to that particular diagram. Okay. Then after that we'll be discussing the rest of the relevant left out things. Fine. So let's see that out particular graph. So here what I'll be doing is that I'll be taking out the squares. So here we go with the very first one. Okay, similar to that, I don't know how to make it out. And if I drag this okay, no, not this one will be dragged. Okay. Fine, let me just get down here for a short while. Let me from here take out the eraser. Okay, that has been rubbed. Fine. Okay, we take out the rectangle from here. Next again I have one more rectangle, so it would be somewhat like this. Okay, and now we have after this the third part, so I would be mentioning up here the very third part of this one. Okay, so it would be somewhat like this. Fine. Now what I'll be doing is that I'll be making out some several arrows. So like this. Yes, one is for this, one is for here. The another one is again for here. And the third one is, okay, it won't be made out like this. So I would be making one arrow here like this. And rest I need to put on with the lines. So here goes and here is my line. So here this is one line and this is my another line. Great. So whatever the chart I wanted to make out, that has been made. Now basically what I'll be doing is that I'll be entering out and writing out the relevant stuffs inside this particular. Okay. So color and thickness. So here goes this particular. Fine. Let's write it out here. So here the first one we are having the get function. Okay. Here we have it for the execute. Okay. And here we have it for the use. These are the three ones which we are having. Okay. Okay. Then we have for get, we have the candidate row. Okay, one second. Candidate row from outer query. Okay, candidate row from outer query. For execute, we have inner query, comma, using candidate row value, using candidate row, and here goes the value as well. Fine. And for the last one second, let me get out again some space. And for the last one we have that these are the values from inner query. Okay, these are the values from inner query. So yes, this is the chart which is being made up here regarding the get, execute and the use function right here which we are having. Okay. Now next what we are having is that I would let you know that particular thing as well. So let me come down here for a short time. Okay. Now I would mention it right here, a correlated subquery, a correlated subquery is evaluated once a correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row, is evaluated once for each row processed. A correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement, processed by the parent statement, and here was the statement. Fine. Okay. So a correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement. Now, what is this particular thing that is getting set out? A correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement. Fine. Now, what are the parent statements as I was referring out here? So, the parent statement, the parent statements can be, what are the parent statements that can be right here? So the parent statements can be select, comma, it can be, okay, one second, it can be select, it can, comma, be update, or it could even be the delete statement. Okay, the E is as with capital, and here goes the statement. So the parent statement that I was referring above into definition when I told you about a correlated subquery, that how is it evaluated and everything. So in that case, you just used out this particular word, that was the parent statement, right? So the parent statements can be, these can be select, update, or even delete as well. They could be. Fine. There's no such issue in doing out that particular thing or not. Fine. So you could add any of these parent statements, and after that you could absolutely use out your correlated subqueries, whatever you are willing to use, or whatever you just want to apply, that works out fine. Yes. So hope I am first of all very much clear with this particular thing, right? That what it is and how it is gonna be. Next, let's quickly see out a quick example regarding this as well as quick syntax I would mention out. Okay. So we start with the select statement, select of the column 1 and select of the column 2. Okay, this is the column 1 and that is the column number 2. So putting out a comma. So from the table 1, and here goes the outer. From table 1 outer, we have a condition for the where clause. From table 1 outer, where column 1 operator, where column 1 operator, here goes the select statement for that. So here goes the select a column 1, select column 1, comma, and here goes the column 2, and here goes the column 2. And we have here from table 2 where expression expr1, okay, is equal to outer dot expr2. Fine. So where the column 1 operator, that is the select column 1 comma column 2 from table 2 where the expression 1 is equal to outer dot expr2. Fine. So basically a correlated query, okay, that's not a query, that's a correlated subquery. Okay, right. So a correlated subquery is one way of, let me just get down right here. A correlated subquery is a one way of reading every row. Okay, fine. Is basically for reading every row in the table and here goes the table, reading every row in a table, right? And comparing the values and comparing the values and comparing the values in each row. One second. Yeah, comparing the values in each row. Okay, in each, right here, fine. So yeah, reading every row in a table and comparing values in each row against the related data which we are having. Fine. Oh, one second, let me go above a little bit right here. So a correlated subquery is one way of reading every row in our table and comparing the values in each row against the related data. Fine. Now, when I move about when I just talk about the correlated subqueries, so in that we could say that these are used for row by row processing, right? Each subquery is executed once for every row of outer query. So what are the subqueries you are writing that is executed once? Okay, at least it is executed once for every row of the outer query, right? So here we have the get, execute and the use functions as well. These are the three which I already mentioned out. So a correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement. Fine. The parent statements can be select, update or delete statements. So this is the formula which is being used out. So a correlated subquery is one way of reading every row in a table and comparing the values in each row against the related data. Fine. So hope I am very much clear regarding this particular, first of all, that what is this particular one that we are having this correlated data subqueries, what are these and how are these used for? Right, I would again repeat, these correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer, one second. Yeah, for each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer query, right? So hope I am clear with this particular thing. So we'll be seeing regarding the correlated subqueries, right? That what are these and what are these used for? Now we'll be discussing about the nested subqueries versus the correlated subqueries. So let me just go down here and okay, here we already did out the things right here. So I would take out a black color and I will just put on the heading first of all. So the topic for today's discussion is nested. Okay, that's the, one second, I will put that out once again. So yeah, here it's nested subqueries. It's the subqueries versus we have the correlated. So versus we have the correlated subqueries. So here goes the subqueries. Fine. This is the topic that we are going to discuss up. I would take out a different color. Now, let's start it out. So I would start that while okay, with a normal, not while. I would start with this particular one. So here to go start with a normal nested query with a normal nested subquery. The inner select query runs first and executes once So with a normal nested subquery, the inner select query runs first and executes once, right? Returning values, returning values to be used by the main query. Okay, first of all, this is the thing regarding the nested subqueries. Fine. Okay, not the nested one. Fine. So with a normal nested subquery, the inner select query runs first and executes once, returning values to be used by the main query. Now if I talk about the correlated subqueries, so I will just mention, okay, 1 second. Where's that pen gone? Right here, fine. So now, okay, 1 more minute right here. So the correlated subquery however, executes once for each candidate row considered. So the correlated subquery, however, executes once for each candidate row considered by the outer query. So for the correlated subqueries, we have however the executes once for each candidate row is considered by the outer query. Fine. Now I have a note to go ahead here, then we'll be seeing up the example for this, right? So the note goes like this here. Note, okay, so it is that you can also use any and, okay, any would be in the caps. 1 second. You can also use any. 1 second, where has that again pen gone? What is happening to this right here? I don't know. Okay, so note, you can use any and all. You can use any and all operator in a correlated, okay, correlated subquery. Fine. So you can also use any and all operator in a correlated subquery. Now what's the example of a correlated subquery? So here goes the example of correlated subquery. Fine, let's see out the example for the correlated subquery. Okay, so let's say I just want to write out a query for finding out all the employees who earn more than the average salary in their department. Fine, let's say this is what I just want to go ahead and write out. So into that particular case, here we go with the select statement. So here it starts out that select last name, comma, salary, select last name, comma, salary, comma, department underscore ID. Select last name, salary and the department underscore ID from where? Okay, so that thing has to be selected from the employees table, from the employees outer. Okay, what is the condition that goes out? Let me come down. Where the salary is greater than the select AVG, and here goes the salary. Fine, that is the salary, select AVG salary from employees, and here goes where, let me just go down here for a while, where salary, select average salary from employees where department underscore ID is equal to outer dot department, where department underscore ID is equal to outer dot department underscore ID, and here it goes closed, right? So yes, fine. This is how we just put on the example for this particular query. Fine. Okay. Other than that, with the correlated part, you could use out the update and delete as well. Okay, so I'll mention that. With correlation, okay, with that it is correlated, right? So with correlated update and delete. Okay, update and delete both are actually used out with the correlated. With correlated, update and this can be used. Right, now coming down, we have the correlated update. Fine. Let's see about the correlated update. Fine. So here it goes, the correlated, okay, that is LAT, correlated, and here goes the update. Fine, correlated update. Now what's the thing that we are having out here? So here it goes, that update table, and here is your relevant table name, whatever you are having. So I would just not like this, I would write out here table underscore name. So whatever table has to be updated, you could just write out update table name. Fine. What is this column that has to be selected out? So set, and here goes select set column is equal to, what is the from here it goes the select statement, select, and from here it goes the expression, select expression. Okay, now from select this expression from, what's the thing? So we need to select it from table 2. Table 2, fine. And where? From table 2 and your table 2 name. Okay, here goes your table 2. I would just write that table underscore name, and then 2 goes here. Fine. After that, here goes the where condition, where. Coming down, we have table 1. We have table name 1 dot column. We have table name 1 dot column, that is equal to, and the next we are having table underscore name 2 dot column. Fine. And you put out the equal to sign and just close this out and put on the semicolon at the very last. Fine. So this is how we do this out. So basically we use out a related subquery to update rows in one table based on rows from another table. I would write that thing as well. So we write out use a correlated subquery, to, let me just get down and get out, have a space to write out, use a correlated subquery to update rows in one table, based on rows from another table. This is where we use out the correlated update one. So we use out a correlated subquery to update rows in one table based on the rows onto the from the other table. So yeah, this is how we do out that nested subqueries versus correlated subqueries. With a normal nested subquery, the inner select query runs first and executes once, returning values to be used by the main query. The correlated subquery, however, executes once for each candidate row considered by the outer query. Notice that you can also use any and all operator in a correlated subquery. Examples of that we have already seen that how you could use out. And you could use out a correlated subquery to update rows in one table based on rows from another table. Right, so hope I am very much clear with all of these things which I have told regarding the correlated subquery and the correlated function. So I would just take you right here at the place where we had seen about many of the things in the correlated. Now today what we'll be discussing is that we'll be discussing about the correlated delete function. Okay, that what is that actually and how it is completely used. Right here. So first of all, we had gone through the correlated subqueries, right? These were the ones which we had gone through. That I'll be taking a revision at the last, not right here. And right here we had seen about the correlated update. Right now we'll be going through the correlated delete. Fine, to click on this. I'll just take out a color from here. Let's say okay, this is okay. 1 second, I will just put on this var on the back. Fine. So right here I start with correlated related R-E-L-A-T-E-D, correlated, right? Correlated delete like this. Okay, correlated delete. This is the topic now which we are having. Fine. So now what I'll be doing here is that I'll be going through and writing out the command, writing out the code for the using of the correlated delete function. Okay, this is what I'll be doing out. So let's get started up here. First of all, I'm going to use out the delete function here. Delete. Okay, delete. After delete, we have delete from. Fine. Then here goes my table name. Here goes my table 1. Fine. Then we have the where operator. Okay, where. Now, where the column 1 operator. Where the column 1 operator. Fine. This is the one which we are having right here. Where the column 1 operator. Then down the line, we have here now the select statement that we'll be using. So here goes the select expression. E-X-P-R-E-S-S-I-O-N. Fine, let me just get down and get outside space for me. So here we have the select expression from table 2, and where select expression from table 2, where table 1 dot column is equal to table 2 dot column. Fine, where the table 1 dot column is equal to table 2 dot column. And I will put on the bracket like this, and after that a semicolon. Fine. So this is how we just go ahead with the correlated delete function. This is how that is actually used out. Fine. Hope I am very much clear with this particular regards. Okay. Let me get down now here and get out some space for starting out a new topic, and that I'll be letting you know how to use out the exist operator. This is one as well more operator which we have out here. Okay. So now my topic is using the exist operator. Using the exist operator. Fine. This is the operator now that we'll be dealing with. So what I'll be doing is that I'll be going down, choosing out a color for me from here, and let's say this time I'm going to take out, let's say this color. Fine, and now let's get started with the writing. So, the exist operator. Okay, so yeah, the exist operator tests for existence of rows in the result set of the subquery, subquery in the subquery. Fine. Now, if a subquery row, if a subquery row value is found, okay, 1 second. If a subquery row value is found, so the condition is flagged. If flagged means basically marked. Okay, so if the subquery row value is found, the condition is flagged true. Okay, that is flagged as true. I would just highlight that portion, right? True. And the search does not, and the search does not continue and the search does not continue in the inner query, and the search which we have that does not continues in the inner query, and if it is not found, and if it is not found, then the condition, and if it is not found, then the condition is flagged false. So okay, not like this, and the condition is I would remove this, right, then the condition is flagged false in that particular case. So if a subquery row value is found, the condition is flagged true and the search does not continue in the inner query, and if it is not found, then the condition is flagged to be false, and I would just go down, and the search, okay, one second, let me remove this as well, and okay, click on the draw, and yeah, so and here goes the and the if it is found, then the condition is flagged false and the search continues, in the inner query, fine. So this is how this particular one is used. So using the exist operator, so into that case the exist operator tests for existence of rows in the results set of the subquery. If a subquery row value is found, the condition is flagged as true and the search does not continue in the inner query, and if it is not found, then the condition is flagged as false and the condition continues in the inner query. Right, so hope I am very much clear regarding this particular thing. Okay, going forward towards the example. So now what's the example of using exist operator? Example of using exist operator. Fine. So how do we just do out that particular thing? Let's start out. Let's say I just want to find out in the employee, I just want to find out who have at least one person reporting to them. Okay, find employees who have at least one person reporting to them. This is what I just want to find out, let's say. Okay, so now what I'll be doing here is that I'll be going ahead with the select statement. So here goes the select employee underscore ID, comma, last underscore select employee ID, comma, last name, comma, job underscore ID, comma, then we have department underscore ID. Fine. First of all, these are the columns that we are choosing: employee ID, last name, job ID, and the department ID. Right, from where we are choosing out? So from the employees. Okay, from employees, we are choosing from employees. Outer where? Now where my condition applies, that where exists, where AXIST is, where exists. Then here we have the select statement. Select, here goes the capital X, select X from employee, select X from employees, select X from employees. Let me just get down here. After that the condition goes select X from employees where let's say the manager underscore ID is equal to outer dot employee underscore ID. Okay, and put on the semicolon at the last. Right, let's say this is the idea. Let me take the cursor. Fine. So this one is the syntax that we have found out for the example using the exist operator. So in that we are having select employee underscore ID, and then we are having the last name, the job ID, and the department ID. So from employees outer where exist, select X from employees where manager underscore ID is equal to outer dot employee underscore ID. Right, hope I am very much clear with this particular thing as well. So today we got out that how the correlated delete actually works. We had seen an example for that, and then we had moved towards the exist operator. That how does this exist operator as well works out. Right, so this is what we are in operator. So in the SQL, let me put on the heading regarding that. So that's the union, and we go here with the operator. Right, so yes, this is the operator that we are going to learn, that the union operator. So from here I would start up the things. Fine, so first of all let's study about the union operator in the SQL. So SQL union operator. SQL union operator, fine. The very first thing that I'm going to start here is that about the union operator, that's what it is. So the union operator is used to combine the result set of two or more select statements. One second, let me get down. The union operator is used to combine the results out of two or more select statements. So here goes the select, and then here we have the statements. Fine. So this is what the union operator is actually used for, first of all. So it is used to combine out the result set of two or more select statements. Fine. Now, right here we have some more points that every select statement, I would write it out like this. Every select statement, here goes the statement. So every select statement within union, must have the same number of columns. So every select statement within the union must have out the same number of columns, right? Moving towards the point number 2, it goes that the columns must also have similar data types. The columns, M, here goes the N as well, fine. The columns must also have similar data types, right? Moving towards the point number 3, it goes that the columns in every select statement, here we go with the select statement. Here I put on the statement. So yeah, the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order, fine. So the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order. So this is about the union operator, SQL union operator, that it is first of all used to combine out the result set of two or more select statements. Every select statement within the union must have the same number of columns. The columns must also have similar data types, and the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order. Fine. Now, what's the syntax that we follow for applying out the union? So I would mention out that the union syntax. Fine, union syntax. So the syntax for the union is, first of all, we have the select statement, After that, we have column name. Select column name, and into the bracket we have S, right? Select column name S. From. Now, from where we need to select that out? So, we need to select out that particular thing from the table number 1, first of all, okay? Coming down, here we have the union statement. Here we have the union, okay? Then after that, we have the select. Here goes again the column name. Select column underscore name. Into bracket, we have S. Here goes the from. And after that, we have the table number 2. So, select column name from table 1. Union. Select column name from table 2. Fine. So, I put on the semicolons like this at the last. Fine. Okay. This is one of the unions which we have. Second, we have one more thing, that is union all. Okay. So, here goes the syntax for union. Syntax for union all. This is the second thing which we are having out here. That as well I will let you know. The union operator selects only distinct values, by default. So, union operator selects only distinct values by default, right? That is the thing. So, to allow out the duplication, to allow duplicate values, okay? To allow out the duplicate values, use union. We use the union underscore all, okay? So, for the union operator selects only distinct values by default. So, to allow out the duplicate values, we use union underscore all. Now, again, what's the syntax that we follow out? The syntax goes like, first of all, I have the select statement to put on. So, here goes the select. After that, we have the column underscore name. So, select column underscore name. In the brackets, we have this name or names, whatever you just want to wish out. You have from. And then we have the table number 1. Select our column name from table 1. Under this goes the union all operator. So, here we come with the union all. And at last on the next line, we go with the select column underscore name. In the bracket S. And here's from table 2. Fine. So, select column underscore name or names from table 1. Union all, select column underscore name or names from table number 2. Fine. Now, we have one note here to mention out. I would just put on that particular thing as well. That the column names in the result set, the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the first select statement. Fine. So, the note goes here that the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the first select statement. Fine. Okay. This was about the union all as well, right? Now, I would be going above right here and explaining you and giving you a quick recap regarding the union operator that we have seen. So, the SQL union operator, is used to combine out the result set of 2 or more select statements. So, whenever we just want to set out and select out the result set for 2 or more select statements, in that case we use out the union operator. Next goes that every select statement within the union must have the same number of columns. So, whatever select statement we are having within the union must have out the same number of columns which need to be selected out. Then we have that the columns must also have the similar data types. The columns which we are having that shall have the similar data types, then only the union could be performed. Then the columns in every selected statement must also be in the same order. So the columns which we are having in all the selected statement, that as well shall be in the same order. The syntax that we follow is we follow out select column names or column name or column names from table 1. Union, select column name or column names from table 2. Right? The syntax for union, all that is another thing which we are having. So union operator selects only the distinct values by default, right? That I already mentioned out. Now, to basically allow out the duplicate values, we use out union all. So union all is used to allow out the duplicate values. Fine. So the selected statement goes like select column underscore name or names from table 1. Union all, select column name or names from table 2. So the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the first select statement, right? So hope I am very much clear regarding the union operator which we have here in the SQL, the union and the union all operator, that what are these, like how are these used for, what are the conditions that need to be applied, and even what are the syntax. We are going to study out a new topic and just let me quickly introduce you to that particular topic. So the one which we are going to do today is the aggregate. We have aggregate functions in SQL. Okay, this is what we are gonna learn today in the SQL. Fine. So what I would do is that I would just quickly take out a new color so that it doesn't make out too much differentiation while writing out the things. And yeah, let's get started out. So first, let's understand about that. What are aggregate functions actually? Okay. So I go here that in a database, in database management system, in database management, an aggregate, in database management, an aggregate function is a function in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together, where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input. And let me just get down here, get out some space. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria. To form a single value, of more significant meaning. Here goes the meaning. Fine. This is what we meant by aggregate function is in SQL, basically that in the database management system, in the database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form a single value of more significant meaning, right? So yes, this is what first of all we meant from aggregate functions in SQL. Fine. After that, what are the different aggregate functions which we have here in the SQL? So let me just go down, find right here, and fine. Now, I would term out here that the various aggregate functions. Okay, various aggregate functions. Number one, we go with the count function. So number one, we go with the count. Okay. Number two, we go with the function that's the sum. Okay. Number 3, we go with the average, AVG. Fine. Number 4, we go with the min function. And at last, we are having the function that's the max. So here we go with the max. Fine. So here we have these 5 aggregate functions that are count, sum, average, min, and max. Fine. These are the aggregate functions which we have in the SQL. Now what I'll be doing is that I would be quickly making out a quick data right here, and according to that only we'll be proceeding on seeing on all of these functions, that how they work and what are the functioning of those. So here goes my table. Now I just want out some different rows as well here. So let's say one is for the ID. One second, let's say one is for the ID. Then we are having this for the name, and then we have it for the salary right here, right? And I'll just make out one single line as well that will represent out the column name. So here we go with the column name. Fine. So I'll be setting up some values onto this particular data. First one, as I mentioned, that would be my ID. Second one would be my name, and third one will be my salary. Fine. So ID goes from 1 up till 6. So here goes 1, 2, we have 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Name goes like A, B, C, D, E, and then we go here as F. Okay. Let's say salaries we are having, let's say 80, 90, 70, let's say we have 50, let's say that's 40, and here we have, let's say, null. Okay, so this is what one of my tables I just quickly made out here as an example. Now I'll be moving forward with each and every aggregate function that we have studied out. So the very first one that I am having right here is the count function. Okay, the very first function which we are having here is basically the count function. Now what happens here, if I write out count and I put on an asterisk, count asterisk, what does it returns to me as an output? Okay, so completely it returns total, number of, it returns total number of records. Okay, whenever I am writing count and after that I'm putting out an asterisk, so it means that it is going to return out the total number of records. Fine. Now what are the total number of records which we are, let's say here I go. So in the total number of records I have total 6 records here, right? So if I just run out this particular query, so in that case I would be getting out the result as 6, that is 6. Fine. So this is what this count asterisk returns me. Now next, if I just go and write out here count, and if I write out here in the bracket instead of asterisk, I want now the salary only. Okay, so what it will return? It will return number of non-null values, return number of non-null values over the column salary. So what it is going to give me as an output, it is going to return me the number of non-null values over the column salary. So if I just go on to the column that is salary, so in total I have 5 non-null values, right? So I will be getting out an answer as that is 5. Okay. So why 5 I already explained out, because in that particular case it is going to return me out the non-null values over the column that is the salary which I mentioned. Fine. Next command what I have is, okay, with the count function, if I just write out here as distinct salary, count distinct salary, okay. Now into that particular case, what could I return out? I could return number of distinct values, return number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 4. Okay, so count basically returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is total 4. So if I go onto the salary column, here I go onto the salary one. So when I'm just taking out, so how am I having? Okay, all the 5 values which I'm having that are distinct. In this case, instead of 4, I'll be getting out the answer as 5. Because I have none of the values which are basically non-distinct to each other, right? Each and every values are unique onto my particular data which I am having, right? So in that particular case, that's the reason that why I am getting out the final output here as 5. So if I wrote out count distinct salary, so it is going to return me out the number of distinct non-null values over the column that is salary. Fine. So let's take out a quick revision regarding the aggregate functions in SQL. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Okay, so in database management, aggregate function is a kind of a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Fine. The aggregate functions which you are having are count, sum, average, min and max. So this was the data that we had made out and that we need to go through. Fine. Okay, one second, right here. And then we saw regarding out the count function, that what is there in the count function. So if we just write out count asterisk, it means that it is going to return out the total number of records which you are having, right? If I wrote about count salary, so it is going to return you out the number of non-null values over the column that is salary. And if I write out count distinct salary, so it returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 5, right? So hope I am very much clear with this particular thing in regards of these all of the things which I have mentioned for you regarding the count and the aggregate functions. So the functions which we are left with, that we are going to see in the next video. So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and take care.